of many value attributes with skewing potential: product labels, website design, corporate mission, etc. Marketing also has a big impact on secondary stakeholders: investors, employees, suppliers, etc.
My brother once started a business. Tuesday, January 3rd, 2017, 3:30 a.m. 9 days later. As Sam microwaved her 3 a.m. morning lunch in the hospital's employee cafeteria, she gazed vacantly through the microwave's glass door. She looked haggard and drawn. She hadn't slept well, and the early morning hours were when fatigue would strike. The bright fluorescent lights of the hospital showered on her like acid rain. A pop from the microwave and the smell of black beans jolted her out of her trance. Before she could open the door to the microwave, its reflection mirrored her coworker approaching from behind. Janice was Dr. Middleton's PA and a convicted gossiper. A nice woman and a good worker, but a typical representation of many people in healthcare. Duly charged with the health of others, but oddly couldn't maintain their own. Janice was 2 butterfingers from type 2 diabetes. At the tender age of 34, she was already waddling like a penguin who hit the all-you-can-eat buffet too often. As Sam removed her beans, Janice spoke over her shoulder. She whispered, "Hey Sam, what do you think about the buyout?" Janice was referring to the new management that had recently assumed hospital administration. The transition was anything but smooth, and there were rumblings that Dr. Lanceman, one of Northwestern's most respected surgeons, had quit abruptly over corporate gerrymandering and quota pushing. Sam answered, "I honestly don't care, as I plan to get out of this racket." She carefully plated her beans and then swiveled to face Janice. She continued, "Jeff and I are starting a business." Janice shot Sam a dumbfounded look, eyes weary and narrow, lips contorted as if she was eating something sour. Sam remembered the last time Janice flared that expression. It was when Sam had admitted that she didn't eat meat. Janice's shocked response was, "Oh my God, no bacon?" Then she jested, "Who can live without bacon?" Sam had quickly rebutted with a smile and affirmed, "Me, Janice. Last I checked, bacon comes from a dead pig, and pigs are equally as smart as your Bessie." Bessie was Janice's dog, a Great Pyrenees. Janice's dissonance filter had been operating efficiently and quickly severed the connection. She had retorted unabashed, as if she was reporting the day of the week. "Well, I can't live without my bacon." Sam had smiled facetiously. "Well, it's a good thing that McDonald's isn't serving any fried Pyrenees sandwiches. We certainly wouldn't want to ruin your lunch." Back at the microwave, Sam smiled weakly and spooned her beans onto a plate with some chips. Puzzled, Janice said, "A business? Like Avon or something?" "No, a real business. We haven't decided quite yet what we'll be doing." Sam waited for a glib response from her coworker, but Janice stood silent. Sam volunteered more. "Jeff and I plan on retiring by the time we're 40. Janice eyeballed Sam's black beans as if she were eating dirt. Then she smirked whimsically, a bless-your-heart bemusement, as if Sam just confessed believing in Santa Claus. Janice offered, "My brother tried to start a business for nearly 10 years. Was always talking about some nonsense. First it was some hocus-pocus about attraction and positive thinking. One of those pyramid things. Then he started talking about some rich dad. After losing a bunch of money in real estate, he just stopped working altogether." Janice paused, lost in thought, then shook her head. "He was always looking for some fast lane to success, and yet he was convinced he could do it only working 4 days a week." She sighed exasperatedly, looming over Sam, careful to make sure she heard her. Loudly, she muttered, "He ended up going bankrupt and now works down at the mall. A janitor." She paused for effect. "You got to be pretty lucky to start a business, much less get rich from it. They say that most new businesses fail after a few years. My brother—" Sam interrupted. "I know the odds," she said, looking up from her beans. "We have a plan to beat them." Janice's lips pursed, and she shrugged. As if to console Sam, she gently patted her on the shoulder twice, and then said dismissively, "Well, good luck." She pirouetted and tottered away, but spoke over her shoulder, audibly sing-songing, "You'll need it."
The done kills doubt principle. Stop talking, start doing. My business was exploding and I needed a new employee. In the meantime, my mother helped. Her job was accounts receivable. Backstory. Mom always doubted me, but justifiably so. She witnessed too many of my harebrained schemes fail. So let's just say she was supportive, but jaded. As she compiled vendor invoices and receivables ramped beyond $100,000, She asked, "You're owed all this money?" I nodded and her eyes lit up. In an instant, all doubt she held for my entrepreneurial visions vanished. Several years later, I paid off my mother's mortgage with one check. The done kills doubt principle asserts that visible success kills doubt and nails it in a coffin. The point is, save your breath and don't bother with that social media post. The unsettling truth is, not only does no one care, but no one believes you. Even if they support you, congratulate you, like your post, or say nothing, they're skeptical and as doubtful as aliens wandering Earth, and they're expecting you to crash and burn. I'm talking about the announcement of your lofty goals, your business ideas, your unscripted visions, and your dream to be financially free within 10 years. Yes, everyone will think you're delusional. Announce a promotion or a new job on Facebook, and you'll get hit with a pile of likes and comments. Say something about quitting your job or starting a business, and you'll get crickets. Worse, your family, spouse, or parents will try to talk you out of it. Some go as far as making threats. Divorce, eviction, denied financial support. You see, whenever you defy conventional wisdom, the rat racers cursed by convention will try to knock some sense into you. Get rich quick is a scam. Nobody really retires in their 30s with millions. 95% of all new businesses fail. You never started a business. MJ DeMarco exemplifies a survivor bias, and he's selling lottery tickets. This reaction is entirely justified, and it will always be justified because talk is cheap. Advertising your lofty goals is an event. Accomplishing it is a process. You can't make unbelievers believe with chitter-chatter. You can throw this book in their face and expect them to read it. The only way to eliminate doubt from doubters is to transform it into done. Done shows up on your parents' driveway with a brand new Ferrari without the loan. Done is hiring your uncle because you're growing too fast. Done is doing. Done is achievement. Done kills doubt. Never live within the parameters of someone else's opinion unless you want to live within the parameters of their existence. Key concepts. Expect no one to believe your lofty goals and expect some to dissuade you. Advertising your goals or aspirations is an event. Achieving them is a process. If you want to convert doubters, achieve visible results. The execution principle. Your idea sucks until execution says it doesn't. Around 2007, I made a big mistake. That mistake? Oh, I lost a few $1 million, perhaps billions. At the time, I was having a conversation with a female friend about online dating. We both were on a dating service, and she complained about the number of inquiries she was getting. It was overwhelming, to the point she would have missed Brad Pitt's message mixed in with the "hey baby" and "yo" garbage. Because I recognized her complaint as an opportunity, I immediately thought of the idea for a dating service where only the women could instigate a conversation. Fast forward 7 years and Bumble was founded, a dating service where men cannot make first contact, saving millions of female inboxes worldwide. Today, Bumble is worth billions. I had the idea 7 years earlier, and now it's worth nothing to me but a regretful paragraph in a book. The execution principle asserts that all ideas suck unless brought to life by execution. Yes, even that sense idea is worthless. No, not because it won't work, because right now you haven't done a damn thing about it. After my conversation with my lady friend, I did nothing with that idea. Ideas with zero execution behind it are worth exactly that. Zero. All ideas are still events, even well-researched ones with business plans attached. Once you've adopted an unscripted production mindset, ideas start popping up everywhere. They become easy. Too easy. The worst mistake you can make is thinking that your ideas mean anything. They don't. As such, no one will give you capital for it. No bank will loan on it. And no, you can't swap 900 programming hours with a coding genius in lieu of 50% of your business, which at this point is just a neurological Christmas tree in your head. In a blog posted many years ago, unscripted entrepreneur Derek Sievers perfectly highlighted the relationship between ideas and execution. Execution is where the asymmetrical meat is, while the strength of your idea is just a multiplier. A great idea is worth $100. A good idea is worth $75. An okay idea is worth $50. A fair idea is worth $25. A poor idea is worth $1. Great execution is worth $1 million. Good execution is worth $500,000. Average execution is worth $100,000. Fair execution is worth $10,000. Poor execution is worth $0. As you can see, a great idea with poor execution is worth little, $100. While an average idea, think surplus value, with astounding execution is worth $50 million. The idea is nothing. Its execution is everything. Remember, done kills doubt. Talk is cheap. If you want anyone to pay attention, demonstrate a talent for executing. Show sales. Show a prototype. Show a website mock-up and 10 pre-orders. For the love of God, show something. Key concepts. Your great idea is absolutely worthless until execution says it isn't. Your idea is like a multiplier, while execution is where the money goes asymmetrical. A mediocre idea with great execution could be worth tens of millions.
The Knife at the Gunfight. Saturday, January 21st, 2017, 6:51 p.m. 18 days later. Tell me sweet little lies. As Fleetwood Mac sang overhead, Jeff's friend and co-worker Scott was yapping away. They were at O'Boyle's Gastropub, a crowded bar with live music, cheap beer, and cute waitresses dressed in sexy Irish kilts. Jeff and his wife scheduled their weekly business meeting at the pub. Jeff arrived first while his wife ran an errand prior. Scott was at the bar and joined Jeff when he spotted him alone. After Scott sat down and ordered a beer, he went on an agonizing diatribe, mostly about how everything sucked. His job, their boss, and their employer, his pay, his love life, and his lack of television time. It appeared that Scott's most pressing problems were Showtime canceling some political drama and the Chicago Bulls losing preseason bleeding into the regular season. Jeff's chest tightened with anxiety. After telling Scott about his business goals weeks ago, Scott never inquired how it was going. Never asked him about Sam either. Instead, Scott dragged on about how he had to wait 6 hours outside of Best Buy for the new Call of Duty release. That's when Jeff knew. He'd finally had enough. He interrupted Scott's latest rant about how his 4-year-old Chevy Malibu was cramping his style, as if he saw himself as the next incarnation of 007. Scott, let me ask you something. He paused, taking a swig of his beer. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Scott's face drew a blank, as if he were just asked to solve a differential equation. After a crooning David Coverdale chorused, "Is This Love?" Scott straightened up from his slouch and said, "I don't know really." He sipped his Bud Light and continued, "I guess I'm hoping to move up the ranks at work, get one of those corner offices with a window, and a Mercedes G-Wagon, the kind the pro athletes drive." He paused and smiled as if he were a child reciting a Christmas list to Santa. Jeff said nothing, face flat. Scott slapped the table and continued, "And courtside tickets to the Bulls next to Bill Murray. Did you see the trailer for his new movie? It looks pretty badass." Jeff failed to mask his annoyance and crimped his lips. Scott's smile disappeared, clearly upset Jeff was unable to ratify his idyllic life fantasy. "Scott, do you remember anything I said last time we talked?" He hesitated in thought, then, "You mean at work, when you said you wanted to quit and start a business?" "Yes." "What of it?" Scott asked, looking irritated. "Well, since you've been sitting here, you've done nothing but complain. Your job sucks, your pay sucks, your car sucks, your dating life sucks. Sucks. And yet, your idea for the future is to double down on the same shit that's making your life suck. It makes no fucking sense. Do you have any goals? A dream? Something better than an office with a window?" His expression dulled. After a moment, he sneered. "Dude, what's with the attitude? I'm serious. What do you want to do with your life?" "I don't know." He shook his head. "I'm just trying to survive and have a little fun along the way." Jeff folded his arms and snapped, "Well, I don't want to just survive. I want to live. Like, really live. I want to be free of the BS. Free of the bills and the job and, free of the stupid basketball games that mean absolutely nothing to me. I'm not going to wait until some godforsaken age to retire and then finally live." Scott's face reddened in anger, but he sat quiet. "Let me ask you something, Scott. What benefit do you get knowing every baseball statistic since 1970? Jeff didn't let him reply and continued. "What benefit do you get if the Bulls win the next 10 world championships? A huge payday? Respect? A hot wife? Vacation time? Seriously, I want to know. He gave Jeff a befuddled look. I get bragging rights, and it'd be hella fun to watch. Bragging rights, Jeff huffed. Over who? Over some other bumpkin in another part of the country who's sitting on a couch like you? Do you hear yourself? His tone changed into a stern whisper. Do I hear myself? Do you hear yourself? You're dissing me because I know baseball stats and like basketball, but suddenly you don't because you read some damn business book? He looked around, fearful as if someone might overhear. Look, Jeff, this is life. You get up, you go to work, you pay your bills, you save a little money, and maybe you get ahead at some point. Your fantasy about building this big business and getting rich is a pipe dream. If you ask me, you've been watching too many internet videos with that Ty Lopez guy. Jeff shook his head in disgust and retorted, This isn't about stupid cars and tickets to some dumb game that'll be forgotten a week later. It's about living a life that I won't regret when I'm 70 years old. Culture and tradition ain't gonna write my story. I'm gonna write it. Jeff gestured at him and continued. You've given up. You have no dream other than some overpriced car that looks like a toaster on wheels. It's sad because you don't even realize you're already dead. You just aren't buried. Scott shuffled back and twisted his face as if Jeff had just told him he'd cheated on him with his wife. He then angled in, snarling, Are you fucking done? Because I am. Scott stood up and threw a $10 bill on the table. That's for my beer, and you can keep the change and put it towards your business. Before marching away, he sneered, I'll see you Monday morning, champ. By the time Sam arrived, Jeff had finished his Guinness. He smiled weakly as his wife slithered into the seat next to him. Her hair was freshly salon-styled, and her lips painted a candy apple red. Her face was dolled up and glowing. She was wearing dress pants and an oversized turtleneck sweater with a smiling lamb embroidered on the front. The bulky sweater transformed her leggy frame into a beefy presence, but Jeff thought it was cute. Silver earrings dangled from her ears, not shoulder dusters, but Jeff was surprised by the impression. It made him forget about the terse conversation with Scott. Sam sized up the bar's patrons, and Jeff saw her scrunch her nose. The place was packed and stank of stale beer and cabbage. Jeff loved it, but his wife considered the odor as offensive as a porta potty at a traveling carnival. Jeff gestured to her. Why you made up to the nines? She looked at him curiously. What, a girl can't look fabulous once in a while? Jeff laughed. Here, it's an Irish dive bar that plays music from the last century. Sam studied her husband. His hair was pulled back in a ponytail, his eyes darker than usual, a sign he was into his second or third beer. She nudged into him and slapped him on the knee. Wow, it's like we're dating again. Did you order me a margarita? You sure you want a drink? Remember New Year's Eve? Jeff stated it like a suggestion, not a command. He had to carry Sam home from a neighbor's party, but not before she puked on the street, her vomit splattering on a parked Prius. I'll be careful, she winked. Promise. Once they settled in and the waiter delivered their water, they started talking business. I can't believe how easy it is to spot ideas, Jeff volunteered. Ever since I started thinking like an entrepreneur, I get business ideas practically every day. He considered his wife and then asked, You sure you're not hungry? Before they left, Sam said she would only order a drink. Yeah, sure, she said, surveying the restaurant. There isn't a plant-based meal to be found in this place. Jeff smiled at the memories of when she'd curl up next to him in a booth, no matter the restaurant. It was a time when she would listen to his every dream, and she would cheer him on. A simpler time without a mortgage, the jobs, and the pressures. Sitting next to each other in a booth for the first time in 8 years set a positive tone for the night. After a thorough review of their ideas over several drinks, it was decided. They were going into the knife sharpening business. There was a need, one that every household in the country could use. They reasoned that, like Jeff, people don't want to be bothered with this household task, from the inconvenience to the noise to the equipment hassles. They didn't bother with a business plan, but Jeff scribed a sense analysis into Nev, which he now carried with him at all times. It read, Control, no major dependencies. Entry, sharpening knives requires special tools and is a bit of a skill. Need, sharpening knives is inconvenient and they always go dull and offer a repeat customer component. Reorders, yeah. Time, big unknown. Must address this later once we learned more about the industry. Scale, the most potent commandment. Every household has knives, and they repeatedly go dull. Maybe franchise this nationally? When clarifying the size of the market, Jeff riffed an impersonation of the newly elected U.S. president. Billions and billions. His wife grimaced. Jeff loved playing the trump card. It was a button he could push to rile Sam. But he stopped short, careful not to ruin the productive tenor. Once the knife business was decided, they identified multiple value attributes to potentially skew, from mail-order services to pick-up and drop-off concierge to good customer service. They just couldn't decide which. Nonetheless, they were stoked. "How the hell do we start?" Jeff questioned. Sam toasted her half-empty margarita into the air, her third in the last hour. "Got to hand it to you, baby. I feel like this idea is worth millions." "Well, I guess we're officially problemologists now." Jeff snuffed a half-hearted giggle. "Because I don't know a damn thing about sharpening knives."
The old friends, old ways principle. Beware of old relationships as you fight for a new you. I once had a friend who laughed at me because I wanted to start a business. In his words, "You're wasting your college degrees," and "You should grow up and get a job." Then I had another friend. His best idea for wealth was to join one pyramid scheme after another. Each conversation was about some hot ground floor opportunity. By the way, if you ever hear the phrase ground floor opportunity, run the other way. Anyways, these folks are no longer my friends. The old friends, old ways principle explains that as you grow and morph into a new you, old relationships will fight for the old you. Anytime you arm yourself with new pens for a new story, the stagnant relationships in your life will resist. They will fight you, question you, and tease you. Deadweight is people who belittle your dreams. They don't support your growth or success. They encourage the status quo. They don't want you losing 50 pounds or becoming financially free. Leaving the rat race plantation is a threat to their self-worth and forces them to confront their own mediocrity. As the old saying goes, misery loves company. Deadweight could be coworkers, childhood friends, and even family. And you never know who is deadweight until they catch wind of your ambitious goals. Worse, if you go from done to doubt, old relationships can set you back into old ways. Ever read the headlines of professional athletes who always get in trouble after the off-season or in retirement? As the athlete advances in life, they hold on to old, troublesome relationships which keep them mired in the old ways. Once you take to the road to escape the rat race and let it be known, pay attention. The deadweight will emerge from the shadows to set you straight. "You're wasting your time. Dropping out of college is a mistake." Yes, big dreams will have big doubters. That's normal. Playing devil's advocate is a good exercise, and doubters can serve that purpose. However, when doubters cross the line into dead weight, you have to cut the anchor loose. Hanging out with losers will likely keep you a loser. Key concepts. Dead weight, people who belittle your dreams or don't support you should be left behind. Hanging on to dead weight can cause you to regress into old ways. Dead weight surfaces when you make your dreams known or when your dreams start gaining traction. The hunting ground strategy. Hunt where many rats are biting. To impact millions, you must reach millions and have something they want. The key to asymmetrical returns is to hunt where there are plenty of biting rats. Okay, perhaps the rat analogy is too crude. Let's be politically correct. Consumers. The volume of consumers who can use or want your product is demonstrated by your market's size for your specialized unit. In business terms, this is called your total addressable market, or TAM. If the target audience for your business is harp musicians who are 7 feet tall, you're fishing in a pond the size of a thimble. The market is poor, if not non-existent. While your product might solve a desperate need for towering harp players, its TAM muzzles leverage. TAM is like fishing in a body of water. The larger the watering hole, the more fish can be caught. The 4 bodies of water that lend to larger TAM sizes are as follows. The pond, your customers are in the city or community. The lake, your customers are in the state or the region. The sea, your customers are in the country. The ocean, your customers are in the world. There are 3 questions to ask in estimating your specialized unit's TAM. Number 1, if your geography or proximity was no issue, how many people would find value in your specialized unit? This determines your total unreachable market, or TUM. For example, if you owned an Indian restaurant, your TUM is everyone on the planet who enjoys Indian food. Your TAM, however, is only the local city. To estimate TAM-TUM figures, you will need to do some research from a top-down approach. Start with industry sources or marketing research companies like Gartner or Forrester. Then narrow the whole into its relative subset. For example, if your product served owners of poodles, all dog owners are the whole, all poodle owners are the subset. A couple of internet searches should give you a good idea if your idea is worth pursuing. Number 2, if TUM does not equal TAM, what needs to be done to transform TUM into TAM? Franchises? Chains? Internet orders? Change business models? Remember that fashion boutique in my small town? I asked the owner if she sold on the internet and she replied, no. TAM was not siphoning from TUM, so I could mathematically deduce that the venture was making little profit, if any. Number 3, can you effectively reach your TAM? If your relative value offer can't reach your market through marketing, the size doesn't matter. Even if you had an excellent product for 7-foot-tall harp players, how would you get your message or product in front of them? Ultimately, TAM and TUM figures are wildly variable and speculative. There are 2 best practices. Target markets large enough to make your estimates inconsequential. For instance, my books target people who want financial freedom. I'm also writing a mystery. A friend of mine sells dog accessories. These markets are large enough that our TAM estimates don't matter. There are millions, perhaps billions of fish in this ocean. Put another way, if you're dropping a nuclear bomb, you don't need a bullseye. Second, larger bodies of water will always have better TAMs, and inaccurate estimates are easily forgiven. Given a choice, it's easier to start in a larger body than to graduate from a smaller one. Going back to our Indian restaurant, to increase your TAM from TUM, you would have to open several restaurants, or start selling franchises. Instead of starting in the pond, the city, perhaps there are better opportunities in the ocean. Selling your secret Indian herbs and spices on the internet with worldwide distribution? An Indian cookbook? An Indian food product that could be sold worldwide? With my publishing company, I sell licenses to foreign publishers for non-English speakers who want to become entrepreneurs. With over 30 around the world, this transforms TUM into TAM. The Trotmans decided to start a knife sharpening business. Their initial TAM will be dependent how they structure their business model. Their TAM could be the entire country, or it could just be their city. Yes, big decisions are ahead. A significant TAM is the key to asymmetric returns, which is the key to leverage and large expected values. This is how your income can go from $42,000 a year, my one Indian restaurant, to $42,000 a month, my line of Indian spices. If you want to catch more fish, you'll need to put yourself in a bigger body of water. Key concepts. Your total addressable market, TAM, is the total audience who has an interest in your product or service. Your total unreachable market, TUM, is the people who might have an interest in your product but don't have access to it due to logistics or geography. Typically, the larger the TAM, the more potential for asymmetric returns. Chains, franchises, distribution units, and licenses can transform TUM to TAM. The Drake Equation Principle. A business plan is entrepreneurship's Drake equation. Suppose Frank Drake, the mind behind the astronomical Drake equation, started a business, in which case he'd no doubt spend considerable time preparing and researching, probably too much time. That's because entrepreneurship has its own Drake equation. It's called a business plan. If you're not familiar with the Drake equation, it's a mathematical equation with many immeasurable variables. Its purpose is to speculate on the number of intelligent civilizations in the universe that exist. The equation is n equals r powered times fp times ne times fl times fi times fc times l. Each variable represents a wild guess, like the fraction of stars with planets in the galaxy's average star formation. As such, the n, or the hypothesized answer, also varies wildly. The Drake equation principle affirms that a business plan is like a modern-day Drake equation with so many variables that such a plan is practically worthless. The market represents millions of minds, each with different value hierarchies. Individuals buy items based on different value skews and the perceived value communicated. It's an unpredictable and unforecastable body. No business plan survives first contact with the market. It's like that Mike Tyson quote, "Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face." And when the market chews up and spits out your business plan, you'll discover another truth. You shouldn't have wasted 6 months PowerPointing a business plan so perfect it should be in the National Archives. So unless you're seeking venture capital or investors, I'd skip the business plan. Instead, here are 7 things to identify. Number 1, does it make sense? Number 2, is the TAM large enough to change your life? How can TUM be expanded into TAM? Number 3, how many value attributes can you skew, and at what cost? Number 4, can you reach the market? Are there viable mediums and channels? Can you communicate or demonstrate your value skew? Number 5, how easy is it to replicate your solution once created? Number 6, how does this potential business align with your decisional framework established in your 1-5-10 Planacy? Number 7, do you have an exit strategy that can help you hit your escape number? And who would be a potential suitor for that exit? Spend a few hours on these questions, and you'll have the best business plan you can buy. And you can leave the Drake equations to the cosmologists. Key concepts. Business plans are as wild and speculative as the Drake equation. As soon as the business plan is executed into the market, it becomes invalid. Sense, TAM, skew, medium, replication, vision, and exit ideas suffice for a sufficient business plan. The 3A strategy. Act, assess, adjust, solve problems with a scientific method. Years ago, I taught myself how to code. It started at the library and then advanced to the internet forums. It was a decision that launched my mini empire, first to a specialized skill, then a specialized unit. Behind my blueprint for success, there was a simple formula that I relied on. This recursive formula should be the foundation for your entire entrepreneurial career, from idea to growth to liquidation. And if you want to succeed, you need to use it too. It's called the 3A method. It mimics one of the most widely known procedures for knowledge and skills acquisition, the scientific method. Remember, entrepreneurs are problemologists, which are pseudoscientists. Except your laboratory isn't a room with test tubes and beakers, but the many marketplaces that offer the rats their cheese. The 3A method is the experimental process for interacting within this lab, consisting of 3 steps. Number 1, act. Number 2, assess. Number 3, adjust. Number 1, act. The first act is the experiment itself. Anytime you launch action into the marketplace, the rats react, or they don't. This reaction creates your, quote, problem, which needs to be analyzed and then solved. For instance, let's say you launch a clothing line, and after $500 in advertising, you have 0 sales. In rat race parlance, your cheese didn't draw sniffs. It wasn't appealing. The experiment's result is a non-reaction from the marketplace. It also is a problem. Number 2, assess. The second tier within the 3A method is assess. Once you've identified the problem, oh my God, there's no sales, then identify possible causes for the problem. Is your clothing line unappealing to your target market? Did you research the right target market with your advertising? Is your advertising a compelling message for that audience? Is your website not designed to convert? Is your branding ineffective? The list of potential causes can be quite extensive. Your job as a scientific problemologist is to test these variables. Number 3, adjust. The final step is adjust. Once you've identified the problem and its potential causes, there should be many, you adjust one variable in your strategy. For instance, you might hypothesize that your advertising failed because you didn't target the right audience. As such, your adjustment might be to test a new marketing channel. Make the adjustment, act again, and repeat the experimental cycle with the new variable. If changing channels doesn't improve results, you might determine your advertising needs a new headline. Another adjustment is made. Altogether, these strategy tweaks might entail learning new skills, a lot of internet research, or reading books. You could recursively go through this process dozens of times before striking gold. Once you get your first sale, then the process restarts. Instead of asking, why am I getting no sales, the 3 A's narrow into more specific problems. Your new problem could be, why is only 1% of our traffic converting? Or, why are we getting a lot of returns and refunds? Strictly speaking, acting, assessing, and adjusting has no end date. Some years ago, the word, quote, pivot became an entrepreneurial buzzword and was bandied around like some phenomenal new concept. The scientific method, similar to the 3A method, has been around for centuries. Adjust is the infamous pivot, which is derived from the assess. But be warned, if you are acting, assessing, and adjusting, you will travel in a much different direction than intended. You get into business to sell X, and then you end up selling Y. For example, when I started my internet company, my vision wasn't lead generation, but I ended there. Had I not sold the company, lead generation would have morphed into online reservations and ride sharing. Likewise, Amazon started solely in the book space. When PayPal first launched, its original intention was payment processing for eBay's top sellers. Instagram started as a check-in location app and then deviated into photo sharing. Countless businesses start with one objective, but the 3 A's take them elsewhere. This is why business plans are overrated and like relying on a fair weather float plan to get you through a hurricane. You can read countless books on startups, marketing, and business, but nothing will prepare you for the market's volatility. No matter how tight a vehicle you run, your vehicle cannot change the weather and its data. If you're driving to China but the market is signaling you to Spain, stop fighting it. When the experiment gives you clues, the scientist doesn't resist, he adjusts. In 2015 on Chinese television, Elon Musk was quoted as saying that ideas are mostly wrong, and that they must be adapted and refined, and that success was basically recursive self-improvement, namely the 3A method. It is that mysterious process I continue to reiterate. Learn it, and you will succeed at whatever you do. The 3A method is entrepreneurship, and everything great in my life is because of it. First, it trained me to be a master problemologist, a scientist. Second, with each iterative cycle, I expanded my skills and knowledge base. Soon problems are solved easier and things progress faster. Past failures shrink knowledge gaps. Don't pivot, experiment. Then act, assess, and adjust. Key concepts. The execution process for unscripted entrepreneurship is like applying the scientific method indefinitely, not in a laboratory, but a marketplace. The 3 A's mimic the scientific method consisting of act, assess, and adjust. Act is the experiment itself, your offer placed in front of the market. Assess is the experiment's evaluation. Adjust is a minor shift in strategy which retests the original experiment. The 3A process is iterative and never ends. The expected value strategy. Maximize expected value. Match your potential skills with the largest potential outcome. Before leaving Chicago for Arizona, I had the opportunity to buy a business which also happened to be my employer, a small limousine service. The owner gave me a smoking, quote, no money down offer, one that I seriously considered, but ultimately I declined, and without the superpower of hindsight, I know it was the right decision. How? Had I bought that limousine service, I would have subjected myself to a business system where asymmetrical returns were nearly impossible. My income ceiling in that business was hampered by geography, hours in the day, and the number of cars I could finance. Even in my early 20s, I knew I wanted to go bigger, and buying a glorified taxi service was akin to me buying a job. Here's a big secret that no one will ever try explaining to you. Asymmetrical returns are impossible unless you match your near-term potential skills with the largest potential outcome. This does two things. First, it ensures that when execution is average or better, your profit is life-changing. Second, a large potential outcome gives you the largest expected value for your effort, even at low probability, such as less than 1%. If you're not familiar with expected value, or EV, it is a statistical concept that quantifies the nominal value you can expect from any action, especially if repeated many times. For example, a Las Vegas casino's expected value for gambling is about 5%. The casino stands to win 5 cents for every dollar you bet. Bet $100,000 over the night in many bets and you'll likely leave a loser with $95,000 or probably worse. Before I continue, keep this in mind. A 5% expected value built Las Vegas, a city beautified in luxury and richness. In our case, starting a business is an action, but few entrepreneurs ever consider expected value in their business opportunity selection process. Here's why you need to. If you play it safe in a business opportunity with a small TAM, you cheat both asymmetrical returns and expected value. In fact, the expected value could go negative, despite higher probabilities. The totality of your effort is marginalized with weak rewards. In my case, buying a limousine service would have rewarded me with a middle-class existence, and that was if I executed better than average. Here's another way of looking at it purely mathematically speaking. When it comes to business, evaluate opportunities like you would various games of chance with different awards and odds based on how well you play. Let's call it a value game. In our value game, prizes aren't awarded by a single organization, but by a global marketplace. And the global market routinely takes ordinary people and makes them millionaires and billionaires. Let's say you're reviewing 2 business opportunities, each with a startup cost of $5,000. The following chart outlines the opportunity's lifetime profit outcomes and their theoretical probabilities for execution. After reviewing these 2 scenarios and approaching it as if it were a game with awards, which game would you play? Game Business A. Excellent execution has a $1 million reward with 0.05% odds. Good execution has a $250,000 reward with 1% odds. Okay execution has a $50,000 reward with 3% odds. Fair execution has a $5,000 reward with a 5.95% odds. Failed execution is a $5,000 loss with 90% odds. Game or Business B. Excellent execution has a $20 million reward with 0.025% odds. Good execution has a $10 million reward with 0.125% odds. Okay execution has a $5 million reward with 1.85% odds. Fair execution has a $50,000 reward with 3% odds. And failed execution, losing all $5,000 of your money, has odds of 95%. At a glance, logic appears to say that Game A or Business A is a good choice. With the given odds, you have a 10% chance of minimally doubling your money. Best case, a return of 50 times. Additionally, your odds of profit are double, 10% versus 5%. Game Business B, on the other hand, has a bigger risk of failure, 95% versus 90%, and only gives you a 5% chance of profit. If you think Game Business A is the safer bet, you would be terribly wrong. When these opportunities and probabilities are analyzed, the expected value clearly says that Game Business B is the best bet, not just marginally, but by a staggering amount. The expected value of Game Business A is minus $1,078 or minus 21.5%. The expected value of Game Business B is over $106,000 or 2,135%. These figures represent the power of asymmetry as it deals with expected outcomes. Despite bad odds and super low probability, your best bet is always to choose the opportunity with bigger outcomes as it blows up expected value and the probabilities of your effort. Remember, Las Vegas is built on 5% EV. Business B has an expected value of 2,135%, while Business A is negative. Potentially outsized returns are the key to asymmetric returns, even when you don't execute exceptionally. Of course, this analysis requires some self-reflection. If you never started a business and your first business idea is to take your $5,000 and start the next Amazon, you're delusional. Yes, you've attacked the market with huge potential outcomes, but you've failed to match your potential skills with reasonability. Your probability for success in that venture is exactly 0. Potential outcomes are irrelevant. The optimum decision in both business and this game scenario is a careful balancing act. First, take the opportunity wherever your maximum potential meets non-zero probability. For clarity, maximum potential is knowledge and talents you can reasonably learn with discipline and practice. Specifically, the business you should start isn't the easiest one. It's the one that you feel gives you the most considerable reward for your effort, even if you execute averagely. Second, you have to be honest with yourself. Is your business a delusional stretch that is forcing your odds of success to 0 and your odds of failure at 100%? Of course, the entrepreneurial reality isn't as simple as playing a game with a $5,000 entry fee, but our analogy isn't much different. When you engage the marketplace with a business venture, you're buying game tickets with tremendous odds that no government organization could ever offer. Only the global market can. The question is, are you buying tickets for a value game that appear to have better chances but offer lower rewards? Or are you challenging yourself in a game where excellent execution, or worse, average execution, can change your life? Decent execution in a large TAM opportunity might change your life. Decent execution in a small opportunity might pay your bills. Every company I started cost less than $5,000 to form, just like this game. And each one of them had the potential for asymmetrical returns, even if I executed just averagely. Going back to our decision between Business A and Business B, that was the choice I was faced with many years ago. Business A was buying that limousine service. Business B was starting an internet company serving the limousine industry. Because my execution was good, I was rewarded with a lifetime of financial freedom, instead of a middle-class existence of survival. Don't play the rat race to optimize mediocrity and survival, play to change your life. Asymmetric returns need significant potential outcomes which drive up expected values. If you have no business experience, job or otherwise, you might need to start smaller than you'd like to turn 0 probability into a probability. That's perfectly okay. Overall, we're matching your potential skills with what you can learn, with opportunities that have the largest outcomes, so no chance becomes a chance. Do so, and success won't be a matter of luck, but of probability and expected value. Key concepts. Match your skills or potential skills with the largest potential outcome to maximize asymmetric returns and expected value. Working with a large potential outcome, even at low probability, less than 1%, gives you the largest expected value on your effort and can make average to above average execution worthwhile. Avoid opportunities that have 0 probability for success when referenced against your near-term potential. The expected value of, quote, playing it safe or dabbling in a small TAM is often negative, despite higher probabilities. Expected value requires many shots, failures and misses, to be valid.
The Desert of Desertion. Saturday, June 17th, 2017, 8:03 p.m. 148 days later. It was a Saturday night at the kitchen table, the scheduled date and time of the Trotmans' weekly board meeting. But neither Jeff nor Samantha were talking business. 5 months had passed since deciding to start a knife sharpening business, but Jeff saw their meeting as progress. The last time they met to discuss their business venture was 3 weeks ago. With Madison at a friend's sleepover, Jeff and his wife ate their late dinner alone. Aside from an occasional drooling beg from Bella, who stalked their meal, an eerie silence hung over the table. Jeff wondered if he had done something wrong. His wife slurped her pasta while eyeing her phone vacantly. Oddly, it was locked with a black screen. Jeff saw no messages displayed and spied his wife's reflection, an empty gaze as if she was hypnotized by the dark abyss. Enough of this, he thought. For the last few weeks, his wife had been distant and dour. Melancholy, he speculated, thinking it was the fitting word. He wasn't happy with their business progress either, but he didn't let it affect him. Not like this. Even culinary hygiene was abandoned. Red sauce soiled the outside of her mouth. Her fork clinked and clanked against her dinner plate, again and again, its chaotic song disrupting the quiet. Clank, clink, clink. With each, the weight of what Jeff knew grew heavier. He felt like quitting the knife venture and feared broaching the subject. His wife's gloom indicated she might have felt the same. Gone was the energy and the enthusiasm they felt about their business venture. Also gone was the excitement of setting themselves free, as the DeMarco books described. It felt as if each week's problems and their challenges were a slap to reality. Months earlier, they'd agreed that they'd start a subscription knife sharpening business. They weren't sure about the logistics, just that the process had to be seamless for the customer. Drop dull knives in the mail, get them back sharp a week later. The first problem they encountered was the high cost of sharpening equipment. Another problem quickly followed: the prohibitive shipping cost and the custom boxes they needed for the task. With all the costs involved, not including the actual time spent to sharpen a knife, Jeff just couldn't get the numbers to work. A few weeks ago, Sam had joked as she reviewed her to-do lists and their associated costs. "There's a ton of issues here, issues which won't be easy to solve." "Assuming we get that far," Jeff added. Tone snarky, he asked, "And who's sharpening the knives? Me in the garage?" Despite the business problems begging for a solution, life added to the problematic minutia. Sam's nursing group was transferred to Mercy Hospital, which lengthened her commute time 25 minutes. With the added stress, dealing with new doctors and procedures, she had little energy left to give to the dream. They started missing their weekly Saturday meetings. Soon it was implied that neither had any progress to report. No action, no results. Worse, Madison caught an ear infection, which landed them in a pediatric ER for 7 hours, followed by multiple doctor visits. As such, they had to cancel her 9th birthday party. With life in the way, they were closer to Uzbekistan than their unscripted dream. Back at the kitchen table, Jeff looked up from his sandwich, still chewing, and broke the silence. "The numbers don't work." She paused from her phone, her eyes shifty and unfocused. He mashed his lips and knocked on the table. "Hello? Our business? This knife thingy?" Sam slowly nodded as if time had stopped, seemingly calculated, her thoughts miles away. Her face hardened and her blue eyes grayed as if she was looking through Jeff, not at him. She answered, monotone and despondent. "Yes, our business." Jeff instantly noticed the distress telegraphed by her face. Shock, confusion, sadness, but reserved and controlled, as if resigning to fate. The expression seemed oddly familiar. After a moment, he realized it was from the famous Titanic movie. Sam had the same sullen expression the captain gave to a passenger when asked about the sinking boat's fate. Sam rubbed the back of her neck and then turned back to her smartphone. She fixated her gaze on the looking glass again, as if betrayed by her own reflection. Jeff put his palm on her wrist, but said nothing. He sensed something of gravity, something beyond knives, lathes, and custom mailing boxes. "Samantha," he asked softly, "what's going on?" She looked up, facing him, eyes withdrawn, tears welling. Gently placing her palms on her husband's knees, she pressed her lips and swallowed hard. Hesitation again as her eyes wandered at the wall. She finally spoke. "I'm pregnant."
The Desertion Principle. Beware of curveballs hurled from the desert of desertion. In many ways, your first customer as an entrepreneur is like your first kiss or your first love. My first customer was Julie from Melbourne, Florida. I remember her name because as my first customer, Julie helped me escape the desert of desertion. I was paid not only money, but water. The desertion principle is an expectation that your business process will be difficult and motivation will wane to the point of quitting. When it happens, you're lost in the desert of desertion. The gods of mediocrity are attempting to steal your dream. As the name implies, the desert of desertion is a phase of intense struggle. It is when you feel your goals are slipping away, or worse, lost. It's when life gets in the way, from a child with a common cold to a hard day at work to unexpected bills. There's a lot of work ahead and many problems to be solved. Altogether, motivation is sparse, and the dream has been scarred by life's minutia. Be warned, the desert of desertion is a rite of passage. Every unscripted success story has gone through it, and you must as well. The longer your feedback loop remains disconnected, the tougher the desert is. Unfortunately, most who enter this arid land die with their dreams. The desert of desertion is a cemetery of unfilled aspirations, and its hell is a lifetime of weekday horrors. If you, quote, try to be an unscripted entrepreneur and fail at business once and quit, the desert thanks you for adding your dream to its tapestry of quitters. You are at milepost 1 on a 40-mile journey. From a hanging curve like a pregnancy to a slider like a job loss, curveballs are the desert's way of testing your mettle. It wants to know if your purpose is strong and your sacrifice worthy. It wants to know if you want it badly enough. It wants to know if the book of you is a story fit for newspapers or a story fit for the garbage bin. The desert of desertion awaits. Defend your dream or have it die in the sand. Key concepts. Expect a period called the desert of desertion, a phase where the feedback loop is disconnected, motivation sparse, and quitting seems likely. The desert of desertion is where all dreams die. The baseball principle. One swing doesn't make a season. In 2013, at the age of 33, David Reichart taught himself to make mobile games while he parked cars as a valet. He worked to close his knowledge gap and expand his skills. In 6 months, he built 40 games and found himself in the desert of desertion. Those games only earned about $40, and asymmetric returns were nowhere to be found. Color Switch was his 41st game, a game that eventually would break through the desert. It would be downloaded over 200 million times. Good thing David didn't give up after his 40th at-bat. If you ever played baseball or softball, you know that one swing at the plate, one at-bat, and one game does not make a good player. Many seasons make a career for the pros, each filled with many good games and many bad ones. The baseball principle states that one swing at business, or better, multiple swings, does not make you an entrepreneur. In one game, you might go 0 for 3, popping out and striking out twice. One try is one action, a solitary swing. You register a domain, you read a code book, or you write down an idea. An at-bat is you launching a website, placing a Facebook ad, or making a blog post. A full game is the outcome of that action series and how you react to it. Only a season is meaningful. A business executed to real failure or real success. Success typically demands several seasons, and the level of success in any season can be classified likewise: a single, double, triple, or a home run. The problem is, some quit after the first swing or at one at bat, but most quit just after one game, and your first game will be lousy. Like baseball, entrepreneurship has a lot of ups and downs, streaks and slumps, wins and losses. Say you lost $1,000 on a bad marketing channel, your manufacturer botches an order, or you cold called a great new client. Yes, entrepreneurship is bipolar. So if the late Joe DiMaggio was your hitting coach, would you quit on him after a foul ball or a strikeout, after one bad game? Remember, for the entire mathematical system of expected value, asymmetrical returns, and improved probability are dependent on many occurrences. Otherwise, randomness will win a short time series. For instance, losing 2 coin flips in a row, 25% chance, would not be unusual. Remember, that outcome is neither lucky nor unlucky. But losing all 7 calls, well, that's probability 0.007815, or 0.7%. No, you don't need to fail 1,000 businesses, but, quote, one try rarely works, and it won't test inflated expected values. It's like taking one blindfolded swing at a piñata and expecting to hit it open. Every game David Reichart built, regardless of success or failure, was another flip of the coin which improved his probability for striking leverage. In better news, failing seasons are much shorter than successful seasons. In 2 years, I endured 6 failing seasons. That means I had 6 seasons of experience in education, making each subsequent season more probable for success. I had a good 7th season, which lasted 4 years, my 8th season 7 years, and my 9th and current season 8 years and still going. I'm 3 for 9, batting .300, and I'd classify all my hits as just singles and doubles. As reported by entrepreneurs on my forum, the average number of business failures before profit is around 8. Nothing great ever comes from one try. One try can't lose 200 pounds, and it can't bake a great souffle. One try is like a drug, a quick dopamine hit of fleeting feel-good. If you're shopping for a baseball bat, but deep down you know you're going to be one and done, keep the job and save your time. This unscripted stuff is not something you try, it's something you live. Key concepts. Succeeding at entrepreneurship is like baseball. 1 or 2 swings at the plate is not enough practice for success, much less competence. Your entrepreneurial career should be segregated into at-bats, games, and seasons. To take advantage of big expected values, multiple at-bats and games will likely be required. Nothing great or lasting comes from one try. The probability hacking strategy. Stop dreaming for luck. Start manipulating probability. While speaking at the 2020 Fastlane Summit, I asked for a volunteer to come up on stage. I'd guess only 20% of the room raised their hand. After picking a volunteer, a man came on stage and I promptly gave him a crisp $50 bill. I told him, "Thank you, that's yours, you can sit down." The audience laughed but was a bit dumbfounded. I then polled the audience to see why only a few volunteered. The answers vary, but 3 common ones were uncertainty, comfort, and introversion. And this was in a room full of entrepreneurs. Behind this exercise is a harsh truth. All the reasons why you aren't succeeding are the same reason why most people did not volunteer. Yet after giving this man $50 for doing nothing, can you guess how many hands would have gone up if I asked for another volunteer? I'm betting near 100%. All because uncertainty disappeared and probabilities became visible. Did the man who got the free $50 get lucky? Or did he just manipulate probability by raising his hand? Here's another way of looking at it. Suppose I offer you $5 million to correctly call a coin flip, and you lose. I'm guessing you'd curse yourself unlucky. This type of missed opportunity would sting for a long, long time. Now let's assume that I give you another chance to call the coin flip, and you win. Except you don't win $50 or $5 million. You win a measly $1. Now be honest. Since you won, would you now label yourself as lucky? I'm guessing this Pyrrhic victory wouldn't change your unlucky viewpoint of losing the earlier $5 million coin flip. If anything, it probably salts the wound. Yet in both cases, the probability of calling the coin flip was exactly the same. The only difference between the 2 flips was the reward and the emotions tied to the outcome. In other words, despite identical probabilities, luck will be felt when there is a significant outcome. Put another way, luck is emotional, probability is logical. In the lottery, one winner won 10 million and 10 million people lost. Neither the winner nor losers were lucky or unlucky, but mere participants in a probability event. The 10 million losers don't curse themselves unlucky because they know the probability is 1 in a gazillion. But undoubtedly, the winner will be cast as lucky. Someone had to win, and the guy who does gets the luck label. As rewards rise for any probabilistic event, so do the emotions. Like emotions, luck is ethereal and only exists as a mental construct, a human fabrication as much as humans invented Monday through Friday as presumptive workdays. For many people, luck is a fancy word that explains a significant result with unknown, often low odds. The only thing that truly exists is probability. The fact is, if you can influence probability, you can influence outcomes and the appearance of luck. Think of it this way. Every day you drive, there's a real probability that you will get into an accident and die. Let's say it's 1 in a million. But today you choose to hack probability and drive drunk. Congrats, you just manipulated probability, which now stands at 1 in 100,000. Further, you choose to drive twice the speed limit. Boom. Probability moves again. Now it's 1 in 1,000. But that isn't enough. You're a master probability hacker and choose to run every red light you encounter. Suddenly, probability is 1 in 3. Is luck anywhere or just probability? Probability is like oxygen or radio waves. It exists but stays hidden. Despite this, you can hack probability. And if you can hack the odds, you can rig the game and summon the appearance of luck. Here's how. Every choice you make hacks probability, either positively or negatively. When you make the right choices day after day, probability continually improves. At some point, low probability becomes a fair probability. Make the wrong decisions and you hack probability against you. In either case, luck will be blamed and emotions will boil. As an entrepreneur, you have this magnificent power to move probability, including the outcomes they represent. Think about that for a moment. You can manipulate the variables in this game. Going back to our hypothetical value game, you can 1. Dictate the opportunities you pursue, the potential reward via TAM, and you can 2. Dictate your effort as long as you're willing to pay the game fee. Probabilities are improved by taking more shots, more coin flips. Remember, the entrepreneur who plays once and gives up does not take advantage of larger expected values or probability manipulation. I tried those DeMarco Sense methods and it doesn't work. He sucks. The problem with many entrepreneurs is they're stepping into the batter's box and swinging once for little rewards. Yes, there are many variables you cannot control, which also affect probability. No biggie, that's life. But probability hacking is not about controlling the uncontrollable, but controlling what you can. You can control hard work in a system with potential leverage. You can control the industry you work within. You can use sense as a framework or not. You can control consumption-based money chasing versus value adding. You can control how many tries you input into the system. You can control how you spend your time. You can control where you live within your country, sometimes outside as well. You can control how your mind thinks and how it classifies events. You can control working in a system where non-zero probabilities are eliminated and favorable EV bets are made. You can control how you regard luck and its probabilities. You can control how many principles in this book you follow. While you might not see the odds improve like a flashing neon sign, they do. It's freaking mathematical wizardry, and your choices are the magic wand. In the simplest terms, think of it this way. Great business opportunity selection gives you better rewards and outcomes. The marketplace's coin flip fairy isn't offering $1,000 to win a flip, she's offering $10 million. Great choices give you 2 chances to call a coin flip. Average work gets you 1. Laziness gets you 0. Make choices that give you the mathematical edge. The only law that matters is mathematics. Pursue opportunities with high EV outcomes so effort pays asymmetrically. Eliminate the 0 probabilities and hack probability by flipping coins more often. You'll change your outcomes. Business is like standing on stage and handing out money. You know raising your hand pays off. Raise it enough times and luck will call on you. Key concepts. Every choice you make hacks probability, either for better or for worse. Luck is emotional and abstract. Probability is concrete and logical. As rewards rise for any probabilistic event, so do the emotions. Probability hacking is about changing the odds regarding things you can control, like how you spend your time, the opportunities chosen, and the friends you keep. Probability exists, even though you can't see it. Better choices give you better probabilities, and hence induces luck.
Resolve Steeled. Saturday, June 17th, 2017, 1:12 a.m. 5 hours later. After hearing Sam's pregnancy confession, Jeff lurched from his seat, not in shock, but fear. His wife's glum reporting twisted his heart in worry. After Sam reeled back, he hung over her and gently placed his hands on her cheeks. Breathlessly, he huffed, "Oh my God, is the baby okay?" Sam sat silent, her face telegraphing bewilderment. After she removed her husband's hands from her cheeks, she shook her head and said, "Jeff, I'm not even 6 weeks in. I haven't seen a doctor yet." She hesitated, her face softening as if a backpack of bricks had left her shoulders. Confused, she swayed her head and looked up at him. "You're not upset I'm pregnant?" Jeff's face returned the confusion. Then, "So your depression," he waggled his fingers at her, "is because you think I'll be upset?" She proffered her red-handed smirk, a look Jeff had seen many times. Jeff called it red-handed because Sam had the worst poker face on the planet. Whenever she fibbed or had to admit a mistake, Sam's smirk would not only give it away, but her face would flush crimson. When she brought Bella home as a pound puppy, she insisted it was temporary. In her words, "We're only going to be foster parents until she finds a good home." Insert a red-handed smile, and Jeff knew that Bella was staying. When Jeff caught her pale skin darken red, his smile faded. He charged, "Wait a second, was this something you planned behind my back? I thought you were still on birth control." Her eyes flared shock and she stood. No, she asserted. "No, you aren't on birth control?" "I meant no, I didn't plan it. And no, I'm not on birth control anymore. We stopped making love years ago. I didn't renew my prescription. It's only this year that we..." She hesitated. Well, started going at it like two college kids again. Jeff sank to the kitchen chair. He peered up and asked, "So what's this all about? You've been walking around here like someone killed your puppy. You should be happy. We've always wanted 2 children." Sam sat again and explained. Surprisingly, no tears flowed. Jeff understood, and the mood turned from helplessness to happiness. Sam admitted that she'd thought another baby would be the death of their dreams. She feared Jeff would only insist on playing it safe and revert to the status quo, cowering in fear back to a scripted existence, the one where lovemaking and flirtation were not, part of the script. And it had saddened her for weeks, leaving her pale and without optimism. She thought it was over, their marriage, their business, their dream, and their sanity. Life would once again relapse to a weekday hell punctuated by a weekend bribe. They'd become caretakers of their kids and nothing more, other than hoping their kids would grow up to live boldly different. Jeff made himself a margarita and gave his wife one, sans tequila, of course. They toasted, and then Jeff reassured her. "I'm in this unscripted business till death do us part," he said chummily, "or I die trying." Turns out, expecting another baby steeled their resolve. Before they got married, they'd agreed on 2 children, but now they wanted freedom. The freedom to build a sane existence inside an insane world. On Sunday morning, they conferenced and reaffirmed their weekly business meeting. Jeff looked at his wife. She was wearing a pink Bulls jersey and matching pink headband, which pulled her blonde hair back. She was out of her dingy pajamas, which meant her mood had improved. The summer sunshine glowed through the window and illuminated her face. Her bereft cloak melted away. Jeff opened Nev and presented the business numbers to Sam. After reviewing it, they agreed to drop the knife idea. Even if they solved the logistical issues, the numbers didn't seem to work, and it felt as if they were creating themselves a job. Jeff volunteered. "I say we go back to the drawing board, find a better idea." Sam massaged her chin deep in thought. Then, "But maybe our idea is fine, we're just giving up too early. Or not solving the problems we're facing. We're supposed to be problemologists, but we haven't solved any problems." She hesitated, then remarked, "I was so sure we were onto something. I hate sharpening knives." Jeff shook his head. "No, you saw the numbers. It just isn't going to work." He lifted up Nev to his face. "I'm going to loop through my notebook again at the ideas we had. In the meantime, let's keep our eyes peeled for anything that might work. Remember," he said, "opportunity hides in language like 'I wish' or 'I want.' And 'I hate,'" Sam added. Jeff nodded. "We've just got to keep our ears peeled." With a flowery smile, Sam concurred, "It's good to be back in business."
The napkin strategy. Run the numbers or have them run you. Recently, an inventor visited my forum and unveiled his product. It was an apparatus that stored bath scales on the walls. For folks with small bathrooms, the product appeared to solve a need. It struck up some mixed reviews, some likes, some dislikes. But what the group did agree on was its price point. Its relative value wasn't worth $99, its price point, but more like $19 or $29. Looking back, and this is my personal opinion, I'd love to be wrong, this inventor probably shouldn't have proceeded with the idea, unless the product could be produced at an appealing price point and provided enough profit for the inventor. Here are the numbers you should run to determine if any idea is worth pursuing. The sales price, the relative and perceived value at which the consumer will need to buy. Is this price realistic based on the value received? Or is it an arbitrary price designed to make you a profit but few sales? The former should set the price, not the latter. The manufacturing price, the cost to produce 1 unit. The net profit per unit, sales price minus manufacturing cost. The customer acquisition cost, the cost to find 1 customer by marketing. Is the TAM large enough to boost expected value? What are the initial costs to go from idea to market to your first sale? Is this reasonable within your financial situation? The lifetime value of a new customer. Do they buy over and over or just once? Are there channels or mediums to reach your audience with an offer? You'd be surprised how many entrepreneurs visit my forum seeking business riches yet never run the numbers. Is your effort worth the potential profit, enough to pay the bills, change your life? Does the time you're investing warrant the potential payoff? Or are you just building yourself a job? In the case of our scale apparatus, the numbers simply don't work well on paper. Yes, the product might solve a need, but it doesn't do so in a meaningful way that both gives the customer value and gives the entrepreneur a significant profit. One must be sacrificed for the other. Worse, once purchased, the customer, currently a family unit, is unlikely to buy more. It's a, quote, one-and-done product. Remember, entrepreneurship is tough, from inventing to sense-based enterprises to a pizza joint on the corner. If you're creating a specialized unit in a business system, ascertain that the numbers are working for you, not against you. Key concepts. Before pursuing any business, you should run an extensive analysis of the numbers implicit in the business model. Sales price, manufacturing, acquisition cost, TAM, ad mediums, etc. A great business idea isn't a great idea if the numbers can't induce leverage and asymmetric returns. The optimum experience strategy. Select a business model that optimizes the customer experience. In early 2007, Netflix started offering online streaming as it began to adjust its business model away from mailing DVDs. As technology and bandwidth improved, it became clear that mailing physical DVDs was an unsustainable business model. Had the company not shifted, Netflix would have failed like Blockbuster. Speaking of failure, did you know in 2000 Netflix offered itself as an acquisition to Blockbuster for a mere $50 million? They declined. Anyhow, a great business idea strapped with the wrong business model, or soon to be wrong, is destined to fail. You're in the right neighborhood, but at the wrong house. And business models can be great in one year, but suck in another. This was the predicament I found in my own business. As consumer expectations changed, I knew I wasn't offering the optimum customer experience, the key to uncovering the optimum business model. Whenever you're solving problems with your business, start with the customer experience as if you were a snap-your-fingers genie. If money and resources were unlimited, what would the best customer experience look like? When you work backward from the best customer experience, it can help you uncover the right business model. Question is, does that business model work with the numbers? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Let's use the knife sharpening business as an example. I don't know about you, but I can't see myself packing a bunch of knives in a box and dropping them in the mail. Yeah, dull blades are a problem and I hate sharpening them. That's the right neighborhood. But packing them in a box and waiting a week or so to get them back? That rings like the wrong house. If we work back from the optimal customer experience, how would that look and feel? What is the most convenient consumer experience to have dull knives sharpened? Does it seem logical from a functional perspective for people to send knives in the mail? What knives do they use while they're gone? Sure, these are challenges to solve, but are they worth solving? Would you wait a week for your car's tires to be replaced? The answer to these problems might be a personal home visit and a roving mobile unit. The technician arrives at your home, sharpens the dull knives in his mobile van, and then returns them a mere hour later. Once you identify the optimal experience, you can then work backwards on the problems presented by that experience. Can you sharpen knives in a van? What are the challenges? What is the price point and the cost of performance, from labor to vehicle expenses? How many can you do in a day? Can it be scaled with multiple vans, multiple regions, and multiple states? The optimal customer experience and their solved problems exposes the numbers and will tell you immediately if the numbers work or not. If they do, start solving problems. Key concepts. You can have a great idea based on needs and problems, but the business model for executing that idea can still suck. To identify a business model, reverse engineer the solution from the best customer experience and problem solve from there. Once a business model is identified from an optimal customer experience, it must also be mathematically feasible to profit and scale.
Love works as well as hate. Thursday, June 22nd, 2017, 2:45 p.m. 5 days later. Meet tonight instead of Saturday? The text was from Jeff. Moments later, another chime. We need to chat ASAP. Sam texted back. I work at 11. Can't we just wait until Saturday? Yes, I know, but this can't wait. Sam texted back a thumbs up. She wondered about the urgency. Did he lose another $1,400 on some harebrained t-shirt business? For the next 3 hours, she couldn't relax. Her mind ran wild with all kinds of speculation. She figured Jeff had made another impetuous, unilateral decision and was going to lobby some position. Sam situated herself at the kitchen table and waited for Jeff's arrival. She only had to wait 10 minutes, as he was early. After Jeff galloped to the top of the stairs, he regarded his wife and sat immediately. His tie was still snug on his neck, his suit jacket slung over his shoulder. He dropped his briefcase and immediately sat down next to her. No bathroom break, no refrigerator detour for a snack, no tie loosening, nothing. He smirked, pulling out Nev and a pencil. Frenetically, he started thumbing through its pages. Relief washed over Sam when she realized her husband was excited, not distressed. She asked, "Well, what couldn't wait until the weekend?" Jeff shifted to face his wife, nervously tapping the pencil on the table. He said, "Remember DeMarco said opportunities hide in language? Things like, 'I hate' or 'I'm tired,' phrases of dissatisfaction. For the last week I've been busting my balls hoping to hear something, anything, but I heard nothing." He peeked back at Nev, then continued, pace quicker. "So then I started thinking about the past year. Was there a hate I missed there? At work, in life, here around the townhouse? My thoughts drifted to Thanksgiving dinner. The one last year when my family was here?" Sam interrupted. "You mean last year's Thanksgiving travesty when you got into a debate with your dad about Trump? Then you argued for an hour about the Cubs-White Sox rivalry." Jeff laughed. "Yes, but I recall it wasn't just about politics or baseball. When my mom forgot you were vegan and you refused to eat turkey stuffing, you embarrassed me and said food jammed in a dead bird's carcass wasn't appetizing." She winced. Jeff continued. "Anyway, the tension was so thick you could slice it. And then I remembered something about that night because it was brutally cold out, something that stood out against all the negativity." He rocked his seat forward and then asked, "What if opportunity isn't just in the language of hate, but in the language of love? And what if that love could solve a hate?" His eyes flickered with anticipation, now expecting Sam to figure out his cryptic story. "Think, Samantha, amongst all the family bickering, what was loved at the Thanksgiving we hosted?" Sam narrowed her brow in thought. She stared at the floor, trying to reflect back on a stressful family night that she wanted forgotten. A moment turned into minutes. And then, like a subtle knock at the door, it occurred to her. As she remembered and put it together, the knock became a pounding. Then, like an avalanche, it broke through. She lifted her head, her eyes now as wide as Jeff's. "Oh my God, you're right. How could I not see it?" She shifted back in her chair and stared hard at the ceiling in disbelief. She confirmed what Jeff alluded to. "Everyone loved the soup we had before dinner. Your parents, your sister and her family, my cousin, they all wanted the recipe. And heck, they're not even vegan." She scratched at her temple in more thought, then added, "People at the hospital love my soup too. Again, people who aren't even vegan." "You mean Janice?" "Yes, even Janice." She turned to Jeff swiftly. "And you love my soup and you're as finicky as anyone." She rubbed her mouth, eyes sparkling. "Yes, but this is more than non-vegans liking your soup," Jeff added. "You know how long you've been complaining about no vegan soup at the store? Years. And then when you want it, you complain about having to make it." She affirmed, "True, it's a pain in the ass." Then, "Hey, there's that negative language DeMarco talked about." They both flashed self-satisfied smiles at each other until Jeff's melted away. Instantly, his whole demeanor changed as if he'd just learned his winning lottery ticket was for the wrong week. "What is it?" Sam asked. "Maybe it isn't such a good idea," he reflected. "What if plant-based food is just a fad? Hot today but cold tomorrow?" Sam vigorously shook her head. "It isn't. I've been vegetarian most of my life and vegan for at least 5. I only see it growing. It'll be mainstream in a few years." Jeff mocked. "But you're biased. Of course you think that." He nodded at her and then continued. "I'm married to a vegan and I have no intention of giving up my burgers or pizza." She pursed her lips. "I know, but many people like me go vegan because of the animal atrocities. Then there's climate and environmental reasons, and of course the health benefits." "The health aspect is debatable," he said. "There was a Joe Rogan podcast and—" She interrupted. "I know," she shrugged, "but the animal and climate issues are stone-cold facts." She paused and let him process, his mood lightening. The night shift nurse continued. "And besides, who's in better shape with a better lipid panel, me or you?" She cinched the 2 inches of belly fat careening over his belt. He sneered. "Oh, come on, that's not fair." She smiled. "Anyway, half the young girls I work with at the hospital are either vegetarian or vegan. It's a trend being driven by younger generations, and I expect it to continue." Jeff sighed. "You sure? This is a big decision for us." "I'd bet my unborn child on it." "That sure, huh?" She cast a self-assured smirk. "Absolutely." Jeff's smile returned. Well, that decides it. This could be our gold mine. If people who aren't vegans love your soup, can you imagine what your fellow vegans will think? We found a need, and you have a delicious solution. Jeff quickly turned to Nev and flipped its pages frantically toward Sam. He confessed, I didn't sleep last night and got nothing done at work today. Sam saw a colorful menagerie filled with graphs, pictures, addresses, telephone numbers, and other indecipherable scribbles. He grinned slyly and declared, and I've never been so excited about something vegan in my life.
The Jockstrap Jane Strategy. Don't wait to be starving to feed an appetite. If you don't know Chip Wilson, he's probably the most loved man on the planet. And get this, he's loved by other men. And the rest don't know who he is. You see, Mr. Wilson is Lululemon's founder, the company who pioneered yoga pants way back in 1998. I haven't read his recent biography, but I'm going to take a wild guess that Mr. Wilson is not an avid user of his product, stretchy black tights. In short, you don't have to use your specialized unit of relative value. You only have to be sure of its worth to other people. Namely, feeding an appetite doesn't require you to share the same hunger. One who sells a bottle of water doesn't need to be thirsty himself. The world's insatiable appetite for wants, needs, and desires are yours for the filling. To quench others' thirst, you only need to see and understand their thirst. You don't have to share it. Nowhere in the entrepreneurial rulebook states that you have to be an avid user of your product. Yes, you must believe in your product and its worldly value skew, but you don't necessarily have to be its own customer. It's like an atheist who sells thousands of dollars in Bibles. Toast the champagne glass, true story. The founder of Keurig K-Cups, John Sylvan, he recently reported that he doesn't use them. Me, I spent 10 years in the limo business. You know how many times I rented a limo? Once. You can sell pet gear and own no pets. Opportunities hold no prejudices. Relative value doesn't care if you love an industry, share a gender, or use the product yourself. Bob can sell bras, and Jane can sell jock straps. Let the market sort it out while you roll in the dough. Key concepts. You don't have to be an avid or passionate user of your product or service. You only have to be passionate about the results of your effort, the value you provide to customers, the difference you make for the world and your family. The engagement strategy. Engage the world, and opportunities will never be a problem. Since becoming an author more than a decade ago, I've come up with hundreds of ideas and opportunities in the book publishing space. I'm actually working on one of them now. Many of those ideas would later come to life as other entrepreneurs took advantage of the same voids I saw. Likewise, since adopting a plant-based lifestyle, the same thing happens today. I see dozens of plant-based opportunities ripe for solutions. In fact, I'm so flush with ideas that I have my own Nevi notebook filled with them. If you want an endless book of ideas waiting to be exploited, start engaging the world. Get out of the house. Take on a new hobby, a new job, a new purpose, or a new project. Anytime you engage the world, you set yourself up to spot ideas. Every venture I've undertaken occurred because I was engaged. From jobs to market interactions with multiple failures, to engagement in specialized and observable knowledge. When people complain about having no ideas, it means they're stuck in their own bubble and not engaging the real world. In short, you don't spot ideas sitting on your couch, stuffing your face with Pringles while watching Netflix. You don't spot ideas sleeping until noon and watching YouTube videos all afternoon. The Trotmans discovered several ideas, both of them bona fide opportunities, simply because they observed their own struggles. Dull knives suck. Having no plant-based soups on store shelves sucks. Get out into the world and see what sucks and what needs fixing. As Captain Picard of Star Trek fame says, engage. Key concepts. New ideas or opportunities are unearthed through any type of engagement, jobs, hobbies, or otherwise. You can't spot ideas or opportunities confined in a bubble. The Cinderella Principle. A business with an expiration date is not a good business. What would you say if I told you I was going to start a leg warmer business? How about a business focused on BMX bikes, lava lamps, or blow-up chairs? You'd probably tell me I was crazy. And yet entrepreneurs chased these fads as they peaked and then later plummeted. Newsflash. If you're selling a fad today, you won't be selling one tomorrow. Fads die, as do their businesses. The Cinderella principle holds that a business based on a fad has an expiration date because they have a self-extinguishing demand. Once the clock strikes midnight, the company turns into a pumpkin. Starting a business is challenging enough. Handicap yourself with a Cinderella business and you strap yourself to a TAM that is naturally designed to shrink and eventually expire. If your total market size is 10 million people, by next year it might be half. The next, nearly gone. Think of it as sands in an hourglass. Would you consider a similar declining industry that exhibited the same type of behavior? Of course not, but fads get a pass. For example, if you were exclusively selling BMX bikes in the 80s, think E.T., you'd be out of business by the 90s. Each year would be worse than the prior. Waiting 40 years for its resurgence is not an option. You either reinvent into a different line that might appeal to your customers, or you shut down. Particularly, teenagers who dropped their BMX bikes in favor of the hot new thing probably wouldn't be interested in your shop's new line of cruiser and tandem bikes. As with most reinventions, you're starting over with a different audience. So how do you know if you're targeting a fad or something with longevity? The best method for identifying fads, trends, or mega trends is to identify the trend's utility value and its cultural relativity. Will culture, government, media, support the trend through time? And will that evolution change society? Or is the utility value static and a function of a taste or trend? Think cars over horses, email over postal mail. In our fictitious story, plant-based food or meat replacements is considered a more environmentally friendly food source. There's an argument that culture and politicians will support its evolution. Of course, this is debatable, but what isn't debatable is that better environmental options, as well as better health options, are a value skew. What isn't debatable is that there is no humane way to kill a sentient being that doesn't want to be killed. As more people awaken to this spiritual enlightenment, it's more likely that Sam's assumptions about the trend are correct. Fashion always falls into the category of static utility value. If men or women suddenly find long lumberjack beards grotesquely ugly, the beard businesses will suddenly find themselves with a fast shrinking market. Mood rings, fidget spinners, and fanny packs might have made their original entrepreneurs rich, but those who came later chased fewer buyers with fewer dollars. An Atkins Diet Center might seem like a great opportunity at the apex of its fad, but the clock is ticking and the pumpkin is ripening. Lock yourself onto a Cinderella business and you'll need to go beyond the change dyad. You'll have to reinvent and most likely start over. Don't make business harder than it already is by slapping an egg timer on your business. Key concepts. Fads or short-lived trends are poor business opportunities unless you are the innovator or the instigator of such fads. A Cinderella business is a business that has an expiration date based on the trendiness of the fad. A trend's utility value and its cultural support will determine whether a trend is expiring or a valid consumer shift that is worthy of investment.
In the heat of the night, Thursday, June 29th, 2017, 8:41 p.m. 7 days later. "What are you reading?" Jeff voiced loudly from the kitchen while pouring himself a cold beer. 3 fans buzzed around him, one on the kitchen island, one in the living room on the coffee table, and one in the door of Madison's room, who now was hopefully asleep. Their air conditioning had stopped working 2 days ago, and their townhouse was now an oven. A humid 94 degrees in the concrete suburbs of Chicago might as well have been 110. "Yo!" Jeff waved his beer in the air. "What are you reading?" Sam was on the couch, nearly naked. Not because she was in a seductive mood, but the native Idahoan always ran hot. From behind, Jeff could see the sweat on her neck. He was surprised she was on the couch, much less reading. For Sam, this kind of oppressive heat was worse than a visit to the rodeo. It was time for their weekly business meeting, and Jeff was hoping she'd suggest calling a sitter and leaving for a cooler spot. While a Top Chef episode softly played on the TV, Jeff stood up and walked in front of her, seating himself on the coffee table in front of the fan. With her airflow blocked, she nodded curiously. "Something wrong with the couch?" "I asked you what you were reading. Can't you hear me?" She glimpsed at the TV, and then at the fan that Jeff was now blocking. "Sorry, I didn't." "I figured." He gestured at the book. "Doesn't look like your usual femme fatale." She held it up and waved the book as if Jeff knew what it was. He lifted an eyebrow. Employer Law for Entrepreneurs. She sighed, tossing the book down next to Jeff, still perched on the coffee table. You should read it. I haven't had this much fun since reading Deuteronomy in Sunday school. Jeff smiled in admiration and then regarded the room as if it were a sauna. Are we meeting here? For the last 3 Twilight Crosses, they'd plotted their new venture, a plant-based soup business. Their hope? Get it on every grocery shelf in the next 5 years. To Sam's surprise, Jeff had already done a lot of research. His plan made sense to her, and this time, the initial numbers worked out. Moreover, Jeff had an answer for her every question, her every concern, but one still nagged her. She shifted up from the couch closer to her husband, who still sat on the edge of the table. Sweat dripped from her nose. Sam ignored her husband's question about the meeting location. Her face etched concern. She asked, As I said, I love the vegan soup idea, but I have to wonder. She paused to wipe her face. Do you expect me to slave in a hot kitchen while making big vats of soup? Jeff furrowed his forehead. Kinda like you expected me to slave in the garage sharpening knives? She simpered embarrassingly. Jeff put his hand on her knee and reassured. To answer your question, no, not for long. Only to get us started with the right recipes. Eventually we'll partner with a co-packer, a food processor. They manufacture the soup. We merely give them the recipe. Or I should say, you give them the recipe. A dead stare didn't soften her face. Co-packer? What's that? A co-packer manufactures food on behalf of other companies. She quickly followed. But how do I know if canning my soup would work? What about shelf life? Do I need to know anything about preservatives? Jeff answered surely, voice confident, as if he'd done it 100 times. Most co-packers have consultants on staff, and I already found 2 food chemists that can be hired by the hour just in case our co-packer doesn't have a consultant. So you already found one of these co-packers? Actually, I found 5. We just need to decide which fit our needs. You know, cost, ingredient selection, minimum order quantities, that kind of stuff. 5? How on earth did you... Google? Started with searching for food processors, but ended up with nothing but Cuisinarts and Vitamixes. After 2 hours down a rabbit hole, I learned a ton. Everything you could possibly want to know is out there. You just need to know how to search for it. Okay, so how in the world are we going to sell it? What do we know about soup or food merchandising? Jeff grabbed his ragged notebook off the coffee table. Sam noticed the iconic Steve Jobs photo with his finger on his chin covered the old Chicago Cubs decal. Her husband flipped to a page and pointed. Sam spotted a bunch of numbered items but couldn't read the text. She shrugged but said nothing. That's our marketing plan. There's a ton of ways we can reach our market. He beamed, and a ton of money awaits. He rubbed his palms together like a cunning scientist who just found a cure to cancer. Her stern expression finally melted into a smile. She thought, nice, he did his homework. Jeff's take-charge attitude rattled loose another fond memory long buried by diapers and late shifts. A memory that memorialized the week when Sam fell in love and knew Jeff was marriage material. It was 2003. In a stubborn streak of take-charge spontaneity, Jeff took the reins and surprised her with a spring break trip to South Padre Island. Not a bad idea in spirit, but a bad idea when you're driving a 12-year-old Pontiac. Long story short, their car died in Gum Springs, Arkansas with a ruptured oil pan gasket, and with it, their dreams of beaches and margaritas. Instead, they spent the next 3 days at a Fairview motel that doubled as a hair salon, which, mind you, was in the middle of fixing a broken water main. Jackhammers woke them up every morning. Water pressure drizzled like a leaky faucet. To get their car back on the road, an auto mechanic tried to sell Jeff a new transmission. Worse, their motel neighbor in room 2C, well, let's just say Sam didn't know that 2 tattooed teardrops meant that they were bunking next to a 2-time murderer. Still, Jeff remained in control, showed no fear, and never angered or showed frustration. Despite the situation, Sam felt 100% safe. After 4 days, they were back at DePaul, and Sam knew Jeff was the one. Even in the hot townhouse, Jeff's forehead was dry. Once again, calm with no fear. Her husband was finally beating back at life. Suddenly, the broken air conditioners, the dreadful Sunday nights, and the old Corolla weren't winning. And for the first time in years, she too felt as if her dream was an actual probability. Indeed, not a sure thing, but better than 5 or 10% perhaps. She asked, her voice giddy. Okay, Rai, so what's next? He fired her a slick grin and then raised his hands as if to signal victory. The fun part, you get in the kitchen and start making soup. I figured we should start with 3 recipes, so start there. He gestured to the stove. Just do what you normally do, but record your ingredients and their amounts. We'll need several formulas. She huffed, shaking her head. I hope you don't expect me to cook until the AC is fixed. This townhouse is like a sweat lodge. The repair guy comes tomorrow. Great, she said, standing up, glistening. She slinked over to the bedroom door and looked back at her husband, still planted on the coffee table. I need a cold shower, she whispered. Care to join your pregnant wife?
The critical path strategy. Identify the path to your first customer and light the roadmap for action. Problem. Your car is stranded in the desert with a flat tire and you don't know how to fix it. If you can instantly download knowledge into your brain like the Matrix, what would you download? How to bake a souffle or how to fix a flat? This flat tire problem is relevant when it comes to planning and action. Ultimately, entrepreneurs fail because they drip feed themselves with information that has nothing to do with the problems they're facing. Instead of downloading how to fix a flat, they're assimilating other knowledge that doesn't get them moving. Souffle knowledge, while perhaps interesting, doesn't solve the immediate problem. Like our flat tire, if you're led by the need or the problem you are solving, you'll immediately know what to do next, and you'll never get lost. When the tire blows, you assess the problem immediately. Instantly, you go into problem-solving mode, and what do I do next becomes clear. You exit traffic, you pull to the shoulder, and you change the tire. Or you call AAA or your friend for help. You don't sit on the shoulder of the road and Google, is a subscription to AAA worth it? Or what cars are more reliable than a Chevy Malibu? Your problem defines your next course of action. Without a defined problem, the solution and its roadmap will also remain undefined. This is why aspiring entrepreneurs binge books while never doing anything. They never get started, launch a business, or make a profit. Why? They fail to put themselves in the face of a problem, either externally in the market or internally with a deficient talent. Another common question I hear from readers is, where do I start? Or what do I do next? It leaves me wondering if I failed as an author or if the reader failed comprehension. When you're a problemologist looking to solve problems, improve processes, and offer relative value, what to do next becomes crystal clear. I'd like to create a pure, all-natural supplement line that doesn't use artificial colors, sweeteners, or chemicals. I'd like to invent a gluten and dairy-free pizza line. I'd like to write a book exposing the charlatanism of scripted finance. I'd like to start a sports bar with an ancient Roman theme. As soon as you identify your relative value objectives and their value skews, the roadmap appears. It is your GPS. Unfortunately, like any roadmap highlighting how to get from mediocrity to inscription, it will have many permutations of streets, roads, and freeways. If you're not paying attention to the problem at hand, it's easy to get lost and go on unnecessary detours. Simply put, the correct course of action is the shortest path to your first customer, or the critical path. Doing so highlights all the dots that need connecting, and maybe some that do not. Do you really need a Delaware corporation, a richly appointed mahogany desk with a red leather pincushion chair, and a nice set of letterhead and woven linen stationery? It is your job to connect each dot that matters while ignoring the rest. One dot might be hiring a CAD designer, another sourcing manufacturing, another learning how to market to target your audience. Because connecting the right dots might take days, weeks, or even months, you must eliminate the ones that aren't on the critical path. Does this action get you closer to your first customer? Identify the relative value you seek to provide, and you'll identify the roadmap, the critical path, the next steps, and the right steps. Key concepts. If you're led by the problems you seek to solve, you'll always know what to do next and rarely get lost. If you don't know where to start, then you have already failed. The critical path, which is like GPS navigation, is the shortest distance between your idea and your first customer. The right book strategy. Read the book that solves problems, not the book that wastes time. Guess the most common question at my forum. There are 2 that stand out. The first is always about finding ideas. The second is about books. Namely, what's the best book I should read after reading Unscripted? Hopefully the next 2 minutes will stop this insanity. The answer to the next best book is depends. As an entrepreneur starting a business, you will face an endless array of problems. If you're using the 3A method, it will give you a good clue about the next book you should read. When people ask me what book I'm reading, they expect to hear the latest bestseller or the current month's trendy book pushed by the mainstream. That is never my answer because I'm busy solving problems. And problems demand more specific silos of knowledge and action. For instance, the last 3 books I read had nothing to do with entrepreneurship or finance. They were all fictional thrillers because that's the side project I'm working on. Because I never published a thriller, my problem, how do I write thrillers, started me with reading fiction. Not just for the story, but for the style, structure, and plot. Instead of mindlessly reading books for the sake of reading them, read them to solve your front-facing problems. Whatever problem stands in your way, the book with the solution is the book you need to read. Read the book that moves you up the mountain. You can't climb mile 2 until you climb mile 1. What's the best persuasive language to use in advertising campaigns? How do I leverage sales funnels, onboarding processes, and email marketing? How do I hire good employees? Your answer, your solutions, are found in books and materials scattered across the internet. If you're not facing any problems yet, the same concept applies. Read whatever moves you forward on life's journey. If the book isn't a business builder, make it a character builder. For me, such books are on world history, health and nutrition, and meditation. What you know today is never enough for the problems of tomorrow. And when you opt to be an entrepreneur, you opt to have a ton of problems. Books solve problems, but it must be the right book. Read the book that fixes the flat tire and advances your 1-5-10 planacy. Key concepts. Stop reading books for the sake of reading books. The best book you should read next is the one that will solve the problem that blocks your progress. The 3A method exposes the subject matter of the next book you should read. What you know today is never enough to solve tomorrow's problems. The action faking principle. Stop sharpening needles, start moving them. When I was in my early 20s, I was failing at business often. Interestingly, with each business failure, I had to throw away thousands of newly minted business cards. My pattern back then was simple. Get a business idea and then make business cards, even if the business idea didn't need business cards. The action faking principle asserts that any action or expenditure that doesn't move you closer to the critical path is an action fake. Namely, you're not moving the needle, you're just sharpening it. When a sewing needle is moving, it's knitting itself closer to a completed quilt. On the other hand, while sharpening the needle might help in some small, indiscernible way, it gets you no closer to the quilt. The fact is, most failed entrepreneurs are needle sharpeners. Instead of moving the needle and getting closer to a quilt worthy of sale, they're busy grinding the lathe for a sharper needle. Instead of focusing on the critical path, they're focused on ancillary activities that serve other purposes, building confidence, sparking motivation, or inflating egos. Action beats activity, and the only step worth taking is the one that moves the needles found within the critical path. If it doesn't, it's an action fake. Action fakes are activities that lie outside of the critical path. Action faking can be many things, from trivial busy work to data research to reading books, none of which gets you deeper into the critical path. Such action faking could also be business plans, investor slide decks, or even LLC formations. Such activity might make you feel good for 2 hours, but it gets you no closer to your first customer, much less a saleable value SKU. Unfortunately, some entrepreneurs have made book binging a form of action faking. They're not reading the best book to solve front-facing problems. Instead of grinding the difficult critical path, they're fooling themselves with dopamine games, no better than a video game or a bag of greasy potato chips. Activity wastes time. Action attacks the critical path. At some point, you have to stop reading about swimming and jump in the pool. Key concepts. Any action outside of the critical path is an action fake. Action faking gives you a faux sense of accomplishment, often stimulating a dopamine release with ineffective action. The one problem strategy. Stop shopping for Ferraris. Shop for one solution. A common triteness you'll read at my forum is, "What color Ferrari should I buy?" This odd statement is often dropped into a thread whenever an entrepreneur fixates on a distant problem, one predicated on dozens, perhaps hundreds of successful actions prior. Here are just a few examples. What kind of accounting firm should I hire if my company goes public? Didn't you say your finished product isn't for sale yet? What should I know about employment law? Aren't you months away from hiring your first employee? Any asset protection strategy I should use to protect the millions I'll make? Don't you live at home with your parents and work at Taco Bell? All these questions are examples of Ferrari shopping. Stop worrying about distant problems when you haven't even made your first buck or found your first customer. Put another way, stop ignoring the elephant in the room while stressing about the others which are miles away. The only problem worth worrying about, and thus worth solving, is the one that has stopped the needle from moving. Attack problem number 1 before problem number 99. Worrying about a distant unknown, say payroll law, when you haven't made a dime and are months, perhaps years away from hiring your first employee, is a neurological exercise in futility. Worse, some don't focus on the mountaintop and its many problems, but its tantalizing reward, high living in fast cars. When you're focused on rewards that may or may not happen in the distant future, you're Ferrari shopping. As a problemologist who seeks to solve a macro problem, only one problem matters. That's the one that stops you from advancing on the critical path. While having a big picture vision as designed in your 1-5-10 Planacy is essential, focus only on the problems that directly impact the critical path or advance you to the 1 month or 1 year vision. As they say, the best way to eat an elephant is one bite at a time. Notwithstanding that no one should be eating elephants, looking at the big picture, the elephant, causes paralysis, overwhelming fear, and needless distractions. Fact is, if you wait to have all the answers before starting, you'll never get started. It's like waiting for all the traffic lights to be green before starting a road trip. Relative value starts with 1. 1 paragraph starts a novel. 1 bar a musical piece. 1 scene a play. 1 mile a marathon. So stop stressing about how you'll afford new clothes after losing those 30 pounds. Lose 1 pound first. Stop fretting about how much tax you'll owe after $1 million in profit. Profit $100 first. Incremental progress of 1 problem in action underwrites the process while connecting your feedback loop and firing transformative passion. Small wins turns into larger wins. Momentum builds, and before you know it, you're at the mountaintop. Key concepts. Ferrari shopping is focusing on a distant problem instead of the problem in front of you. You'll never get started if you require all the answers to the future problems. The 1-2-3 marriage strategy. Execute 1 hour, 2 days, and 3 years before marrying. You are the CEO of You Inc., not just your business. And one of You Inc.'s biggest expenses is getting married. Even bigger is getting divorced. Even if you never unscript or start a business, the following piece of advice is worth 1,000 times this book's cost. Here it is. If you want to get married, follow the rule of 1 hour, 2 days, and 3 years. It will save you a bad marriage, a lot of emotional turmoil, and perhaps a fortune. The rule of 1 hour. Before getting engaged, spend 1 hour discussing the 5 relationship killers of failed marriages. They are 1. Politics. 2. Religion. 3. Children. 4. Career/money. 5. Diet, fitness, and nutrition. Do your political and religious philosophies align? Does your potential spouse believe your children need to be raised in a strict Catholic tradition while you're agnostically Buddhist? Do you even want children? Are you a purebred capitalist while your partner thinks communism got a raw deal in the last century? Was your partner a carefree spender but you're a cheapskate? Do you want to take risks as an entrepreneur and live unscripted while your partner insists that 50 years of Wall Street is the better option? Is your partner a vegetarian who's at the gym 5 times a week while you're sitting on the couch eating hot dogs and pizza? I'm batting perfect when it comes to predicting failed marriages. Whenever a divergence occurs in these 5 breakpoints or becomes known, divorce follows. Just some examples I've witnessed on the periphery of my life. 1. The wife suddenly shifts to fitness and nutrition while the husband continues a lifestyle of junk food and laziness. She transforms her body and energy levels. The husband does not. Divorce. 2. The husband wants to spend discretionary income on entrepreneurial risks, while the wife insists on spending every surplus dollar on fashion fads and brands. Divorce. 3. The wife wants kids, and after 4 years of marriage, the husband finally confesses he does not. Divorce. No, I'm not psychic. I'm just old enough to have seen it over and over again. The rule of 2 days. The rule of 2 days asks that you must spend 2 days with your partner in hell before getting married. You must endure each other in the worst of conditions and the most trying of circumstances. For example, my wife and I were once stranded in Belize at a small airport. If you've never been to the airport in Belize, it's terribly tiny, hot, and lacking basic amenities, for starters, a clean toilet. For the next 48 hours, we had to endure long lines, humidity, mosquitoes the size of hummingbirds, and a temporary overnight stay at a decrepit Days Inn infested with cockroaches. I thank United Airlines for the nightmare. Bottom line, we saw each other at our worst. If you survive trying times like being stranded in a small town on a spring break, it's a sign Cheer-Hee may be a keeper. The rule of 3 years. And finally, the rule of 3 years asks that you've regularly dated for at least 3 years before you get married. And by regular, I mean at least seeing each other several times a week, if not living together. 3 years is long enough to witness your partner's habits, idiosyncrasies, and more importantly, their change cycle. If you discuss the 5 relationship killers in the rule of 1 hour, the 3 years of dating will prove it. Have you grown together or apart? Are divergences emerging in the discussion from the rule of 1 hour? Moreover, in 3 years, you will likely experience a situation covering the rule of 2 days. Too many young people visit my forum talking about marriage with partners they haven't known but for 1 lunar cycle. Are you nuts? What's the damn rush? If your partner is great today, they'll be great 3 years from now. If it is meant to be, time won't matter, and neither will a piece of paper from the government. Be patient and be rewarded. Marriage can be one of the most important decisions of your life. Don't rush what doesn't need to be rushed. Meet the 1, 2, 3 rules, and I'll bet your marriage will last a lifetime. Ignore it, and pay dearly. Key concepts. Getting married is one of life's biggest expenses. Getting divorced is another. Before tying the knot, apply the rule of 1 hour, 2 days, and 3 years. The rule of 1 hour is a detailed discussion about marriage-breaking topics such as politics, kids, diet, money, and religion. The rule of 2 days is spending 2 full days with your future spouse in the most trying of circumstances. The rule of 3 years means to date a minimum of 3 years to validate your partner's rule of 1 hour admissions, as well as their change cycle, if any. The search cipher strategy. Hunt for search ciphers to unlock unlimited knowledge. Do you know what kiting is? No, it's not someone who flies a kite. It's the process of assembling a product together before it can be sold. For instance, let's say you invented a talking teddy bear, and there are 4 central components: the bear suit, its stuffing, its exterior parts like the eyes, nose, paws, and its electronics. The likelihood that this item would roll off an assembly line as a finished product is slim and none. A kiting company would likely be responsible for its assembly. How would you know this? You probably wouldn't. And that's where search ciphers come into play. A search cipher is an official terminology that unlocks business-advancing knowledge when performed at any search engine. With the right search cipher, the world's knowledge is at your fingertips. In our fictional story, the correct search ciphers for producing results that advance their soup business on the critical path are, quote, food co-packers or, quote, soup co-packers. Jeff started with food processors, and it sent him off on a wild goose chase. Lucky for him, he didn't give up. After a half dozen more searches, he eventually searched for food manufacturing processes. This uncovered results which led him to expose the correct search cipher, a food co-packer. That search turned up gold. Unfortunately, the right search cipher takes some investigation to uncover. Back to our teddy bear example, if you do need assembling services, a Google search for, quote, assembling services likely won't produce the right answers. To find the cipher, you probably have to search many variations of what you're seeking. Start with a description of what you need, then move to the industry itself, prefixed with phrases such as how are widgets made or widget manufacturing process. The correct cipher might be buried in an article on page 2 in your 5th search. It is indeed a rabbit hole. Yet the right search cipher kiting services dropped into any search engine would produce the problem-solving answers immediately. If that don't work, try search operators. Here are some effective ones to deploy. Type the following words into Google. Cite : keywords. Find and limit results contained to a specific website. Quote, in title, keywords. Web pages with a certain keyword in the title. In URL, keywords. Web pages with a certain keyword in the URL. File type, keywords. Web pages with a certain file type useful for finding poorly ranked PDFs. The challenge as a problemologist is always figuring out what you don't know, namely the official terminology of what we have to learn so we can move forward. Without the correct search terminology, our hunt will not snare the information we need. But it will put you on the scent. Follow it down the rabbit hole. The answers are there. Key concepts. Unlimited knowledge is accessed with the correct search cipher at any search engine. Discovering the right search cipher often requires multiple searches and guesswork, like following a scent down a rabbit hole. Use search operators at Google for more targeted results.
The Bro Marketing Encounter. Wednesday, July 5th, 2017, 5:14 p.m. 6 days later. $1,700? Jeff sneered as he stood in the foyer of his townhouse. The townhome's rental agreement specified they were responsible for all repairs, up to a maximum of $2,500. It was why Dave Bliss, their landlord, gave them a break on rent, not to mention his lustful intentions with his wife. Beside Jeff was an HVAC technician from Precision Air Conditioning. Dressed in Navy maintenance bibs with Harvey stitched on the pocket, the technician looked more like a Wall Street banker than a repairman. Jeff had called Precision Air because they advertised in their weekly advertising mailer, an envelope chock full of coupons from plumbers, pizza joints, and home remodelers. Jeff was also familiar with Precision Air because he heard their radio ads every drive to and from the train station. Still writing on his clipboard, the technician continued. You have a bad capacitor, and your coils are dirty. They need to be cleaned. Your unit's about 6 years old. I doubt they were ever serviced. The $1,700 is to replace the capacitor, clean your coils, and give your overall system a tune-up. Still scribbling on his clipboard, he continued. With your 10% off coupon, it'll get you under $1,600. He finally looked at Jeff and with a simper said, How would you like to pay? Jeff studied Harvey up and down. Without saying a word, he walked 3 steps to the door, opened it, and fanned his hand outside. The technician stood motionless as the silence hung, but then he nodded in resignation. He walked out, the slam of the door the only thing spoken. The air conditioner would remain broken for the next 3 days. In an act of sweaty desperation, Sam called Dave. Turns out, Mr. Bliss wasn't so bad after all. He recommended a reliable HVAC company, and they were out the next morning. And as Jeff expected, they didn't need a capacitor or a coil cleaning. Rats had chewed through the feed wires. The bill came to $180. Later that evening, and in her newly air-conditioned space, Sam would begin cooking. The delightful odor of Italian bistro and beachside seafood brought Jeff to the stove next to his wife. He kissed her on the forehead and nodded to the pots simmering atop the burners. Right there is our escape, our freedom, our ticket out. Sam elbowed him in the ribs playfully. Okay, moneybags, why don't you try it first before you make your way to the bank? Jeff mouthed a spoonful, spilling some on his loosened tie. Yum. The Asian tofu udon? Sam nodded. He gestured to another pot. What's this one? Italian minestrone. Jeff spooned it in and tasted. He gave an approving grin. And this? Creamy potato kale. Jeff dipped his spoon and sipped it carefully. Tastes like lobster bisque. After savoring the mouthful, he dipped and sipped another spoonful. Afterward, he looked at Sam puzzled. I'm confused. How do you make something so nasty as kale taste this good? Put the damn spoon down, Sam chuckled, and quit eating my inventory. She leaned on the counter and then winked. With the right blend of seasonings, I can make your poop taste good. Jeff's eyes popped, glancing back at the stove. Well now, in that case, I hope I flushed this morning. Sam grinned, another time machine back when her husband's humor had tickled her heart. These will be ready tomorrow afternoon. I have to let them sit overnight so they soak in the flavors. The next night, Jeff arrived from work and found his wife on the couch with Madison. Sam heard him ping-pong out the long, narrow stairwell from the garage with something in tow, a large box. Sam and Maddie flipped around to spy on the commotion. They watched him unload 3 stacks of circular cardboard quarts, the kind you might get at a delicatessen or for food takeout. Names of restaurants decorated the boxes: Sakura Japanese, The Neighborhood Garden, and Romano's Italian Bistro. Sam asked, "What on earth are those for?" Maddie added dryly, "Mommy already made dinner." He smirked wryly. "This, my wonderful queens of the house, is how we're going to figure out the one soup we'll manufacture." Confused, Sam asked, "One? I thought we were doing 3. He shook his head and then grimaced. "We can't afford to manufacture 3, much less 2. When I was doing research on co-packers, they all had pretty steep minimum order requirements." "How steep?" "Steep enough that it's going to be a stretch for us to produce just 1 soup." He saw the distress on his wife's face. "Leave the numbers to me. Just worry about the soup." She raised her voice. "Leave the numbers to you? Like your knife idea? Or worse, your Trump sucks venture?" Jeff glanced away, but she saw his cheeks tense. Sam caught it, then corrected herself. "I'm sorry." She got up from the couch and walked over to him, tousling the hair in front of his eyes. "You've been working your tail off, and I see it. I'm proud of you, and I love getting back to the man I fell with. It reminds me of college when we felt the future was whatever we made it." She paused, allowing the moment to absorb. Stepping back, she gestured to the cardboard restaurant cartons. "So what's with these now?" He smiled cleverly. "I had those made up after work. It's how we'll test our soup and get unbiased feedback." Sam furrowed her brow, hoping what she was thinking wasn't what he was thinking. "Is this going to be legal?" Jeff winked. "Perfectly."
The Productocracy Strategy. Aim for a productocracy. A pull prints money. A push advertises for it. Some years ago, I ran an unofficial experiment as a scientist. Because I listen to the radio often, I get stuck listening to a lot of commercials. For this experiment, I paid close attention to the advertisers. Over the next week, I recorded all the businesses who advertised frequently. I'm talking dozens of times per day, every week. Many advertisers even had radio personalities endorsing their companies. After I created my list, I investigated the public reviews, Yelp, Google, for these advertising behemoths. What did I find? The average review for these frequent advertisers was a dismal 1.8 stars out of 5. Some reviewers even accused these companies of being blatant scams. The point? If a company advertises heavily, flooding the market with coupons and other in-your-face activities, more than likely they're pushers. And pushers aren't selling relative value, they're marketers of perceived value. As an unscripted entrepreneur, your objective is its holy grail, the productocracy. A productocracy is achieved with a unique and recognizable value SKU that isn't offered elsewhere. The value SKU can be one attribute or a combination of many. Perhaps your HVAC repair company provides free consultations and operates with complete honesty. Maybe your e-commerce company offers a no questions asked guarantee and return policy. Or it could be as simple as a good product at a good price. When the market reacts to this favorable SKU, your current customers become the primary driver for your business growth through reviews, referrals, and recommendations. In other words, they pull, not push. Create relative value worth recommending and you'll gain a miraculous ability, the power to print money. Suddenly, one happy customer turns into 2, 3, or more. And disciples, customers who love your product or service, have the best return on investment. No ad campaign or marketing strategy can match it. While sales and profits are essential, a productocracy ultimately determines how fast you grow and if that growth is accelerated with improved margins. When one happy customer refers a new customer, miraculous money-making math occurs. Your new customer has 0 acquisition cost, and the first customer's acquisition cost halves. If your first client costs $10 to obtain and he recommends you, suddenly his cost drops to $5. One satisfied customer who creates 2 additional ones lowers the aggregate acquisition cost by 2/3. In short, your product contagiously sells itself. Productocracies move probabilities. They magnetize money, and they create to the moon leverage. For instance, if you scan the many reviews for my books, you'll find a common theme. Many readers report that someone recommended the book. This is how I sell books year after year, not slick advertising or big Facebook ad spends, a productocracy. Likewise, every podcast and interview I've ever done happened because I was invited. I didn't send a cold email and beg to be interviewed. Translation licenses? Same deal. Publishers solicited me, asking to be a part of my book's success. My book did the selling, not me. Behind this phenomena is a business dynamic called a push-pull polarity. The mechanism determines if your company grows spectacularly, a productocracy, or struggles to survive. Companies held hostage by advertising yoke themselves to a push. Companies that grow like weeds and enrich their founders boast the pull. Not long ago, whoever spent the most on advertising won the sales. If the AC broke, you searched for HVAC firms in the yellow pages or phoned the one that had sent you a coupon in the mail. If you found a new food product, it was advertised on television or was slotted favorably in the grocery store. Both required deep pockets. To sell large volumes of products, corporations had to buy large volumes of advertising. Advertising pushes its product to the masses, driving sales. Conversely, the pull in the push-pull polarity is a productocracy where your relative value has recommendation power. Customers come to you. With each new customer, the expansion loop and its network effects strengthen. Your company starts to get gravity. The pull is word of mouth, social proof, and satisfied users. If clients are recommending and sharing your products on social media, congratulations. Your product is pulling, and it's proof of a productocracy. The most important questions for your business are: Number 1, are customers recommending my products? Number 2, are people tweeting about it or raving on social media? Number 3, are people sending you love emails? Number 4, if applicable, are people reordering? If they aren't, get deep in the 3A method until they do. Otherwise, you take the risk of becoming an ad-dependent boiler room. I'm skeptical of any operation that advertises heavily. I'm not suggesting that advertising is negative or evil. Just be leery of massive advertising. The standard I apply is the 3 O's. If it's obtrusive, cold calls, door knocking, obvious, oh my God, I'm so sick of this commercial, or outrageous, seems too good to be true, I avoid it. Heavy advertising reveals you aren't likely dealing with a productocracy, which is why a scammy $1,700 repair bill follows. Don't build a business that becomes a churn and burn. Replacing old fools with new fools is not a business model. It's a marketing racket. Key concepts. Pushers are sellers of perceived value, not relative value. A productocracy demonstrates a unique and recognizable value skew not offered elsewhere. A productocracy's value skew can be one attribute or a combination of many. Happy customers, or disciples, earn the best return on your investment, as one customer equals 2. Productocracies boast a pull which magnetizes money and creates explosive leverage. Evidence of a productocracy is customer recommendations, reorders, fan mail, and favorable social media posts. The no-list principle. The road less traveled has no map, no list, and no escort. Life's problems are problems for a reason. They're difficult to solve. And as the truth states, there is no fucking list that will help you solve them. Whatever specialized unit you seek to offer or problem sought to be solved, be warned. The no-list principle asserts that there is no list, no exacting roadmap, and no mentor who will hold your hand to a successful business. One-size-fits-all solutions are marketing gimmicks and perceived value hustles. Practically every week I see a post from a list looker, an aspiring entrepreneur who has this great idea, and now they're on the hunt for this coveted and mysterious list that will show them the exact steps to make it happen. If your idea is some phenomenal invention or a new business with just a few positively skewed attributes, it doesn't matter. There's no blueprint for its execution. If there was, would it be an idea worth pursuing in the first place? Be happy there is no list telling you what to do, how to do it, and where to do it. This is your moat to stop the drive-by entrepreneurs from entering your space. Remember, the commandment of entry within the Sense framework, the more difficult it is to start and launch, the more potent the opportunity. If it is easy now, it will be hard later. For instance, as I write this, selling on Amazon is the current hot business du jour. As such, everyone is trolling on Alibaba looking for some hot magical product that will put them into 7 figures a year while lounging on a beach in Bali. Except guess what? Everyone else on Alibaba is looking for the same damn thing. If someone is selling you a, quote, a list, be wary. Everyone else is getting the same list, which means everyone else will be your competitor. Similarly, the most common threads at my forum are book threads. What book do I read next? What book will help me the most? The motive behind these book queries is usually a combination of list looking and needle sharpening. While many books are helpful, ultimately, most of them, including this one, are only dots, like signposts in an entrepreneurial wilderness. The chasm between these signposts is your knowledge gap, which can only be closed with engagement, trial and error, adapting, and skill building. Seeing the dots is one thing, connecting them is another. Key concepts. There is no list that will give you the step-by-step plan for success, and if there was, everyone would have it. It solves no problems, or it's a scam. Books, such as this one, offer only signposts in an entrepreneurial wilderness.
The Break Room Ruse. Friday, July 7th, 2017, 6:55 a.m. 2 days later. 2 days later, Friday's ride into work made Jeff terribly uneasy. Outside of his t-shirt gaffe some months ago, his wife generally liked his take-charge attitude, but he had to admit it. The bluster and bravado he'd peacocked to his wife was more illusion than reality. He swallowed hard as the freeway traffic slowed to a crawl. He mostly took the train to work, but today's experiment called for him to drive. As he remembered, bumper-to-bumper traffic usually started at the Geico billboard. That was at least 4 miles ahead. WTF. He shifted in his Corolla's cloth seat, which was dotted with cigarette burns and reeked of them as well. He didn't smoke, but his older brother, who'd had owned the car before him, did. Tension and anxiety needled his gut. He felt moisture swell in his armpits, his antiperspirant no match for the fear and apprehension he felt. A glance to his mirror revealed a drop of sweat fleeing his temple. He rarely sweated, but today felt different. Like sitting on needles, the plodding traffic amplified his angst because it also heightened the weekday pain he wanted to escape. But it wasn't the source. His plan that day was to pull a lunch hour ruse on his coworkers, a covert operation. In his back seat were 8 quarts of his wife's soup, the Asian tofu udon. At about 10:45 a.m., his plan was to send an office email to all employees at his workplace. The email would read, "Lunch on me. Free delicious soup. First come, first serve. Hey everyone, I got the entire office some tasty Asian tofu udon soup from a new Japanese restaurant. Help yourself. Heat 2 minutes and enjoy. If you like it, let me know as I know the owner. Jeff Trotman, Audits 402. He wasn't afraid of the ruse itself. He was fearful of its outcome. He felt as if he was poking a bear. Would they like it? Ignore it? Would the 8 quarts sit there untouched? Assuming half the office ate in the break room, he calculated that 8 quarts would be plenty, perhaps too plenty. As the traffic crawled into the city, the odd anxiety swirled in his stomach and intensified with each mile. At first, he compared the emotion with a drive to the dentist for a root canal, but that wasn't it. Up ahead, the flickering lights of fire trucks and police cars came into view. As Jeff approached, he saw an 18-wheeler jackknifed in the opposite lane. Every driver gawked. While an accident on Chicago's freeways wasn't unusual, what was unusual was the spectacle it caused. Its trailer was split open as if a superhero had ripped it apart, its cargo splattered across the freeway. Fruit and their sloppy innards painted the road a vivid orange. He guessed it was mangoes. When he cranked open the dirty window of his Corolla to get a better look, the sweet smell of cantaloupe floated into the cabin. The scent was welcoming and soothed his stomach, guiding his thoughts back to his childhood summers. Before his brother went the way of a juvenile delinquent, they'd spent a month at his uncle's cabin in Wisconsin. After swimming for hours, his aunt would roll down to the lakeside with a platter of fresh cantaloupe, watermelon, and other fruits he didn't know existed. The fruity aroma sparked a fiery reminder of what he was working for: his family's freedom. His childhood summers were all about creative exploration, the ability to do nothing or do everything, the kind of freedom that exists only before the rat race steals dreams and bribes souls. His youthful reminiscing also struck him with additional insights. His apprehension and stomach pains weren't about fear, they were about judgment. Like the kind of judgment when you go to a new school and the principal stands you in front of the classroom and says, "Boys and girls, meet Jeff. He's new." He left his window open until diesel fumes from passing semi-trucks overtook the scent of cantaloupe. The fruity fragrance disappeared, but so did his worries. Judgment, fear of failure, all of this was just part of the process, he thought. Once he arrived at work, the morning's workload moved effortlessly. Instead of fearing the 10:45 a.m. email, he anticipated it. The message was armed, queued, and waiting. He watched the seconds tick down to 10:45 on the old-school clock outside his office, and on the button, he sent it. Whoosh sounded the email sent notification. He then exhaled relief and waited, and hoped. A few minutes after 11, Hank peeked into his office and knocked on the open door. About 40, Hank had the body of a 20-year-old Bulgarian weightlifter, but the face of a 60-year-old cardiac patient. His face glowed a deep shade of red, and acne scars pockmarked his square cheeks as if someone had targeted it for BB gun practice. With a gray buzz cut and flat jawline, Hank could have been a military drill sergeant. If not, central casting was missing out. "Hey boss, where's this new Japanese place? I googled it and found nothing. That soup was dope." Jeff looked up and smiled. "Actually, that soup is from a dear friend of mine who's starting a soup business. She wanted feedback, so she asked me if I could put some in the break room for people to try." "She's starting a Japanese restaurant?" "No, a soup business," Jeff answered. "Canned soup." "No shit. Didn't taste like it was from a can." He scratched his temple. "So why does the carton say it's from a Japanese restaurant?" "Damn," Jeff reflected as he nervously tapped his foot underneath his desk. He paused, realizing he didn't really plot this strategy thoroughly. She said she wanted an unbiased opinion and to see if the soup could pass as restaurant quality. He laughed. "It did. Where can I buy a few cans? A Trader Joe's or something?" "Not yet. She's still working on getting them into the stores. If you want to pre-order a few cans, I can tell her. She's giving 20% off on all pre-orders. $4 for a 12-ounce can." Hank nodded and then swiftly pirouetted, exiting Jeff's office. Damn, he thought again. Did Hank take offense to the fake Japanese restaurant label? Or maybe because he was acting as a middleman. Something sounded scammy, like an MLM, not a soup startup. Before Jeff could reach any conclusions, Hank returned. This time he didn't knock. He stormed in and slammed his palm on the table. Wham! The loud percussive noise rolled Jeff back in his chair, knocking over the photo behind his desk. His coworkers outside his window stole several inquisitive looks, as if they hoped to witness office drama. But there was none, only triumph. Hank announced, "Count me in for 5 cans." He lifted his palm, and a $20 bill was left lying on the table. By the day's end, Jeff would leave with $248 in cash from 11 coworkers who would order 62 cans total. He'd also get 6 inter-office emails about the soup, inquiring about the mythical Japanese restaurant. With 35 employees at his branch, Jeff thought 11 orders plus 6 queries were phenomenal, nearly half, he reasoned. Moreover, he adequately explained why there was no restaurant behind the soup. His fib was mostly met with indifference. Only one person was angry, not because of the experiment, but because she was stoked about a new Japanese restaurant opening. He profusely apologized in all cases. "But that's not even the good news," he chimed to his wife after work. "I only brought enough soup for 24 people. If 11 people asked about it, that's nearly half a thumbs-up rate. I don't know what's normal for the food business, but that sounds pretty damn good." Seated on a kitchen stool, Sam legged a swivel toward Jeff, her eyes narrow and arms crossed. "So let me get this straight. You lied and said my soup was from some restaurant, and then you didn't even admit it was from your wife?" Jeff explained that he devised his ruse because he was looking for solid, unbiased feedback. "When I deliver the soup, I'll let them know that it was from my wife. I'll explain everything just the way I explained to you." He paused, but joy was not dressing his wife's face. He continued, "Put it this way, Samantha. You buy stuff from friends and family because you feel obligated, not because you like the product." He motioned downstairs toward the front door. "We buy Girl Scout cookies from our neighbors out of obligation, not because we like them." He snuffed. "Well, I like the cookies, but you don't." She finally softened and then asked, "Promise me you'll tell them the truth." "I will. To be honest," she said after uncrossing her arms, "I'm not surprised it was a hit. People at the hospital love my soup too, but half your office liking it seems too good to be true." She flipped a blonde lock out of her eye, her lips pursed. "Wait a second. What if they went back for seconds, or had more than a serving? Then half your office didn't like it. Didn't you say this Hank was a big beefcake?" Jeff nodded. "Yeah, built like a brick shithouse. If anyone ate more than a serving or two, then the percentage of people who liked it would be less." He scratched his temple. Then, "Not sure if the data tells a story, but people liked it enough to buy." He held up cash, beaming ear to ear. "Our first sales, baby. Should we frame it on the wall?" Sam grinned like she was holding back laughter. "I'm serious," Jeff said, holding one of the dollars up toward the 1510 Planacy on the wall. "I say we pin this up there to remind us why we're doing this." "I don't need a reminder," she replied. "I just hope when you deliver the product next week and tell the truth behind your little trick, she raised her fingers in quotes, "the brick shithouse doesn't put you in the shithouse."
The ethical envelope principle. Pushing ethical gray areas can foment negative skew. In my first book, The Millionaire Fastlane, I mentioned that I listed fake employees on my website. When my business was growing, I hired my best friend for customer service, and as such, there were many office jokes. One of these jokes evolved with several fake employees being listed on my website. As the months passed and the joke faded away, I realized that these additional employees made my company look larger than it was. This might have been a skew when others, or potential competitors, were evaluating my business. I didn't think much of it except when I wrote my book years later. Sometimes authenticity can bite you in the ass. What some see as rule breaking, others might see as pushing the ethical envelope. As with many things in life, the ethical envelope principle affirms that ethics are subjective, and what one finds acceptable behavior, another will find it unethical. In short, there is no right answer. After my book was published, I soon learned that some readers found my fake but funny employees unethical despite my humorous motives. It wasn't illegal but broke unwritten rules. For some of my readers, my confession of this practice turned into negative skew. While I have no regrets, I completely understand their opinion. Whenever you break the rules and it becomes public, people might take offense. Thus, negative skew is created. In Jeff's case, using fake restaurant cartons to gauge market feedback could create negative skew with potential customers, assuming they find out. Fibbing about buying lunch is also a risk, one I would not take. The point is, anytime you authentically break the rules and test ethical boundaries, some will take offense. Ethics are subjective. If you think an action might be ethically sketchy, here's a rule that I always use. If your action became public, would you regret it, or would you need to apologize profusely? If yes, it's probably an action you should avoid. In my case, I willingly broadcasted my fake employee story in my book because I knew I meant no malice. Breaking rules doesn't mean breaking laws, but it could test the gray area of ethics. Key concepts. Ethical gray areas can create negative skew and lost sales. If when your questionable action became public knowledge, it would require an apology, it is probably something you shouldn't do. The payment proves principle. Money talks, opinions walk. In 2009, my friend was in pre-launch mode for a new product in personal security. Tens of thousands of people voiced an opinion on how great the idea was. He even received national press. He presumed to be sitting on a big winner. However, when it came down to actually buying the product, spending the cash, buyers stood on the sidelines with their wallets locked. Ultimately, the product was a failure. He validated the idea in the arena of friends, family, opinions, and email addresses instead of in the arena of proof, money. The payment proves principle asserts that in business, the only opinions that matter are the ones that come attached to money. Money is a verifiable vote. Of course, money doesn't have an opinion, but its possessors do. And when money flows into your pockets, money is given a voice. It says, yes, you've convinced me of value, so here is my hard-earned money. So when your mom says your business idea sounds great, don't believe her. When Jimmy the bartender says your idea about a new liquor line sounds awesome, be skeptical. A trivial validation is when someone voices a positive opinion about your idea, including someone within your target market. While trivial validations might be encouraging and feedback loop connecting, they still constitute an opinion, making it no better than buying Girl Scout cookies from the next door neighbor. If trivial validation is the only data you have for your idea, that's okay. It just means your idea remains riskier and more speculative than the one with money behind it. Unfortunately, high fives and Facebook likes don't pay bills or put kids into college. Trivial validation can be exciting, and it can jumpstart your business. However, the first milestone worthy of champagne is when trivial validation turns into cash validation. Cash validation turns presumptions, speculations, and hypotheses into truth. Money is the only thing that validates an idea 100%, a sale, a pre-order, or an investment. While an email address is the next best thing to payment, it's still trivial. Yes, you can work with a massive list of email addresses, but ultimately those email addresses need to convert to cash. Just like done kills doubt, payment proves. And in the competitive marketplace for ideas, money constitutes an official vote at the ballot box. Winning polls doesn't make victors. Winning elections does. Key concepts. The only proof of a valid idea is actual cash validation, or money, pre-orders, or sales. Trivial validation is any favorable response that isn't money, an email address, or likes and comments. An idea supported by trivial validation is riskier than one validated by cash. Likes, comments, opinions, and email addresses do not pay bills. The forgiveness principle. Let relative value forgive your sins. Dave's Killer Bread was co-founded in 2005 by Dave Dahl, a high school dropout, an ex-meth addict, and a convicted felon. If you're not familiar with Dave, he successfully relaunched and rebranded his family's bread business. It went from a floundering local company to a national brand in thousands of stores nationwide. He didn't allow his negative backstory to dampen his enthusiasm or steal his future. Instead, he leveraged his story as part of his value SKU and brand: organic, non-GMO, healthy bread. Dave's Killer Bread was acquired in 2015 for $275 million. And now 1/3 of Dave's workforce are ex-convicts, making their hiring practice a piece of their branding SKU and world-changing mission. The point of this story is the forgiveness principle. If you offer the world something valuable, the world doesn't ask about your past transgressions. Relative value is utterly ignorant to your faults and historical failings or your life demerits. A life demerit is anything that you perceive as detrimental to your self-worth as a person or an entrepreneur. It's that negative voice in your head promoting that negative narrative so your dead dream can stay dead. In any transaction where you are the value provider, the only thing exchanged is money. Buyers don't ask for your college transcripts or your credit scores. They don't ask about your bad driving record, your loveless marriage, or your last 5 failed businesses. They don't need a play-by-play on your last church confessional. Everything, from excuses to misdeeds, are all blasted out the window. When you have something people want, you're never too young, too old, too broke, too uneducated, too straight, too gay, too white, too black, too short, too introverted, too this or too that. Can you solve my problem, and at what price? Ex-cons take note. Value wipes the slate clean. Please don't confuse this with negative SKU. Negative SKU is advertised in public. Life demerits are private and personal. When someone has what you desperately want or need, their backstory can fade to black. In the case of Dave's Killer Bread, their relative value proposition wasn't life-saving at all. It was freaking bread. It proves that all our excuses about why we can't get started are all self-funded delusions. When you have what the market wants, you'll earn more than money. You can earn an unseen and unadvertised benefit: redemption. Key concepts. If you offer relative value, the world generally ignores your past transgressions and personal faults or life demerits. Seekers of value don't know or ask about your life demerits. If you have what the market wants, money will flow. Relative value is incredibly redemptive, especially for those with troublesome histories.
Just a friendly competition. Saturday, July 15th, 2017, 8:44 a.m. 8 days later. The next week, on an early Saturday morning, they would repeat the soup experiment, and his wife would copy the operation at the hospital. The break room soup drop would be minestrone. Sam reported that the minestrone from Harlucci's Italian Deli was a second-shift favorite at Mercy when she worked those hours, so it was a good gambit to push minestrone to the third shift. By the end of her night and into the morning, she had nothing to report. While some ate the soup, no one asked her about it. When she came home that morning to tell Jeff the bad news, she found him at the kitchen table behind his beefy desktop computer. To his side were an HP printer and a multi-slot attaché, an old-school adding machine, and a stack of papers with Neve on top. Soft jazz spirited the background. "This your new office?" Sam questioned. "Our office." He peeked up from the computer and then glanced at the whiteboard on the wall with the framed dollar bill. "I need an actual office, a real space that reminds me of our goals." He muddled his lips. Our little desk in the bedroom wasn't working. Whenever I go in there, I feel like sleeping, not working. Sam scanned the table. Not a lot of room to eat. He motioned to the other half of the table and the two empty chairs. "There's plenty of room. I don't mind eating at the counter or behind the computer." He started clacking at the keyboard and returned his gaze to the screen. Sam dropped her bag on the table with a noticeable thud. Jeff's head didn't budge, but his eyes peered up. He noticed her hair was straggled. Her black scrubs she normally wore was replaced with hospital-grade mint scrubs. Jeff noticed the overnight change of clothing and beckoned, "What happened to you?" Sam laughed. "Oh, just another day at the office. One of my patients had an excavation site cave in on him, burying him alive. Everyone in the ER was covered in mud and I had to change." Jeff's eyes widened. "Dead on arrival?" No, she winked. "The medics saved him." Jeff nodded nonchalantly and then threw her a pointed look. Sam knew what he was asking without him saying it, and for the next 2 minutes, she told her husband the bad news. The minestrone experiment at the hospital was a failure. Sam clarified. "I'm sure it's the work hours. People on third shift have strange appetites. The wee morning is more suitable for donuts and coffee than minestrone." Jeff surprisingly brushed it off. "Not a big deal. I've been getting quotes for production, and we're looking at thousands of dollars per SKU." Her eyes narrowed, puzzled. Jeff smiled deviously and asked rhetorically, "Oh, you want me to explain?" "Yes, but please, no mansplaining. I have a degree in nursing, not an MBA." Jeff clarified. "A SKU is each soup flavor we produce. The minestrone is a SKU, the Asian udon, the creamy potato. We only have money for one SKU, and since I already pre-sold 24 cans of the udon, our decision is simple. Your Asian udon is our winner." "How much are we looking at?" Jeff looked at his notepad. "I've talked to 3 co-packers. The smallest minimum order quantity is 100 cases. Each case has 32 cans. He flick-tapped his pen on the table and continued. "No one would give us an exact price until seeing the recipe, but we're looking at a fixed cost as low as $1.19 per can or as high as $2.30. At 3,200 cans, that's about $3,800 on the low side and $7,360 on high." Sam's mouth gaped, her face shocked. After grabbing a handful of pistachios from the bowl on the kitchen table, she said, "That's our entire emergency fund. We'll need to dip into our retirement accounts." Jeff nodded. "I figure we use half our emergency fund and don't touch the retirement account. We put the rest on your visa. Mine is still hurting from my t-shirt accident." She cracked a couple of nuts and tossed them into her mouth, unfazed. "I don't understand," she said, chewing. "Why can't I just cook for myself to get started? That way we can afford as many SKUs as we'd like." "It's against the law. You can't sell food cooked from your home kitchen." Sam shook her head. "No, I'm not talking about our kitchen, but a kitchen we rent." "Rent what?" Sam laughed. "You want me to girl-splain?" He smiled weakly and then nodded. Sam continued. "We rent a commercial kitchen." Jeff froze and looked up. "There's such a thing?" "Yes, and I'm not talking about one of your co-packers. My cooking shows I watch on TV always mention them. We can find a commercial kitchen that rents by the hour, and we can cook our own small batches and start selling small from there. Maybe we can get some good feedback before we make a big order with a co-packer." Jeff wedged back in his chair, rubbing his forehead almost embarrassingly. Unsure if he was stunned or just confused, Sam leered at him. He broke the silence with a hillbilly sing-song. "Well, goddamn." "What?" "I didn't know that." "Strong work, darling. This makes things a lot easier. We can really tinker with the recipe before committing big dollars to a large order. You want to be the one in charge of finding the kitchen since you'll be the one in it?" "No problem." She smiled, then walked into the kitchen to the coffee maker. "What are we thinking of naming the business?" She poured herself a cup. Jeff shrugged. "It's probably one of the most important decisions we'll make. It needs to be perfect, something that embodies a mission." Sam interjected excitedly. "How about Kindly Kind Kitchen? Our mission is to be kind, and all our soups will be vegan and responsibly sourced. And I want a portion of our profits to go to an animal rescue or some type of charity. And I want our label to be earthy and happy." Jeff butted in. "Whoa, hold on. Lots of ideas, but I don't think Kindly Kind Kitchen is a good idea." "Why?" "Duh. Kindly Kind Kitchen? What if we have a bunch of lazy customers who don't want to say all that and instead say KKK? KKK is a bad association, and I don't think we need to have that type of implication lingering around our brand." A lighthearted flute melody started playing from Madison's bedroom, an odd juxtaposition with the current topic. "Good point," Sam admitted. "I never thought about how others might perceive the name, just how I wanted it to be perceived." She sipped her coffee, then asked, "How about Happy Farms?" Jeff shook his head reluctantly. "It's not bad, I guess. Just doesn't move my meter much, and we don't own a farm. Don't think we should settle for anything but the best." How about Vegan Varieties?" Sam offered. "Not bad again, but we should avoid the word vegan, as it is another word that could have negative associations." Sam retorted loudly, "It's not negative." "Listen, Sam, I'm not talking about the word and what it means to your other vegan friends. I'm talking about non-vegans. Say vegan to a non-vegan, and they immediately think dry, bland, chewy, and tasteless. Had I mentioned our soup was vegan at work, we probably would have lost half our sales. Let's just stick with the word plant-based. That way we can appeal to a larger audience and not alienate others." She set her cup down on the table. "You're right." She begrudgingly nodded and smiled. "Again, you've been on a winning streak, and I don't like it." He dropped Neve to the table. "Let's give the business name a week or two to think about." He hesitated, then smirked wryly. "In fact, I say we turn it into a competition." Jeff, always the competitor, loved beating his wife in trivial matters. Who could hold their breath longer? Who could balance an egg on their forehead? A round of cornhole in the backyard? Whenever she'd lose at something, no matter what it was, he'd blame her vegan diet, alleging she was missing protein or fogging up her brain with too much tofu. Of course, Sam cared about Jeff's impromptu competitions as much as she cared about dairy farmers. Jeff declared, "The person who thinks up the business name receives an hour massage from the other." He rubbed his hands together devilishly, and then added, "For every week for the next month." She popped another pistachio in her mouth with confidence. "Deal."
The environmental hacking strategy. Change the weather to make progress easier. My 600-Pound Life is a reality show on the A&E television network featuring morbidly obese patients and their struggle to lose weight. Anytime I watch it, I want to throw my drink at the television screen. Even rationed viewings destroy my faith in humanity. Anyway, the goal for the patients on the show is to lose a moderate amount of weight. Then they can get approved for gastric bypass surgery. Most of the patients fail at sustained weight loss even after surgery. Every failure shares a commonality, and I'm not talking about excessive junk food consumption. After Dr. Nazarian warns the patient of the mortal urgency for a proper diet, they go home to an environmental nightmare. Every failure is preceded by an environment that doesn't encourage change, but a continuation of the status quo. Each patient is surrounded by enablers consisting of friends, family, and even parents. My favorite is that the family claims support for their obese family member, but not enough to stop filling the house with Oreos and ding-dongs. "Oh, we love Johnny and we don't want him to die of a heart attack, but we don't love him enough to stop buying the junk that is killing him." In one case, the poor man was 850 pounds, mostly bedridden, couldn't walk through doors, terrible lymphodemas. But the most disgusting and frustrating thing of all wasn't this man's plight. It was that his mother enabled him. Oh, he gets angry if I don't get him what he wants. Are you fucking kidding me? Your kid is eating himself to death, and your only concern is not to make him mad? You want your 4 bacon double cheeseburgers? Great, I won't be your courier. Go get them yourself. It's like trying to rehabilitate an alcoholic in a bar or a crackhead in a crack house. Even after losing 200 plus pounds and getting the help he needed, this poor guy ended up suffering a heart attack and dying on the show. Tragic, but not unexpected. But hey, at least his mother didn't make him angry. She was helpful enough to bring him 2 loaves of bread, 6 pierogies, and 3 bags of Skittles. If you want any chance at success, from weight loss to unscription, your environment must be engineered to help, not hinder. It's called environmental hacking. For example, I never write unless my workspace is clean and organized. Over the years, I noticed a pattern in my writing effort. If I wrote in a cluttered and disorganized workspace, my writing would also suffer from similar chaos. Worse, no writing would happen at all. If your goal is to eat carrots every day, your environment will largely determine success or failure. If eating carrots means a daily visit to the store, I'm betting you fail. The target goal is environmentally inconvenient. If you bought a big bag of carrots and laid them in the middle of your refrigerator, I'll bet you meet your goal. One environment is designed for failure, one for success. This is why bodybuilders prep their meals a week in advance. They're reshaping their environment to make goals more attainable. The first key to manipulating your environment is to understand that you have the power to do so. Yes, your setting can be controlled, but only when you're willing to confront your sacred excuses. For instance, my life has 2 chapters. My life in Chicago was the Depression chapter. The Dream chapter began in Arizona. I recognized young the need for sunshine in my life. I changed my location and hence changed the weather. But before doing so, I had to embrace the change dyad and confront my sacred excuses. Oh, you can't leave Chicago. You grew up here. You don't know a soul in Arizona. But you won't see your family for months on end. Once I realized every excuse was not a real reason for staying, I left. I knew I needed the sunny weather to succeed. Without it, my career as an author would not exist. And to be honest, I'd probably be strung out on Prozac due to a vitamin D deficiency. The point is, manipulate your environment so that you move probability towards success. Find the city that empowers you to seek excellence in new skills. Apply to a startup incubator. Tweak your grocery list and arrange your refrigerator so you eat the best diet. Find the gym that gives you the best workout. Planet Fitness is brilliantly branded as a non-judgmental gym for those who don't want to be around grunting bodybuilders and bare-waisted fitness models. Their value skew is literally an environmental hack for the self-conscious. Surround yourself with people who uplift your goals and don't belittle them. If your friends are scripted rat racers who troll your dreams, it's time for new friends, or keep them a few zip codes away. My forum has thousands of people who are pursuing unscription. Visitors get a daily exercise in environmental manipulation. You can't win a race towing a wagon filled with bricks. You know your optimum environment. Find it or make it. Never ignore it. Key concepts. If you want to improve your chances at success, hack your environment. Environmental hacking makes positive action easier and progress stalling inaction harder. The finicky felines principle. 2 finicky felines does not make a market. Christmas 2020. I purchased an expensive cat condo for my family's 2 house cats. After the large box arrived on our doorstep, we spent an hour putting it together. This cat tree came equipped with ladders, dangling mice, and private cubby holes perched high in the sky. I almost wished I was a cat. After finishing, we placed the towering tree next to the cat's favorite window and then watched, then waited, and waited more. Within minutes, my cats started both fighting over the new item in their space. Except they weren't fighting over this lavish cat tree, they were fighting over the cardboard box it came in. Fast forward a few weeks and they still haven't touched the damn cat tree. But damn, they sure love that box. I mention this story because my cat's behavior best symbolizes how you should approach any market, like a room full of finicky cats. Remember, magnetizing money doesn't involve chasing cats, but making them come to you. Whenever you poke the market, or what I call the market mind, you'll never know what comes back at you. The market mind represents the total market that should be interested in your product. My cats should like a cat tree. The finicky feline principle is a reminder that even the best products or services will have a considerable breadth of dislikers. Unfortunately, whenever you interact with the market mind, dangling cheese, baiting worms, or offering soup, expect your share of finicky cats. You expect one thing, they're going to love this cat tree, and get another. Darn, they love the box, not the tree. Many times these unexpected outcomes don't reflect a true market consensus, and false flags may appear in the form of negative opinions or indifference. Think of it this way. The market mind is like a stock market. Outside of a few big companies, the market moves as a holistic entity based on macroeconomic and geopolitical events. This market can be up 2% for the day, while one stock is down 40%. Yes, a plummeting stock is a tiny piece of the market whole, but it doesn't prove the consensus. It's like taking the Pacific Ocean's temperature in Costa Rica while expecting it to be the same in San Francisco. As such, when your product interacts with the market mind, you never know if you're getting an accurate consensus of the market mind or just a tiny reflection of a few individuals. Furthermore, the market mind only reacts on the basis of perceived value. A phrase I always preach to aspiring entrepreneurs is this: not everyone loves coffee. Despite coffee being a global $150 billion business, not everyone finds coffee enjoyable. If you harvested the most delicious coffee on the planet and offered it to someone who simply don't like coffee, you'll get rejected. As a collective, nobody can predict how fragments of the market mind will react to a given stimulus. Your advertising, your product, how your customers use your product, customer service, brand, and packaging. Everything is a variable. This is why business plans are about as accurate as monkeys throwing darts at stock pages. The best you can do with the market mind is to go fishing and see what happens. Drop a piece of cheese into the rat race construct, and then watch. When a market mind fragment expresses an opinion about your offer, apply the 3A method. Is there something actionable or skewable? Is it someone who doesn't like coffee? Is this opinion a pattern reflective of a collective or a random stock? Is there meaningful validation to outweigh negative opinions? Don't let two finicky cats make you errantly believe the other 63 million cats in the world would rather have a $3 box over a $300 cat tree. Key concepts. The market mind is like a stock market, but instead of representing all stocks, it represents all people who are in your target audience. One opinion represents a tiny piece of the market mind, but it doesn't prove consensus. Not everyone loves coffee represents a divergence in the market mind from the consensus, which may or may not be known. Market minds react holistically on the basis of perceived value, not necessarily true or relative value.
A brand is born. Monday, July 24th, 2017, 4:44 p.m. 9 days later. Home from work early, Jeff found his wife lying atop their bed. She was wearing nothing but her Ritz-Carlton bathrobe, as if she were chilling at the spa. Her hands were clasped behind her head as if she just had the best sex of her life. Monday was her day off, so it wasn't unusual, but she wasn't watching television or reading a book. She was gleaming with a shit-eating grin. Jeff looked around, confused. Where's Maddie? Band practice. She twirled her hair. She'll be home in an hour, Rai. Jeff's eyes flared with anticipation. You feeling frisky? He quickly loosened his tie. No, keep your shirt on, she snickered. I'm actually feeling stiff. She rubbed her neck and sat up, maintaining the grin. Our bet. You lost, and I want my prize. She gestured to the nightstand. Jeff spied a bottle of massage oil and an exfoliating brush. He frowned and then sat next to her on the bed, glaring at her intently. Wait a sec. We have to agree on a business name. You don't just win because you say you win. We haven't discussed anything. She laughed again. Oh, I win. Because I found the name of our business and our brand story. It isn't just good, it's excellent. And if you don't like it, I'm firing you as CEO and as a husband. She tried to flick her forefinger on his temple, but he jerked away. He let loose a dramatic sigh. Fine, let's hear it. Sam folded her legs like an 8-year-old about to reveal a secret. Heroic Kitchens. Jeff's nostrils flared, but he said nothing. She repeated, Heroic Kitchens. It's perfect. Anytime someone buys one of our soups, we will donate a portion of the profit to an animal at a rescue sanctuary. Jeff's frigid stare remained. He asked, You're allocating our profits when we don't even have any? He grimaced, but Sam's smile remained. Jeff carried on. So you want to donate a portion of our profits to animal shelters, like the Humane Society or the Pound? That is, he said, rubbing his face, assuming we even make a profit. Sam said, No, we're not donating profits toward pets, but animals who somehow escaped the meat trade. Cows, pigs, chickens, any animal who we can give a story and a name to. So we're rescuing farm animals? He shook his head. I'm confused. No, not like that. She angled closer. There are hundreds of animal sanctuaries around the world. Many of the rescued animals have incredible stories of survival. A lot of them need medical attention, or at least food. We simply sponsor one of the animals and include that as part of our mission. I say we even go as far as putting the animal's story on our labels, so the customer knows exactly who they're helping when they buy a soup from Heroic Kitchens. We can fill our website with these stories, a list of all the animals we help, and we're helping people be healthy. It's the perfect business that makes a difference. Jeff restrained a nod. Sam continued, pace quickening. And with a name like Heroic Kitchens, we can move into other plant-based lines, like snacks or cookies, maybe even ice cream, not just soup. Her husband sat silent and shook his head, glaring at the floor. Sam felt her chest get heavy, anger swelling in her throat. This name was perfect, and Jeff was feigning indifference. Her smile melted into a dead stare. Jeff slapped his palms on his knees and then lurched up from the bed, frowning. What, you don't like it? Sam rebutted, anger creeping into her face. Jeff unbuttoned his shirt and threw it on the floor. Confused, Sam scowled. What exactly are you doing? He walked to the nightstand shirtless and grabbed the bottle and the exfoliating brush. I'm thinking I don't want to get massage oil on my good shirt. He climbed on the bed and commanded, The CEO of Heroic Kitchens wants you to disrobe.
The Personality and Purpose Strategy. Humanize your corporation with a personality and a purpose. Some years ago, I sold my Lamborghini. After a mild summer with plenty of sunshine, I realized I no longer drove it. Yes, it sat in my garage collecting dust. When I first bought the Lamborghini, the brand resonated with my unscripted, defy society identity. I saw it as a symbol of divergence and uniqueness, but it also represented God and ostentatiousness. For me, as an introvert, those traits were not desirable. I sold it because as I aged, I preferred obscurity over unwanted attention. I tell this story because all successful brands do a great job at honing a corporate personality and a purpose that ratifies their customer's identity. As consumers, we don't want to do business with corporations. We want to do business with entities who have relatable stories to ours, or we do business with brands that affirm our identity or purpose. In my case, the Lamborghini brand and what it represented didn't change. My identity did. Productocracies go hand in hand with a powerful brand image. Behind every disciple, a clear brand identity reinforces loyalty. Branding, however, is a complicated business. So complicated that people make careers of it. For amateurs, branding means a slick logo, a pithy slogan, and some gold foil stationery. For experts, branding is more. It is the art of personifying a business with human qualities and characteristics, so it reflects or affirms your customer's identity. A well-executed brand identity reinforces your customer's identity, and as a result becomes a value skew in the buy decision. Consider the brand Harley-Davidson. How would you describe their core group of customers? Risk takers or conservative play-it-safe types? If you lived YOLO and carefree, would buying a Harley enhance your identity or damage it? How about Nike? Is a highly recruited athlete, would a fortune spent on Nike clothing arm your identity or weaken it? How about the person aspiring to get fit? The Nike brand becomes an extension of identity. Think about how these brands weave into identity. Louis Vuitton, Apple, Wrangler, Ferrari, Volvo. While branding isn't within this book's scope, and there are many books on the art, and it is an art, It starts with profiling your target customer's identity. Who is your perfect customer? What do they wear? Where do they live? What does their life look like? What goals do they have, or who do they aspire to be? Would a vegan or an animal lover like to buy soup that also donates money to rescue shelters? Absolutely. The company's mission goes beyond the product and is purpose-driven with an identity, as if it were an actual person. And because its target customer shares a similar identity, SKU and brand value is created. People are loyal to brands and relationships, not corporations or businesses. Make your business feel like a person with a soul and a personality. Build friendships, and those friendships will turn into money. Key concepts. The more your corporation is branded like a human personality, the more the market mind will view your business favorably. Your brand SKU should affirm or strengthen your customer's identity, creating additional value SKU. People naturally want to do business with people, not faceless corporations. The good isn't good enough principle. Aiming for a good likely ends in a mediocre. The day I wrote this principle, I received one email that grabbed my attention. Now, mind you, between my forum and my books, I get dozens of emails per day, from testimonials to solicitations to administrative nuisances. This particular email had the following subject line: "Your books are more valuable than my MBA. No, not kidding." When I opened the email, it read as follows: "I have gained more practical and valuable business knowledge and actionable ideas from these books and from reading your posts on the forum than I did from my entire MBA program. These are not just books, they are invaluable reference manuals. My journey to inscription begins today." As you can see, this reader believed my work delivered tremendous value. He would classify my books as excellent. Such an email is indicative of a productocracy as well. I tell this story because if you want to succeed at anything in life, you have to do good work, or better, excellent work. That doesn't matter if you're a lawyer, an entrepreneur, or a short order cook. Unfortunately, the secret to, quote, good work cannot be found on the internet. In fact, if you go on the hunt for it, you'll instead find the gateway to mediocrity. Let me explain. Ever hear the cliche, done is better than perfect, or the variant, perfect is the enemy of good? Google the perfect enemy phrase, and you'll get 184 million page results. The good folks parroting this platitude aren't saying anything new or novel, and they aren't helping you build a productocracy. Remember, 99% thinking will not get you 1% results. Here's the big problem. Perfection is often confused with excellence. As such, people don't shoot for the stars, they shoot for good enough. The good isn't good enough principle asserts that if you aim for a good, your outcome will likely be mediocre or worse, poor. How likely? My guess is about a whopping 84% chance. The fact is, whatever performance standard you target becomes your best case scenario. Think about that. If I want to make $10,000 more next month or lose 10 pounds, these targets become my best case results. Hence, they become outlier outcomes. If we plot potential outcomes on a normalized distribution curve, the best case would be the flat end of the bell curve. Mathematically, it's a 2 or worse 3 standard deviation outcome. However, the expected results occur in the curve's meat, the middle. The meat, or the center of the bell curve, has a 68% probability of occurring. Simply put, if you make good your target, you subconsciously handcuff yourself with a 68% chance of producing mediocrity. Worse, you strap yourself with a 16% chance of producing garbage. The answer to the plague of good is simple. Target excellence as your best case scenario. Make excellence a goal. Don't confuse this with perfection. Excellence is about doing the best you can do. Once excellence becomes your objective, then the middle of the bell curve shifts to good, the most likely outcome. Mediocre and poor also shifts, nearly becoming improbable, a 2 standard deviation outcome. This is how you end up with a good in our trusted aphorism. So how do you aim for excellence? Treat the minor details of your project with excellence, and the major result will turn out pretty damn good. For instance, writing excellent scenes is guaranteed to give you a good screenplay. Writing excellent code subroutines and functions will get you good software. Not perfect, maybe not even superior, but good enough to incite markets and maybe hit a productocracy. When minor details are approached with a good enough philosophy, your major outcome will likely degrade to fair or poor. The sum of the fair parts doesn't create excellence, much less good. 20 mediocre scenes won't make a good screenplay. The result is ineffective relative value. And that doesn't sell inventory. It doesn't magnetize money, and it certainly doesn't create value skew. For example, here's how I approached excellence in writing this book. I role-played as if I was a college senior with weeks before graduation. To graduate, I absolutely need an A on a short life principle that might help a new entrepreneur succeed. Every chapter in this book is written with that premise. Make it an A or don't pass and graduate. With this performance strategy, I know my readers will think my book, The Final Outcome, is good. Some, like my reader Chris with the MBA, might think it's excellent. And of course, some will think the book is just okay. But here's the hook. Very few, 2%, will judge the book as sucks. Moreover, I can sleep well knowing I did my best, regardless of the market outcome. Target excellence and shift your potential outcomes. Good becomes probable, mediocrity improbable. Key concepts. When you target good as a goal, you make good the best case scenario. If an action series were standardized on a normal bell curve distribution, the best case outcome becomes an outlier, and the expected outcome is the middle, or mediocrity. If you aim for a good, you are 84% likely to produce mediocre or worse work. If you aim for excellence, you are 68% likely to produce good work, and a significant portion of the market mind will find value in your work.
A Party for a Payday. January 1st, 2018, 12:01 a.m. 5 months, 8 days later. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! A crowded dance floor of drunken partiers cheered in celebration. Confetti rained down from above, blotting out the massive steel and glass windows which plated the dark sky. A stranger next to Samantha blew a whistler far too close to her ear, but she didn't care. The Trotmans kissed and then hugged, their long embrace immune to the revelry around them. The crowd jumped and yelled like newly minted lotto winners. Jeff stood back and eyed his wife's protruding belly. He held up his champagne and gestured a toast. After another long kiss, they slow danced, despite the frolic circling them. The rowdy crowd chorused Auld Lang Syne. Sam gazed into her husband's glimmering brown eyes, a clue he also felt the scene. She rested her head on Jeff's shoulders as if they were in the third verse of Open Arms by Journey. She whispered, "I can't remember the last time I was this excited about a new year." When the Trotman family first decided to start a business nearly 1 year ago, they didn't expect to be here, not this soon, especially after false starting with a knife sharpening business. How they ended up at a New Year's Eve party at the Grand Hyatt was a story in itself. Even in tight financial times, they were closer to their dream than they could have ever imagined. Their failed knife sharpening idea was soon replaced by a vegan soup business, a clear gap in the market that Sam identified as a vegan herself. Better, they had a recipe that was proven to be damn tasty, as verified by both vegans and non-vegans alike. Still, their business barely had $17,000 in sales. With startup costs and many mistakes, their company also lacked a profit. Furthermore, they weren't ready to hire a co-packer. After Sam located a commercial kitchen, she was cooking once a week, canning and labeling. Many obstacles still laid ahead, but many were overcome. They were overjoyed by their progress. They both felt alive. Mornings weren't as disquieted. Food tasted better. Their real jobs were more tolerable. Life had optimism and hope. The last 6 weeks leading up to their celebratory New Year's Eve was a blur. Jeff had extra time to devote to the business because of the holidays, while Sam cashed in vacation days. During that time, they solved one problem after another, from their brand positioning to authoring a story behind the company to getting a website launched with order-taking ability. Their credit cards hemorrhaged at the growth, and the $33,000 they had saved over 5 frugal years was now down to $21,000. Not because they'd spent it, but because December was a bloodbath for the stock market. When the Trotmans saw their balances decline from the increased volatility and the loss of control surrounding it, it steeled their resolve. Still, their frugal ways adopted in their lean years now played a significant role. Instead of money going into a market they couldn't control, it was going into a business they could. They aimed for those mysterious, asymmetrical returns. Still, their burn rate could have been worse. Jeff almost overpaid a web developer $6,000 to build an e-commerce website. Neither Jeff nor Sam had a clue about how e-commerce websites were made, so the $6,000 price tag seemed reasonable. After Sam did an hour of research, it turned out their web developer was simply installing WordPress with a WooCommerce plugin, something they could do on their own. If not, they could hire someone very inexpensively to do it. Certainly not $6,000. Bullet dodged. Then a failed Kickstarter campaign cost them money. Despite paying $997 for a terribly expensive crowdfunding training seminar, the Kickstarter project didn't meet their threshold goal. Jeff followed the tactics precisely as suggested by the training materials, but it failed to deliver any meaningful sales. Jeff wasn't sure if he'd been conned by a bro marketer or just failed at marketing messaging. He lamented, "Hard to sell a taste they can't taste." He wanted to try again with a new campaign angle. Sam wanted to try a new channel. They would need to decide later. Then a big disaster came as an unfortunate surprise. After canning, their soup only had a shelf life of 15 to 17 days. No one got sick, thank the rancid smell for that. But it was their first major problem, an unnerving one that shook the foundation of their resolve. But it didn't last long. Sam solved the issue just days later. Because they didn't hire a co-packer or have access to their consultants, Sam hired a food chemist for 1 hour. She discovered all the details on flavoring and preserving secrets, what spices to use and not use, what plant-based food is susceptible to spoiling quicker, and other tricks of the trade. It was the best $250 I ever spent, she recalled. And she was right. She tweaked her recipe and the soup stopped spoiling. Meanwhile, Jeff started implementing one of his marketing ideas, exhibiting at weekend craft fairs and art shows. Since it was winter, he only found 2 to attend. The first one was an epic failure, one for the Guinness Book, if ever such a world record existed. After 6 hours, Jeff had sold exactly 0 cans of soup. Yes, 0. Foot traffic wasn't a problem, the place was jam-packed, and Jeff ran out of business cards. "Business cards don't pay bills," Sam would later heckle when Jeff reported 190 disappearing business cards as a bright side. Sam had named the company, exposed their near-fatal website hire, and solved their spoiling soup problem. As such, Jeff felt his biggest challenge was getting out-hustled and outsmarted by his wife. Sure, they were a team, but he wanted to be the Captain Kirk of their business. Hopeful for a different outcome at next week's craft fair, Jeff knew something had to change. He had to assess the problem, then adjust. As the old saying went, it's insane to expect different results when you repeat the same thing. So he changed tactics. Next week at the fair, Jeff would sell out of every can of soup he'd had in stock, 120 cans total in 2 hours. He'd leave early with nearly $600 in sales, a far cry from the 0 cans sold last week. A drastic change in tactics changed the outcome drastically, all because Jeff gave a free sample to anyone who walked by. As Jeff left the craft show early, his chest fluttered in excitement and anticipation. A smile was plastered on his face that didn't crack the entire drive home. He thought to himself, "This soup is like a drug. All I have to do is get someone to sample it and they're hooked." As he sped home, he saw himself jumping on the mattress like a preteen boy with tickets to a new Star Wars flick. His small win at the craft show fired something in his soul that went beyond monetary rewards. It was a passion and a tolerance for the process, a self-respecting peace knowing he was making a difference. Working on his business was now a habit, as much as watching Cubs games had been 10 years ago. And though he still had a thankless job as a thankless auditor at a thankless company, that job suddenly became more bearable. It was no longer the ends, it was the means. And yet, all these feelings curiously confused him. He wasn't passionate about this plant-based stuff like his wife, but he was on fire for the business and what it represented. It gave his life a purpose and a direction, all while the world found value in it. He couldn't imagine what he'd feel like if he sold millions of cans, not hundreds. When Jeff returned home from the art fair, his wife was seated on the couch with Madison watching TV together. Jeff laughed as he saw The Brady Bunch airing, specifically the episode where Jan gets biffed in the face with Greg's football. Jeff dropped his briefcase and asked, "So is this what you guys do when I'm gone, the Brady Bunch?" Sam put her hand on Madison's knee, a signal to pause the TV. Sam glanced at the clock on the microwave and then scoffed. "Oh boy," she grimaced. "You're home early. That can't be good." Jeff grinned and threw his hands in the air, releasing a wad of money that rained like confetti. Madison giggled and leaped up from the couch and tried to catch a few bills. Jeff continued, "Sold out, baby, in only 2 hours." He firmly fixed his hands on his waist as if he was about to battle a rival rapper. "Check. Your move." Sam smiled incredulously, but her eyes twinkled. Jeff's competitive insecurities were amusing, if not ridiculous. Jeff gyrated his hips flamboyantly as if he was pole dancing. Sam chuckled. "My move? How about we celebrate at the Hyatt on New Year's? You can educate the peasants on how you made it rain money." She hesitated and then motioned to his hips, still pulsating in ridiculousness. "And if you want to get lucky, I suggest you leave your goofy dance at home." That New Year's Eve was the Trotmans' first paycheck from their business. Of course, none of them took a paycheck, but it was their reward. As the last confetti fell, they continued their embrace until Jeff retreated and faced his pregnant wife. As if divine timing was paying attention to the moment, the song changed, a more fitting melody to their mood. Eric Clapton's Wonderful Tonight. He smiled and asked, "May I have this dance?" She pulled him close. "You may do as you please."
The Gold Star Strategy. Celebrate victories commensurate with the win. In elementary school, good work was rewarded with a gold star. In business, you need to do the same. Every expensive car I've ever owned, from Vipers to Lamborghinis, has been a gold star gift to myself. While you build your business, it's essential to reward yourself, even for the small wins. It might be months, perhaps years, before you can draw a steady paycheck. The same applies to asymmetric returns. As such, you'll want to reward yourself for milestones reached. Here are some milestones you should celebrate. Your first prototype. Your first product ready for sale. Your first successful import, if applicable. Your first sale. Your first great review. Your confirmation of a productocracy, a big celebration. Your first profit, even a few bucks. Your first polymorphic pay. Your first paycheck. Your first employee. Your first lucrative partnership or distribution agreement. Your first profitable month. Your first profitable year. Your first sign of asymmetric returns. A business valuation that exceeds $1 million, $5 million, and beyond. Your net worth exceeds $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, and beyond. Your liquid savings exceeds $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, and beyond. You sell your company. Obviously, the cost of your gold stars shouldn't endanger your progress or limit future options. Rewards could be a massage, a nice dinner at a restaurant, a weekend staycation, or a New Year's Eve party. Better, a reward that fits into your 1-5-10 planacy is a great idea. Once the asymmetric returns begin, the gold stars can get more extravagant, and you can start crossing off 1-5-10 milestones. Key concepts. Celebrate personal and business victories with gold stars or rewards commensurate with the victory. Rewards should not endanger or regress your progress. A reward that fits into your 1-5-10 planacy is a great reward. The Fruit Tree Strategy. Hunt for fruit trees, not peeled fruit. I recently read a book about business growth strategies. Much of it, while entertaining, was peeled fruit tactics. For instance, one startup grew by hacking Craigslist. While that worked in 2011, it doesn't work in 2021. Likewise, if I wrote a book detailing how I built an internet business from 0 users to millions, most of it would not be very helpful. The methods and strategies I used 5 years ago, much less 15 years ago, are peeled fruit tactics. What's actionable today most likely won't be actionable tomorrow. The unfortunate reality we face as entrepreneurs is that actionable advice has the lifespan of peeled fruit. Once the fruit is peeled and marketers get a hold of it, the clock starts ticking. Within years, sometimes months, that particular strategy stops working. While some peeled fruit is worth investigating and deploying, most of your growth will come from fruit trees. Fruit trees are new strategies, mediums, or channels that haven't been mass promoted onto the mainstream, and you only uncover them via the 3A method. If there is a new social media platform that isn't yet mainstream, there's a good chance it could be an emerging fruit tree ready for exploit. Years ago, it was Facebook, then Instagram, then Snapchat, and then repeat forever. Remember, change is constant, and it is the launching pad for new millionaires and billionaires. For instance, on my forum, an entrepreneur posted his experience finding a fruit tree, legal voicemail marketing. He reported insane ROIs. Within days, as people discovered the fruit tree, the thread grew to 3 pages and dozens of comments as people rushed in to use it. At some point, the tactic will become adapted and overused. The insane ROI will disappear. Once the tactic becomes saturated, peeled fruit marketers swoop in and sell the strategy as some super cool new marketing tactic. These marketers will often use fresh fruit tree tactics to sell their past rotten fruit tree, which has now become peeled fruit. Once their current fruit tree loses its effectiveness, the whole process repeats. Find a new fruit tree to sell the older one that no longer works. Meanwhile, they make a fortune selling the cycle. There's a good chance that Jeff's $9.97 Kickstarter Masterclass was a peeled fruit strategy. I've yet to hear of any entrepreneur who exploded his business because they paid $5,000 for a super secret marketing tactic plus 6 free bonuses. As entrepreneurs, we have to be on the prowl for any strategy that can grow our business, peeled fruit or otherwise. Just be wary of marketers selling marketing strategies. You're better off observing their methods over buying them. You don't want to invest $10,000 in a fruit tree when in truth, you're getting peeled fruit about to go rotten. Key concepts. Strategies and tactics that work today won't work tomorrow. Usually effective strategies of yesterday, peeled fruit, are packaged into expensive programs and marketed as effective strategies of today. Fruit trees are unique marketing strategies or new media channels not bastardized by internet marketers and guru schemers. The demonstration strategy. Demonstration is gold, description is dirt. The last time you bought a car, I'll bet you test drove it. The last time you sprung for some cologne or perfume, I bet the same thing. You tried it. Roll the towering corridors of Costco, and you'll smell tasty morsels at a sampling cart staffed by a grandmotherly attendant. Eat in the aisle, pay at the cashier. The most powerful sales strategy for a productocracy is a demonstration. This can be a video, a walkthrough, a free trial, or a free sample. The demonstration principle serves to minimize risk, present pre-purchase value, and foster reciprocity. It's like arming the sales process with a laser-sighted rifle. The first demonstration perk is risk elimination. What is more likely to compel a sale? A sign in the window that reads, "Our unscripted cookies are a decadent mix of creamy peanut butter and rich dark chocolate imported from Belgium," or a free sample. End risk for your potential customer, and you'll grab more sales. In this case, eating a sample before buying guarantees that the customer's relative value expectations will be met. The second perk is it allows your customer to see what life is like without your value. If your customer freely samples the product and instantly loves it, you're going to win a sale along with a guaranteed non-return occurrence. Trust becomes before lust. And if consumers are lusting after your product, you could also charge a slightly higher premium. In the application and video game business, a demonstration is the industry's backbone with the freemium business model. Here's how. 1, get your customer to try it for free, and 2, get them hooked so they want to pay for it. A video game that has you entertained or enthused in minutes will hook you into paying. My business also used the freemium tactic long before freemium was even a buzzword. My most significant value SKU, the unique selling proposition or USP, allowed advertisers to try my service risk-free. Getting advertisers to join was a breeze because at the time, the industry standard was pay 100% up front. My customers only paid when I sent them a customer. My purpose was demonstration. Give potential clients a risk-free evaluation and hook them into paying for the service only after they found valuable customers. No matter what you're selling, you must apply some form of demonstration. In the infomercial business, potential product placements that cannot be demonstrated are principally rejected. Without demonstration's visual power, these big infomercial companies know that they're going to war with sticks and stones. You have to go into battle with a laser-sighted rifle. In another example, my publishing company gives away the first 5 or 6 chapters for every book I write. My purpose is to reduce risk for the reader. After a chapter or two, a potential reader should know if they like the content and my voice. Second, I'm trying to hook them. In every book I write, I pay strict attention to the early chapters because that is where demonstration occurs. It is where the sale is made or lost. The final demonstration perk is reciprocity. Psychological studies show that if you're doing something free for a stranger, they are more likely to return the favor. While the other bullets exude more sales power, everything helps. Studies have reported the power of demonstration is impressive. One firm said that beer sales were boosted by 71% when national retailers hosted beer sampling. Frozen pizza samples exploded sales by a whopping 600%. Mind you, this is what corporations are willing to reveal. It's unlikely that any company would announce a sales strategy capable of spiking sales by hundreds of percentages. Of course, none of this matters if your product is garbage. Demonstration and its results can often be the first sign of a productocracy, or lack thereof. Key concepts. A productocracy's most powerful sales tactic is demonstration. An effective demonstration lowers or eliminates customer buying risk, getting buyers hooked, and taps into reciprocity, all of which improves probabilities for sales. The freemium business model is a form of demonstration, particularly in video gaming. The gamification strategy. Play life like a video game to be won. Hundreds of aspiring entrepreneurs visit my forum daily, where they freely post their questions and their struggles. One common struggle voiced on my forum is video game addiction. A phenomenon once reserved for teenagers, we now have grown adults joysticking their lives down the drain. And they can't stop. My unscientific theory into this epidemic is a combination of 3 things. First, video games are a coping mechanism for the realities of rat race life, just like junk food, sports, and television. Second, video games can be played in relative comfort, where failure is anonymous and consequence-free. Fail at a video game and you press reset to try again. Success is marginalized to a reset button, all while eating pizza and reclining on a lazy boy. Third, and most importantly, video games are designed for addiction. Like most coping mechanisms, addictive components fire our feedback loop, giving us a false sense of success. These are the same elements that drive success and transformative passion, spiking dopamine. Once you taste fictional success, your brain wants more. The more I study technology, religion, and science, quantum physics is a real mind bender, the more I wonder if life is a technological simulation. All of us could be avatars for some advanced civilization, and God isn't some mystical bearded man on a throne, but a pimply-faced teenager who pressed the on button. Regardless of what you believe, our reality is what we process through our 5 senses. And those senses should be telling us that life has to be more than working 5 days a week for half a century, paying bills, and then dying. Once you realize your role in the rat race religion, your goal should be crystal clear. Win your freedom and be happy in its pursuit. Yes, happiness now, not later. Attack entrepreneurial life as if it were a role-playing video game, an RPG. Do so and you move probability because the same leveling up mechanics apply. In any RPG, you have to become a problemologist to advance through the game. As such, you're continually investigating, identifying problems, acting, assessing, and adjusting. As skills and resources accumulate, so do your opportunities and the results. Many RPG video games are a team effort involving parties. A warrior will join with an elf who offers complementary skills. When the warrior can't cast a spell, he joins with a wizard. Likewise, to win at entrepreneurship, you'll also need a team. Employees, freelancers, contractors, joint venture partners. In business, wherever you're weak or in need, hire or outsource. Many entrepreneurs want to do it alone because they also want control or fear delegation. Going it alone might win some battles, but it rarely wins the war. Finally, the game of entrepreneurship is riddled with resets and game restarts. No one wins the game on their first play. They play and repeatedly fail until skills are honed, learning is done, and wisdom grows. Over time, your character builds and gets stronger. Problems are solved more comfortably, gold starts to accrue, and bigger wins are scored. Leveling up is one step closer to a rat race escape. And then one day you'll discover, hey, my life is so incredible I don't need junk food, television, or video games. Key concepts. Video gaming is endemic to how dismal and hopeless life is for most people. Video gaming is destructive because it allows unlimited anonymous failure while stimulating our dopamine centers with fictional success. Look at life as a real video game with problems to solve, rewards to be won, teams to build, and freedom to obtain.
One giant step for Trotman Kind. Monday, March 5th, 2018. 10:11 a.m. 63 days later. Beach ball in her belly, Samantha was weeks from birth. Instead of taking unpaid maternity leave, she opted for a lighter workload, going from 4 days a week to 2. The extra days gave her time to work on the business. Jeff continued to utilize his lunch hours, often cold calling distributors and other whale accounts. Without a dedicated full-time employee, progress was slow, albeit steady. The sun peeked out from the gray sky for the first time in months. Despite a brisk temperature that couldn't crack 60, spring freshened the air. Sam glanced out the window and saw convertibles with dropped tops. People walked about without jackets. After 5 months of unmerciful Chicago cold, 59 degrees might as well be 82. She texted Jeff, "Sunny day equals good omen." Like a changing season, the Trotmans entered a new phase in their business. And new phases come with new risks. Today was the big day, their first order with their selected co-packer, 2 SKUs costing nearly $10,000 for 100 cases each of Asian tofu udon and creamy potato bisque. After weeks of sampling and about a dozen FedExes back and forth with their co-packer, they finally got their 2 recipes nailed down. While the co-packer wasn't the cheapest, they offered organic ingredients plus storage and fulfillment. Shipping 2 skids of bulky cans from North Carolina to Chicago and storing them in a townhouse garage was, as Jeff put it, amateur. Since their New Year's Eve celebration 2 months ago, they'd cautiously moved ahead. Now, hard decisions needed to be made. While their sales were growing, it was a slow crawl with peaks and valleys. While 5 or 6 orders a day from their website was encouraging, it put them in a gray area. They weren't selling enough to warrant a big order with a co-packer, but they were selling enough to make Sam's weekly visit to the commercial kitchen a royal pain in the ass. "This is starting to become a chore," Sam reported. "You know I love to cook," she said to Jeff, "but these weekly visits to the kitchen are starting to take their toll." Jeff followed with a confession of his own. "I haven't been marketing as much. I know every sale means less inventory, and less inventory means you need to go back to the kitchen. And with you being on the verge of birth, you need to start going easier, not harder." Sam agreed. "Yes, I don't think we can continue with this dip our toe in the water strategy. We need to dive in and just do it. Freeing me up in the kitchen will also give me more time to get our message out. I'd like to implement that influencer strategy you mentioned." Most of their sales were coming from the unlikeliest of places, their business's social media accounts, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Sam would post soup photos or make plant-based memes and tag them with vegan-related tags. And like clockwork, 2 or 3 sales would trickle in with each post. The strategy's effectiveness had Sam considering hiring a marketing and public relations firm, at least until they wanted a $15,000 retainer. In the meantime, Jeff was trying to secure commercial wholesale accounts. They understood that their venture's real growth wouldn't be from occasional website sales, but in getting their soups on the store's shelves where plant-based soups are virtually non-existent. Jeff cold called and emailed food distributors, but no one was biting. At this point, he would have loved to hear back from someone and get a literal rejection instead of a literal ignore. It seemed as if the food industry was like a high school clique. If you weren't sitting at the cool kids table in the cafeteria, you had to fight your way there or do something shocking. But for Jeff and Sam, they felt they were being ignored. According to Jeff, always the numbers guy, the soup had a 50% conversion rate on anyone who sampled it. But Sam wasn't sold on that metric and reasoned it was an anomaly. She argued, the old ladies at Costco who do the free sampling are always fighting off a mob, and a lot of that junk is processed. I'm afraid you're just catching people when they're hungry. But she would later become a believer. Jeff showed her their customer list, which at the moment was just under 4,000 people. See these marks? He pointed to a column on the spreadsheet. Those are repeat buyers, and according to the numbers, our reorder rate is already at 21%, and we don't even know if the other buyers already ate the soup. This data sold Sam, combined with a slew of emails from random strangers raving about the soup. Statements like, OMG, it's about time, or my carnivore husband loved it. It was time to charge ahead. When it rolled into the lunch hour, Sam's phone rang. It's done, Jeff said flatly on the line, as if he'd just made an appointment for a prostate exam. Next month you'll have an $8,900 charge on your visa. We'll have to dig into whatever's left of the emergency fund. He paused. By this time next week, we'll be the proud owners of 6,400 cans of soup. I thought our first order was going to be $10,000, Sam asked. I begged the manufacturer to do better, told him how we're a struggling small business living in a dump. He laughed. Guess he felt sorry for us and waived the credit fees, plus gave us a 3% discount. Nice, she said, walking over to the window and moving the curtain aside. The sun was even brighter, the melting snow reflecting its rays into a blinding sheen. Well, I should get back to work, Jeff said. I loathe thinking about the credit card bill when it comes next month. Between the FedExes and the kitchen rental, we're near our limits. Or you could look at it from the bright side, like today's sunshine, Sam stated. When we sell all those cans, we'll quadruple our revenue and have $25,000 in profit to buy more. And who knows, maybe pay some of it off. She paused and then glanced at the whiteboard on the wall. She spoke forcefully. Remember, Jeff, it's nail and scale, not worry and scurry.
The Leap of Zeros Principle. Do not fear more zeros as you grow. I once found an uncashed check in my car for $11,000. As I told this story in the first unscripted book, the check was squashed between my seat and the center console. After I got over the shock of not missing it for a month, I could only smile. I made the leap of zeros many years earlier. When I started my business, a 2-0 expense, say $500, was a lot of money. Now it is about as significant as buying a Slurpee from the Quick Trip. At some point in your evolution from consumer to producer, you will need to make a leap of zeros. Like a leap of faith, the leap of zeros principle is an inflection point in your business when bigger decisions with bigger price tags must be made. This could be new equipment, hiring new employees, a warehouse lease, or a 7-figure loan. My first leap of zeros was years ago when I was broke. I spent thousands of dollars on a premium domain name. At that point in my life and business, it was the largest purchase I had ever made, and making it felt like going all in. If you ever swum in a cold pool or a lake, you know it's better to just dive in. An inch-by-inch toe dip creep into the frigid water prolongs the pain and amplifies the fear. Furthermore, it also gives you a chance to talk yourself out of it. At some point, you need to steel your loins and just jump. If your business proves to be a productocracy while showing signs of leverage and asymmetric returns, don't fear making the leap of zeros. And yes, it will feel like a huge risk, but it isn't when given some rat race perspective. Investing $10,000 on 2 skids of plant-based soup is risky, but financing $50,000 over 6 years on a new Chevy Tahoe isn't? As they say, people spend more time planning their week-long vacation than they do planning for their financial futures. The problem is your transition from consumer to producer doesn't automatically cancel the scarcity mindset. It doesn't cancel your memory of financial struggles. It doesn't swap perspectives on what constitutes a good investment. Buying soup to build a business or buying a Tahoe to build your ego. When you're taught to pinch every penny and save every dime, the idea of spending $10,000 for a business venture seems foolish, risky, outlandish. This is normal, but expected. So how do you know when a leap of zeros is needed? two criteria. 1, reasonable, and 2, necessary. First, the expense must be reasonable. There's nothing unreasonable about buying inventory for your new business. It is also necessary. With this leap, the Trotmans cannot move forward. Most often, a leap of zeros is required to move the business to the next level. This is an important distinction. Some large expenses are neither reasonable nor necessary. Yes, spending $15,000 to retain a public relations firm might help the business, but is it reasonable and necessary? No, neither. When significant sums of money with more zeros appear in your life, both on the expense and revenue side, it is part of the unscripted process. If you don't fear the zeros in business, then the zeros in your personal life will also start to change. And then one day you might find yourself unfazed at finding 5 or 6 figures stuffed in between the seats. Key concepts. At some point in your business, you will need to make a leap of zeros, which is a large expenditure that is required to move your business forward. A leap of zeros expense should be reasonable and necessary. As your business grows, so will your personal leap of zeros by way of larger numbers, more income, more saving, and more taxes. The Millionaire Paycheck Strategy. Hire yourself for seconds and get paid millionaire rates. I once earned $180,000 an hour. I kid you not. Here's how I did it, and here's how you can make a similar rate of return on your time. Every few years, I host an annual unscripted conference at a beautiful resort in Arizona. If you haven't hosted a fairly large event at a hotel before, let me be clear. Everything is overpriced, from food to audiovisual equipment. Before you guess that I profited $180,000 in ticket sales, let me correct you pronto. This conference is basically run at cost, and I barely draw a profit. As I prepared for the conference and reviewed my order, I noticed a line item for curtains that backdrop the speaking stage. It was a whopping $1,500. My jaw dropped. I immediately fired off an email to the event coordinator. I asked, "Can you do better for this price? $1,500 for curtains is a bit exorbitant for a curtain rental, considering we've hosted this event at your venue for many years." The event coordinator was happy to remove the $1,500 curtains from my bill and still provide them. Boom, just like that, 30 seconds earned me $1,500. If you hourlyize that rate of pay, it comes to a staggering $180,000 an hour. 30 seconds times $1,500 equals $3,000 a minute. $3,000 a minute equals $180,000 an hour. So if someone offered you a temporary job that paid $180,000 per hour for some risk-free work, would you take it? You would instantly, as I would too. The fact is, anytime you're about to spend money, hire yourself. Take a few seconds, at most a minute, and seek a discount, a promo code, or a negotiation. If you're successful, you will earn a staggering return on your time, usually an hourly rate that amounts to thousands. Last year, I purchased a software subscription that retailed for $129 a month. Before I clicked Submit on the order page, I did a quick internet search for a coupon code. I found one that discounted the service to $89 a month. Within 30 seconds, I saved $40. If you hourlyize the return on my minor fragment of effort, 30 seconds, it amounted to a return on my time invested to a whopping $4,800 per hour. 30 seconds times $40 equals $80 a minute. $80 a minute equals $4,800 an hour. And because it's a monthly subscription, the 30 seconds continually pays $40 in savings every month. Seconds of my time kept $40 a month in my pocket, residually for as long as I remain a customer. Hiring yourself also goes beyond coupon codes and internet shopping. As Jeff was faced with his first order's daunting cost, he asked for a better price. Those seconds paid handsomely. Negotiating for a new car or a new appliance? Uttering the phrase, "Is that the best you can do?" only takes seconds, but the hourly return on those seconds can amount to hundreds, if not thousands. In real estate, a few days of patience can yield tens of thousands of dollars. Whenever you make a purchase, hire yourself and aim to get it for less. No, you're not cheap, but you do want an instant payday at millionaire rates of return. Keep in mind this is a defensive strategy and the game is won on offense. However, money is still money. Not seeking millionaire paydays is no different than tossing money out the window of a moving car. Transform tiny blocks of your life into millionaire paydays, and one day you will be a millionaire. Key concepts. Anytime you spend money, hire yourself and earn a huge rate of return. Combined with an offensive approach, negotiating in all circumstances can earn huge rates of return, usually at millionaire pay rates. Searching for coupon codes, having patience, and merely asking, "Is this the best you can do?" can save you thousands and earn a huge return on your time.
Effin' grandmas? Monday, March 12th, 2018, 3:01 p.m. 7 days later. Before the co-packer could pack their order, Jeff and his wife noticed an immediate shift in their approach. While they were already committed, they went from a brisk walk to a sprint. Having 6,400 cans of soup stored in a North Carolina warehouse and a pending credit card bill added another layer of seriousness. Jeff would mention, "Can you believe we're doing this? It feels surreal. My stomach is in knots, and I'm not sure if it's excitement or fear." But with each day, each order, and each email raving about the soup, the excitement would chip away the fear. Until one day, it simply disappeared. They had a new normal working alongside their current jobs. Jeff would deal with operations and wholesale acquisition, Sam marketing and outreach. Their business amounted to a second job, but oddly, they didn't quite equate their business work with actual work. Jeff would spend lunch hour at his job submitting orders into their fulfillment processor. If there was any time left over, he'd make a call or two to a food distributor or specialty grocer. On the days she worked graveyard, Sam would spend the later hours of her afternoon prospecting and marketing. On her days off, Sam would work the business in the afternoon and evenings as if it were her own job. Jeff tasked her to focus on plant-based influencers with a large social media presence. They learned fast that when an Instagram or YouTube user raved about the soup, it would generate instant sales directly proportional to their followers. The first time it happened, an Instagram user with 3,900 followers posted a photo of the soup and raved about it. It generated 12 sales nearly instantly and ended up being one of their biggest sales days. When it happened again a mere 4 days later, the same math repeated. Someone with 11,000 followers generated 41 sales, another new record. Once Jeff analyzed the numbers, he remarked, "Oh my, it's like printing money. We just need slews of influencers to taste it." If anyone raved about the soup on social media, Jeff deduced that minimally 1/3 of 1%, or 0.003 of their followers, would buy. He barked more numbers at Sam. "If we can get one of these skinny soy boys with 1 million followers to plug us, we can sell 5,000 cans in a matter of minutes. At a $2 margin, that's an instant profit of $10,000 for mere minutes of work." Sam shook her head and glared at her husband's douchebaggery, remarking rhetorically, "Soy boys?" She crossed her arms. "Mr. Jeffrey Trotman, let me warn you, you can't be saying stuff like that. If one of our customers heard you, we'd be done in a flash." His eyes peered over the desktop computer still parked on the kitchen table. Sam saw his face flash worry. He reclined back in his chair, his lips contorting into mush. "Crap, you're probably right." He paused, then clarified. "When I was at work and gave Hank his soup order, he laughed when I told him the soup was vegan. He said, 'Wow, I liked soup for soy boys? Amazing.' No need to explain, Jeff. I forgive you. Try to remember you're the CEO of a company now, not a playground bully. Be mindful of what comes out of that mouth of yours. Strangers who feel betrayed won't be so forgiving." 2 days later, they would get their first big break. Sort of. It was a call from Philadelphia. It wasn't a big break in terms of money, the order was only for one case, but it was more of a beaver dam breaking, complete with a message from the beaver. When Sam got the call from Papa Tony's Italian Deli at 5 p.m., she couldn't believe it. She asked for clarification. "Pardon me if this is none of my business, but why would an Italian deli in Philadelphia want to order a plant-based soup?" "South Philadelphia," corrected the man on the phone in a Rocky-like "Yo, Adrian" Italian accent. "I'm sorry," Sam offered. "South Philly. You get a lot of requests for vegan soup?" The question drew silence. Sam imagined the man on the line to be about 300 bills, a jogging suit that had never been jogged in, and a pinky ring to round out, no pun intended, the look. As the silence hung, Sam wondered if her question crossed a line, or if it was just Yo Adrian thinking. The deli owner finally spoke, almost sounding remorseful. "We get a lot of old people asking for it. You know, grandmas and stuff. So I found you on the interwebs. Came up on the first page." Sam threw the phone a puzzled look. "Older people are asking you for vegan soup?" Yeah, he said, but broke into a negative. "But I don't think they like it. I had a few tell me they want it for their grandkids. Mrs. Carlucci told me her grandkids won't eat anything with the meat in it, and if they can't eat at Grandma Carlucci's, they won't visit Grandma." A pause, then louder. "Can you imagine that? How do you go to Grandma Carlucci's and not eat her meatballs? They're to die for. Those grandkids of hers, they should lop off their damn fingers for showing such disrespect." He scoffed. "No meat. My God, what's this world coming to?" Sam didn't comment, but thanked the man and took his order. It was their first wholesale account, but more importantly, it hinted at just how many tentacles they had working for them. After Sam hung up, she uttered under her breath, channeling her husband's piss-poor impersonation of Al Pacino. "No shit, effing grandmas."
The fired customer strategy. Fire when you tire. Years ago, I remember a customer in California who would call several times a week and occupy hours of customer service time. When billing rolled around, she'd be back on the phone contesting every line item, bit by bit, minute by minute. After several months of dealing with this melodramatic client with too much time and obviously not enough work, I asked the rep to investigate her average bill size. It amounted to about $12. Specifically, I was paying someone 5 hours at $25 an hour to manage this person as a boss and as a customer. I whipped out my nice but firm writing style and ended the relationship. You keep your $12.87. I'll stop spending $125 trying to earn it. Fun fact for business owners. Every current and potential customer is your boss. The bosses pay you for work, or in our case, for our relative value. However, what isn't often considered is how much value do our bosses bring to us? If it isn't enough, fire them. When they bring you more trouble without the marginal benefit for that trouble, dump them. What few realize is that business transactions are a mutual agreement between two parties, and then a value exchange. When one party is aggrieved and the balance goes out of whack, on either side, someone must fire the other. If you're paying me $20, you can expect at least $20 in value. If I come up short, I get fired, and you go to another company. But on the flip side, if you're yielding $10 in revenue, but costing me $50 in expenses and or ball-busting drama, you're going bye-bye. Because most consumers have been bombarded with conventional wisdom, the customer is king. Many customers go instant asshole and then instant apeshit when something isn't right. The customer is king mentality is giving them a license to treat business owners and their employees like used cat litter. This happens often on my forum. When it's clear a user is trolling my forum to distract and disrupt, posting such statements as, "You're all wasting your time," or "You'll never get rich," I have no problem removing them. They're not visiting my forum for enlightenment or business building. In another example, I once had a paying customer call me a fraud in several forum posts because I didn't return his email within 2 hours. Mind you, he sent the email at 6:27 in the evening. Because I eat dinner like every human on the planet, his request for a refund was not answered within his expectation profile, which turned out to be as soon as I fucking send it. After waiting an hour, he decided to have a temper tantrum. When I read his request about 3 hours after his first email, I promptly refunded his money. Then I promptly banned him. "Sorry, but your $59 doesn't give you the right to libel me while dropping a stink bomb inside my house. In the words of our most loved, hated ex-president, you're fired. Refund? Hell yeah, how fast can I do it?" "But MJ, that isn't sucks as you preach, you're a hypocrite." "No, champ, when I tire, I fire." Don't believe the lie. Customers aren't kings, they're presidents. And presidents can be booted out of office with just one vote, yours. Key concepts. The boss is your customer and they can fire you, but you can also fire them. Fire problem customers when the value they bring sinks below their cost. The hindsight strategy. Think consequentially and expose process-killing choices. In 2012, a medical device CFO making $200,000 a year thought he'd score some internet points by videoing him berating a Chick-fil-A employee at a drive-thru window. The 2-minute YouTube video went viral and stoked a national outrage. When the dust settled, he was fired from his job. The man lost over $2 million in stock options and as of March 2015 is now unemployed and on food stamps. One bad decision can invalidate thousands of good ones. Pete Rose bet on baseball and his life was forever changed. Tiger Woods crashed his Lincoln amid a marital infidelity cover-up and things were never the same. Michael Richards, known for playing Kramer on Seinfeld, used racial slurs during a stand-up comedy routine and lost his reputation instantly. Bill Buckner erred in the World Series, tarnishing an outstanding baseball career. What's the common thread in all these stories? One event can destroy a process, even one you didn't intend. An action lasting minutes can kill a process that took you decades to build. The process builds the event. I finally got my CFO dream job, while an event, let's berate this minimum wage employee, tears the process apart. Yes, one reckless decision can ravage your life or destroy your business in an instant. A one-night stand can kill a marriage. An inappropriate slap on the butt to an employee can destroy a career, and a drunk driving accident can ruin lives. An action that spans mere minutes destroys a lifetime of process, killing livelihoods, relationships, and reputations. Think about that for a minute. One impulsive decision or mistake has the staggering power to invalidate thousands of well-planned ones. Your dream house took 2 years to build, but one carelessly placed cigar burnt it down. The event kills the process, but the reverse does not apply. One positive action cannot erase thousands of negative ones. Eating broccoli for one day won't help you lose the weight that took years to accumulate. The unfortunate reality of the event-process dichotomy is that the consequences of our actions are unfairly weighted toward the bad ones. In Jeff's case, if some of his customers discovered that he had pejoratively stereotyped them as soy boys, it would jeopardize their business. Your defense for exploiting process-killing choices is consequential thinking. Consequential thinking extrapolates consequences while assessing risk and probability. Think before you act. Before embarking on a risky action, ask the questions. What are this action's worst and best case consequences and the reasonable odds? Are these outcomes worth the risk? Are you betting the house to win a free hamburger? To be edgy? Are you risking your health to inflate your ego? A proactive mind answers these questions in seconds. Once reviewed, catastrophic threats to your process can be exposed and bad decisions can be avoided. In effect, consequential thinking brings hindsight into the present. Key concepts. One event lasting minutes can destroy a process that took years to build, but the reverse does not apply. Poor decisions are weighted negatively and can be process killers. Consequential thinking extrapolates consequences while assessing risk and probability, bringing hindsight into the present for better decision-making.
Just another day at the office. Thursday, March 15th, 2018, 5:12 p.m. 3 days later. "Who died?" Sam asked her husband when she returned home from the grocery store. Jeff was hunkered down at the corner of the kitchen table, now their de facto office, grimacing at his desktop. Bella greeted Sam, tail wagging furiously, followed by an intensive sniff of the food hall, hoping to find a treat. Without looking up from his screen, Jeff replied, "No one died." Bella barked a rare bark as Sam unpacked the paper bags. Bella clung to her heels, still hopeful for a goodie. Jeff sat silent, keyboard clacking away. He let loose a harsh breath, and then another. After the groceries were put away and Bella got her treat, Sam lingered over to her husband. She slowly slid the chair out and sat. She pulled the back of his desktop screen and asked, "All right, what's going on?" His eyes shifted up, but his head didn't move. "Well, right now I'm trying to stop the bleeding." I've placed some pay-per-click ads at Google. We've gotten some clicks, but no orders. I've already burned through $200. I'm not sure why we aren't selling anything. Our ad copy, our website design, the wrong market? Not sure. This stuff is a fucking science. I'm having a deja vu when I tried to sell t-shirts. Is it anything to be really worried about? Sam asked. I mean, we keep selling soup, our customers love our product, and we've made progress. Yeah, I know. It just feels like it's always 10 steps forward, 9 steps back. He sighed. Guess it's just another day at the office. Sam nodded and then asked, You know, March Madness started today. Might be a good distraction for you. He huffed. I could care less about that nonsense right now. Not sure if I'll ever care about it again. He swiveled the computer around and pointed to the screen. We've got to figure out how to get here. Sam moved closer and recited what she read. VeggieCon, the plant-based convention. She looked at Jeff. Well, that looks promising, and you know we love Vegas. It says they expect over 30,000 attendees and 200 exhibitors. Jeff leaned back, folding his arms. Yes, very promising, except we can't afford to exhibit. I spent the last 2 weeks trying to figure out how to make it financially worth the risk. Cleaning out our retirement accounts and spending every dime of profit we've made thus far is just too big a risk. We'd be going all in without a safety net. Sam sat quietly for a moment and then wondered aloud. Is it one of those leap of zeros? Something we need to do to move forward? Jeff answered quickly. No, not at a 5-figure price tag. It would be great to go, but the cost is neither reasonable nor necessary. Wow, that's insane. Obviously, that's not startup friendly when you have to be a millionaire to get a booth. She hesitated for a long moment, as if unsure of something. She finally spoke. I've been having some struggles as well. Getting influencers to try our soup is like pulling teeth. I send several dozen emails a day. Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, even started using some of the influencer platforms. Mostly everyone ignores me, which is frustrating because we know how well free sampling has worked for us. Jeff rubbed his temple, a hint he'd not only heard Sam, but he was still trying to solve their trade show dilemma. On the bright side, Sam continued, Becky said she would take over your craft fair duties as long as it isn't more than twice a month. I told her we would pay her 10% of whatever she sold. Based on the last 6 shows you did, that's about $150 for 6 hours of work. Jeff nodded, eyes still locked on his screen. I don't think my niece is vegan, he stated, and then continued, People ask if I'm vegan, and when I say no, it seems a bit contradictory. It probably comes across as a money grab to them, just some carnivore trying to make a buck on a trend. Well, I could see why, Sam replied. Our soups are based on my story and my love of animals, not necessarily yours. And no, Becky isn't vegan. Your sister told me she's a pescatarian. She only eats fish. But yes, moving forward, we should probably keep you away from the public. Some vegans might not like hearing that my husband likes dining on ground animal organs encased in pig's intestinal lining. Jeff pursed his lips and finally looked up from his computer, contempt darkening his eyes. With a disgusted scowl, he shook his head. Sam snickered. Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I meant to say that you like sausage.
The triangulated value strategy. Relative value casting. Don't quit 3 feet from gold. There's an old motivational story about a miner who quit digging 3 feet from gold. He had the right idea, location, and tools, but he gave up when his early excavation uncovered nothing. As a result, he sold his mine to another miner who continued the dig. And well, you know what happened next. Thousands of entrepreneurs suffer the same fate every year. They have the right business idea and the tools to unearth gold. They just misjudge the adjust in the 3A method and fail. Hence, giving up too early. Not because they lack motivation, but because they fail to triangulate their offer and understand the sales system. Nothing is worse than working on an idea and quitting only to learn later that another entrepreneur executed it perfectly into a multi-million-dollar enterprise. If you have a great idea and the makings of a hit, relative value casting will expose it within the sales system. It will also confirm a quitting decision, the hard verdict that says, yeah, it's time to quit and move on to a new idea. Relative value casting is like fly fishing, the process of casting a line in the water over and over. You can have the tastiest bait in the world, your relative value, but without the right sales system, you'll never catch any fish. Yes, escaping the rat race is like fishing. In effect, this sales system is your business system, the machine that converts relative value into profit. Here are the 5 components of the sales system. 1. The relative value, or the bait. 2. The message or offer, or the hook. 3. The channel, or the boat. 4. The reach, or the frequency or depth. 5. The closing conversion, or the fishing pole. Relative value, the bait. The bait, your relative value, is your product or service. The 4 components that follow should confirm or triangulate relative value, a venture worthy of commitment. If one of them is deficient, the system breaks down and no fish are caught. The result is a false flag on failure where you might judge your idea isn't worth a continued pursuit. Channel, the boat. Your boat is the marketing, retail, or wholesale channel and is needed to take you to sea, or the market. If you think about the TAM in terms of a body of water, the boat gets you access to fragments of the market like a fishing hole. Different boats take you to different places on the sea. Without a channel, you can't reach the fish and present them with the bait. So are you leveraging the right channel with the right targeting measures? Or is there a better medium to reach your audience? If you're advertising a facial cream on a gun and knife forum, it's the wrong channel. If your Facebook ad targets all adults over 21, you're targeting the wrong audience. You must continuously test varied channels and targeting options by using the 3A method: acting, assessing, and adjusting. Your product might not suck, but the channel and the audience it hits do. Message, the hook. Your hook is your offer. It is the messaging and presentation of your relative value, the bait. If your product rocks, but your message is deficient or flawed, or the hook is too obvious, pushy, exaggerated, you fail. Probably the most common false flag of failure is your message. Your copy is weak, the photos are blurry, your call to action doesn't exist. Your design and UI look like they were done with GoDaddy's web tool. The fact is, many great products die because of flawed offers and poor presentations. Messaging failure. In the end, you could hit the right medium and saturate the right reach, but a poorly constructed offer sinks the boat before you even get started. I'd guess most launch failures are from failed messaging, not failed products. Reach, the line. Your line is your reach and market penetration for your relative value offer. If you have a great product combined with a great marketing message, but your line doesn't go deep enough, not reaching enough fish, you fail. If your ad only had 100 impressions or 32 clicks, your conclusions will stem from an inadequate sample size. No matter what the industry, conversions need large samples. Just because you burned through $100 at Amazon and nothing happened, it doesn't mean failure. Ensure your sample size is adequate to warrant conclusions about its data. I'd recommend at least 500 impressions and/or 500 clicks. The right channel and the right targeting, but the wrong reach, might falsely flag failure. Conversion, the fishing pole. Your specialized unit is offered at the right channel and in the right quantities. You got a fantastic offer and your customer is hooked. The problem is your fishing pole breaks and the customer swims away. Your fishing pole reels in the catch with a conversion or your ability to close the sale. For websites, this would be the order process or perhaps a store policy. Did someone want your value but didn't want to pay for shipping? How easy is it to go from "I want this" to "I bought this"? Countless entrepreneurs have a great idea with a strong value skew. But when they fail to triangulate that value with the right channel, boat, messaging, hook, reach, line, and/or conversion, pole, that great product goes unseen and hence unbought. Your specialized unit's true value can't be proved or disproved unless you 3A these 4 components. Looking back at my past business failures, I succeeded in producing relative value, but failed at relative value casting. I failed in acting, assessing, and adjusting each component. It really is like fly fishing. You might cast your line 100 times before snatching a bite. Never quit until you thoroughly 3A'd the system. Do so and you won't abandon a gold mine with 3 feet left to dig. Key concepts. Marketing to potential customers requires a 5-point sales system with each component working synergistically. The 5 components to a selling system are 1. Relative value, the bait, 2. The message or hook, 3. The channel or boat, 4, the reach or depth, and 5, the conversion or pull. A failure in one or more of these components will result in no sales and possibly a quitting 3 feet from gold scenario. If all 5 of these components are tested with the 3A method, it will determine moving forward or quitting. The SCADA strategy. Catch fish, craft hooks, and sell more with SCADA. After I earned my finance degree from college, I realized that a number-crunching job, even temporarily, was worse than bathing in muriatic acid. So I stayed and got a degree in marketing. It was then I learned one of the oldest marketing formulas in existence. And yes, it is still relevant today. While a lot has changed, behavioral economics and what motivates humans has not. As entrepreneurs, half our battle is creating something people want. The other half is convincing them to buy it. When casting your relative value, one piece of the sales system is your hook, the messaging that shifts a potential customer to a buyer. With a producer mindset, I'm always observing other business owners and their actions. More often than not, small business owners rarely wander outside of their self-centered bubble. As a result, they craft toothless hooks. Instead of selling solutions and benefits, they sell features and egoistic jargon. We objectively enable compelling technology with backward-compatible collaboration for mission-critical apps in native environments. Remember, no one cares. As consumers, we buy things to solve needs. We participate in transactions to fill voids. You don't buy a McDonald's Happy Meal, you buy a screaming child quiet. You don't buy a drill, you buy a hole. You don't buy a Lamborghini, you enhance an ego. You don't buy a piece of software, you buy a convenient solution. As problemologists, we must demonstrate our solution, not the facts and features of our solution. Does the fact that you're the largest cannabis laboratory in Colorado solve my problem? It doesn't until you translate that feature into a benefit. Compelling hooks and the entire sales process can be scaled down into a simple model called SCADA. SCADA. SC, self-centered, A, attention, I, interest, D, desire, and A, action. SC, self-centered. Going back to Ptolemy, the Earth-centric astronomer, everyone is the center of their universe. As such, people don't care about your business. They only care about what it can do for them. Your entire offer must lead and then linger in the spirit of pure, unadulterated self-centeredness. What can your business do for me? How will it make my life sexier, more comfortable, or more livable? In historical marketing parlance, it's called WIFM, or What's in It for Me. A, attention. You won't believe it. See how time has ravaged these 67 gorgeous celebrities of the last century. Ever see a clickbait headline like that and get stuck clicking 67 times to see the entire list? I have, and it's because of A, attention. Grab attention with a compelling, benefit-oriented headline or a shocking picture that lures eyeballs. In my case, the image was a time-ravaged celebrity and the benefit was curiosity. Since I grew up in the last century, I was praying not to find Phoebe Cates on the list. Ooh, she wasn't. Anyway, with attention, the goal is to grab your customer's attention with your offer's primary benefit. If there are many benefits and value SKUs, focus on the top one, more commonly known as your USP, or unique selling proposition. I, interest. The art of creating more interest in your offer happens when you stack value SKUs. Interest is where you expand on the benefits of your offer beyond the primary one. Make what's in it for me more compelling than the primary benefit. Leave the customer declaring, wow, not only do I get my main issue solved, but I also get X, Y, and Z? Example, wow, not only do I get email leads for my business, but the phone calls are free? If possible, don't describe, demonstrate by offering a free trial, a free sample, or a video walkthrough. D, desire. Desire drives up the interest with more value adds on top of your primary and secondary offer. Desire could be free bonuses, discounts, extended trials, sweepstakes entries, and add-on upgrades. Wrap up all of these extra bonuses by telling the potential customer how these other benefits will help them on top of the primary benefit. Wow, I can get a 15% discount if I pay yearly instead of monthly? Solidify desire with a slew of positive testimonials. A. Action. Action is a call to close the sale. Nowadays, the most effective way to do this is through a scarcity statement. Limited time only. Offer expires in 2 days. Only 100 spots are available. Only 500 in stock. Then stack your scarcity statement with a FOMO, fear of missing out, through social proof, peer testimonials, and user raves from satisfied users. Social proof creates a FOMO element, but it also strengthens desire because it is an uncompensated third-party validation. Fail to hook your offer with SCADA and you'll fail to get bites. The sales system collapses. Combine this fact with the other casting elements, and you can see why most businesses fail. There are multiple points of failure that go beyond the value you create. Your customer is self-centered. Grab his attention with a benefit-oriented headline or an impactful picture. Generate more interest by stacking more benefits. Build desire by demonstration and how your relative value solves problems, proved by positive testimonials. Take action and close with a scarcity statement and more raves. Congratulations, you just got a degree in marketing, and it didn't cost you 4 years and $50,000. Key concepts. An ineffective hook cripples the sales system. An effective hook deploys SCADA, an appeal to self-centered interests, an attention grabber, an elevation of interest and desire, and a call to action to a scarcity and/or FOMO element. An effective hook translates features and facts to benefits and solutions. The asymmetric traction principle. Most of your success will come from the least of your channels. The Pareto principle is the idea that 80% of X is caused by 20% of Y. In business, Pareto applies to sales channels. 80% of your sales will come from 20% of your marketing effort. Namely, the asymmetric traction principle, the majority of your company's growth will happen from a minority of your strategy. Your most significant revenue sources will come from just a few channels. The rest will be minuscule, or worse, will be a crash and burn. Back to our fishing metaphor. Some boats take you to better fishing holes within your market. There are 8 major marketing channels you could use for growing your business, and within those 8 you'll find dozens of subsets. The good news is there are hundreds of marketing options available for experimentation. The bad news is only a few of them will be responsible for your growth. Yes, you're looking for needles in haystacks. Those 8 major marketing channels are business development, joint ventures, partnerships, influencers, affiliate relationships, and joint ventures with other companies. Application. A YouTube influencer agrees to review my book or accepts it freely. Distributive marketing. Channels, distributors, and other wholesale or retail firms who sell your product. Application. Selling my audiobook on Audible. Email and/or text marketing. Sending potential or existing clients new offers and sales. Application. Text messaging a client who abandoned their shopping cart and messaging customers about new products or offers. Public relations. Free media, press releases in major media, podcast interviews, and contributing articles to media outlets. Application. Writing for MarketWatch or Forbes while plugging my forum. Search engine and review marketing. Target favorable rankings in the search engines and review services for a particular keyword. Application. Yelp and Google. Online advertising. Paying to advertise to a target audience, pay-per-click advertising, display ads, and pixel remarketing. Application. Google, Pinterest, Facebook, Instagram, Etsy, etc. Online content or value marketing. Content marketing, blog articles, online tools, forums, blogs, and free calculators. Application. The Fastlane Forum and GradeMyBusinessIdea.com. Offline marketing. Direct marketing, mail, billboards, and vehicle marketing. Application. Mailing a potential client a free sample. Using a 3A model, your job as an entrepreneur is to find those channels that work the best for your business. This process involves a lot of trial and error as you cycle through the media and triangulate your bait with varying experiments. In my first business, most of my revenue came from 3 channels: search engine marketing, business development or affiliates, and pay-per-click advertising. In my publishing company, most of my income comes from 3 channels: Amazon, audiobooks, and content marketing via community development through my forum. In every instance, I didn't find or build these channels instantly, but over time exposed them through a series of trials and failures. Not every channel or marketing medium will work or give you a positive ROI. Suppose your expectations are set too high and you quit after evaluating just one or two channels. In that case, you risk a failed casting followed by a false flag on relative value or a productocracy. For instance, advertising on Facebook can be a complicated task. Campaign management is a career in itself. If you give up after spending $100 and conclude that your product sucks, your conclusion is likely flawed. Additionally, as you cycle through channels, you'll want to target the larger road opportunities. Interstates, freeways, and boulevards are better than roads, lanes, and driveways. If you spend 2 weeks schmoozing a YouTube vlogger with 100 subscribers, you're targeting a driveway that will likely have little effect. Conversely, the YouTube channel with 1 million subscribers is a freeway. Focusing on the bigger roads ensures asymmetric yields on your effort that move the needle faster. A purchase order from Bob's hardware store on Maple Avenue is different from a purchase order from Walmart. Whenever I get an interview request, I first decide, is this an interstate or a driveway? Because podcasting has become ubiquitous, most interview requests I get nowadays are driveways and not worth my time. I do interstates, freeways, and boulevards. When in doubt, go bigger. Every business is different. Uncovering the best channels for driving traffic and customers is part of being a problemologist. And because marketing is dynamic, the process is infinitely iterative. What works today at driving customers to your business won't work tomorrow. Yes, effective marketing is like peeled fruit. Key concepts. Pareto's principle applies to marketing strategy. 80% of your sales will come from 20% of your effort. There are 8 general marketing strategies for reaching your market, each representing dozens, sometimes hundreds of options, all of which need to be acted, assessed, and adjusted. Be preferential to larger audiences to improve chances of asymmetric yields. Chapter footnote. If you are just getting started and struggling to build an audience, I would recommend taking every interview offer you get.
Burning Out. Sunday, April 1st, 2018, 12:05 p.m. 17 days later. It was the longest, most hellacious week the Trotmans could remember, and it wasn't over. Sam was lying on the couch, staring at the ceiling. Jeff was in his office, which now commandeered the entire kitchen table. Family meals, when they had any, took place on the couch or stooled at the kitchen counter. Gripping Pinky, her stuffed animal companion, Sam snarled from behind the couch, "It's never over. I just finished Saturday's orders and now there's another 14 sitting there." She was exhausted. They'd postponed their Saturday board meeting to Sunday, but it looked as if Sunday's rescheduled meeting was also in jeopardy. Earlier that week, Jeff had pressed his wife to have their weekly weekend conference at a restaurant, forcing them out of their routine. But as Friday passed into Saturday, it became clear that neither had the energy to groom themselves, much less leave the house. And Sam was struggling with late-term pregnancy irritations, frequent urination, swollen ankles, heartburn, and difficulty getting comfortable. The hectic week started with Jeff relisting his Kickstarter with a different angle, unbeknownst to Sam. Instead of focusing on the soup, which he couldn't do since no one had invented taste through a computer screen, he focused on their story behind the soup. After revealing Sam's struggles to find healthy vegan options in soup, he described her love affair with animals, the primary reason she was vegan. In his Kickstarter brief, he described Heroic Kitchen's mission, donating a piece of the profits to a rescued animal at a real rescue sanctuary. His wife had already found dozens of rescue shelters that wanted to be a part of it. As he reviewed the many animals who needed sponsorship, a job normally reserved for Sam, he was overwhelmed with grief. Every animal had a shocking story. A cow tagged in the rear as G32, now named Houdini, had escaped the slaughterhouse gauntlet. Several sick pigs dumped like trash next to a pig farm. There were even some chickens. Jeff wanted to pick them all, but he could only select one. He ended up choosing Mookie, a golden retriever who only had 2 functional legs and one that needed amputation. Saved from the Yulin Meat Festival in China, Mookie's story struck Jeff like a brick in the face. Not knowing dogs were a delicacy in another culture and often tortured for flavor, he was sickened to learn about Mookie's story and his rescue. The details were so horrific that Jeff felt his heart implode, as if it were being sucked into a black hole. Jeff contemplated Mookie's photos submitted by the rescue. The dog's haunted eyes bored sorrow and betrayal into Jeff's soul, a vanquishing that made him nauseous. After a moment, he had to look away, fearful the traumatic photo would haunt his dreams. He needed to see no more. Mookie would be chosen for help. In his Kickstarter brief, Jeff relayed Mookie's story, walking a fine line between the horrific details and the emotional rescue. Mookie now had a real story of hardship and heroics, and that story made him real, with a heartbeat and a will to live. Suddenly, the world wanted to donate to his well-being through the magic of soup. He'd reached the project goal in a matter of hours. He had once experienced a similar process at the craft fair. A dismal failure was reversed into a profound success by a mere shift in tactics. Sam, now up from the couch, shuffled to a chair at the table. She fell into her seat, her head propped on her hands, which she elbowed on the kitchen table. She woozily pleaded to her husband beside her. "Can you take care of today's orders? I need a break." Jeff nodded smirkingly and stood up, walking to the pantry. She heard him rustling until he approached with a bottle and placed it on the table. "Champagne at noon, while I'm 38 weeks pregnant?" She looked up at him. "Did you snag a big account today?" He stood above her and nodded at the bottle. "This is just sparkling spritzer, but to answer your question, no." Perplexed, she continued. "We hit new sales records for a weekend?" "Yes, but that's not what this is for." "You inked a joint venture with Beyond Burger or Impossible?" He mashed his lips and shook his head. She whacked him on the knee with the back of her hand. He sat down and smiled with the asset still under lockdown. "Well, tell me," she admonished, plopping her head back into her hands as if it were a pillow. Jeff revealed his big Kickstarter success. "Could be thousands of cans, hundreds of cases," he reported, giddy. Sam managed a half smile and said flatly, "It's great news. Fantastic, actually." She paused. "But I'm so exhausted with the hospital, even desk duty, that the last thing I want to think about right now is more work, even if it is ours. There's never a break with this business. It runs 24/7 and never closes." Jeff remarked, "Yeah, isn't it wonderful? We're making money every day of the year." This is what DeMarco was talking about. DeMarco. Remember him? The unscripted thing? "It won't be like this all the time. This is just our process, remember?" He didn't wait for her to answer, adding, "We're building our business system with Polypay, or whatever DeMarco called it." Sam remembered when and why it had all started. "Polymorphic pay," she corrected. "Of course I remember. I'm just burned out." Her hooded eyes sank heavier as she leaned back and cradled her belly. He continued, "If this Kickstarter thing goes as planned, we're looking at thousands of dollars. And Mookie, our sponsored rescue dog, will have the money for surgery." She nodded, another anemic smile, as if unimpressed with his news. Jeff repositioned himself in front of her and sat in the chair backward, leaning on its back. It creaked in opposition. "But that's not the big news," he said, as if he'd had too much caffeine. She attempted to perk up, raising her forehead. "Yes? More news?" "Yes." The silence hung again. Always the numbers guy, Jeff continued. "Our sales just went over $100,000, and with today's orders, our monthly cash flow generation just went over $6,000 per month. That's not even with the Kickstarter thing. Sales have gone up every month, and I'm not talking about a few $100. Last week, I ordered another lot with our co-packer, and I only had to charge 20% of it. Because we're not spending a fortune on advertising, our net margin is 48%. Better, our reorder rate is 19%. 19, Sam mumbled weakly. That doesn't sound good. Actually, it's wonderful. Remember, Samantha, when people buy soup, they don't eat it right away. It often sits in the pantry until rainy weather, the flu, or something. If we're at 19% already, it probably is a lot better." He held up a stack of papers. "These are customer testimonials. People who love our soup, or love that we're making a difference with rescue animals." She feigned another weak smile and tried to muster joy for the moment. But the numbers to Sam were just that. Numbers. She felt a kick in her belly and she gasped, her grip firming on his. Jeff motioned to her belly. "My darling wife, let me put it in perspective for you." He cradled his hands around her face, caressing her cheek as if he was consoling a sad child. He said calmly, "Our business has made enough money, and has been making enough money for the last 2 months, that you can quit your job." He leaned in, louder. "Tomorrow."
The commitment and balance principle. Expect commitment to wear the mask of imbalance. Whenever I hear, "Thank God it's Friday," I can only shake my head in disappointment. What a tragedy. Thank God that 5 days of my life are over, only so I can get drunk the next 2 days, so I can forget about repeating the same nauseating 5 days next week. In Buddhism, the middle way is about a balanced approach to life. That an optimum existence is a path found between materialism and spirituality. While I believe this to be true, I don't believe you can find a middle way in today's rat race culture. When you're sacrificing 5 days of work for 2 days of freedom, is that a balanced approach to life? Nope, more like unfair and unbalanced. The commitment and balance principle affirms that if you want to live the middle way for most of your life, you'll need to embrace commitment, and sometimes that commitment can wear the mask of imbalance, at least temporarily. Before Buddha found the middle way, he practiced asceticism. The extreme imbalance of minimalistic living and nearly dying is what compelled his discovery of the middle way. In a lot of ways, our journey will be similar, but without the dying. When I was building my web company, there were many 12-hour days, sometimes lasting weeks. Sometimes I would decline dates, parties, and nights out. And yes, some of my relationships temporarily suffered. Likewise, when I wrote my first book, I checked myself into a beach condo and wrote for 30 days. It was eat, write, sleep, lift. This book as well. I disappeared for weeks straight and needed heavy drinking and illicit drugs to get me through it. Okay, just kidding about the drugs, but not kidding about the long hours. In short, balance was nowhere. I was living like an ascetic Buddha. When something is a commitment, things can go unbalanced. Does Elon Musk and his multiple divorces give you fuzzy feelings of a balanced life? Probably not. The truth is, today's top producers lead anything but balanced lives. But yesterday's top producers probably do. For instance, think balanced and unfocused priorities is how Michael Phelps won 23 Olympic gold medals? How about Michael Jordan and his 6 NBA championships and 4 MVPs? These guys lived and breathed their profession. But today, after their prime, I'm betting they live pretty balanced lives. Exceptional results come from extraordinary commitments that culture will label as unbalanced. When people preach, quote, balance, they're talking about balanced among culturally endorsed priorities. Everyone wants six-pack abs, the big bank account, and the creative freedom to do work that matters. The problem is those same people also want to eat McDonald's every day. They want to watch every Bachelorette episode, and they want to buy all the hot brands, all while cashing a government welfare check. For them, imbalance is an implied threat to priorities which are either frivolous or comfort-seeking. If imbalance means giving up the ice cream, then balance represents the status quo. I have no idea who won last year's World Series, yet there are people in my life who can recite entire lineups and baseball stats from teams fielded in 1976. Unless you're a player or a professional gambler, watching a meaningless baseball game that has no impact on your life is a terrible waste. As I say, the most important things in your life seize your time. When meaningless bullshit is your priority, balance is like a goal stuck in wet cement. Prioritize your priorities beyond rat race coping mechanisms. Please do so, and suddenly its weekend cheese might feel like a cheap joke. Today I lead a middle way life the way I want. How? I was committed and willing to meander into the world of the imbalanced. Key concepts. The rat race makes balanced or middle way living nearly impossible. Commitment can often cause things to go temporarily unbalanced. Embrace unbalanced periods of your life to seek lasting balance. Your actions express your priorities. The self-directed pink slip strategy. Don't quit your day job until your business makes you. I get several dozen emails per week regarding my books. Most of them are encouraging, but every week a few have me concerned. The worrisome messages are the ones that demonstrate reader impetuousness and malformed expectations. Bluntly speaking, just because you read one of my books doesn't mean you should quit your job or drop out of college. Such actions reflect a reader who is not process-driven but event-oriented. Quitting college to start a business is an event. Quitting your job to start a business is an event. Starting a profitable business is a process. My recommendation? Don't quit your job unless you've got the following 4 guidelines flashing green. 1. Existing sales with adequate profit margins. 2. At least a 6-month runway, cash flow, to support an owner paycheck. 3. Scale and growth potential. Can revenue increase 10 times within the next 12 months? 4. Evidence of a productocracy. Quitting a job or college is a huge decision. In my opinion, reading a few books about business isn't a license to make reckless decisions. In short, don't quit your day job until your business makes you quit your day job. The Trotmans are at the precipice with rising sales and a verified productocracy. Quitting won't endanger their living situation or their business. Your family's basic living essentials shouldn't be part of your risk equation. Starting a business while homeless and starving might light a fire under your butt, but trust me, the Hollywood ending is unlikely. Key concepts. Quitting your job or college is an event. Launching a profitable business is a process. Don't quit your day job until your business forces you. Existing sales, 6 months of cash flow, scale potential, and evidence of a productocracy are all green lights to quitting your job. The storyfication strategy. Put it in a story. If you can make them care, you can make them buy. Like many pounds worldwide, the animal shelter in Maricopa County, Arizona is jam-packed and overflowing. Hundreds of dogs wait to be adopted weekly. Dozens more are euthanized for no reason other than overcrowding and indeterminate temperaments. Simply too many dogs, not enough adopters. And yet, when any dog is offered for adoption on television, say a local morning show, and given a backstory, strayed, abandoned, abused, or whatever, the phone rings off the hook. The dog waited in a cage to be adopted for 8 weeks but had no takers. But put her on television? The dog would only have to wait 8 minutes. The backstory transforms the dog from a faceless number on a clipboard to a creature with depth and sentience. Bottom line, attach a powerful story to your company and its products, and you will sell more. Stories are how we make sense of the world. And when the right story resonates with your customer's identity, either through their humanity or their ego, you create positive value skew and a more compelling argument for their sale. Stories and their powerful effect on buying psychology has been proven. One such experiment came from SignificantObjects.com, which demonstrated how narrative can impact any object's perceived value. At Significant Objects, everyday thrift store items were purchased cheaply and then resold on eBay, except for one difference. A powerful story was linked to the objects. As a result, items purchased at an average of $1.25 were sold for many times more, nearly $8,000 in total. A $1 jar of marbles was given a story and sold for $50. A $1 wooden apple core was given a story and sold for over $100, and dozens more. Perhaps the most iconic use of storification comes from the J. Peterman Company, which started as a mail-order fashion catalog in 1987. As Peterman explains, how did we do it? By breaking all the rules. Our owner's manual catalog only featured one item per page. We used paintings of items versus photography, and each item was accompanied by intensive romantic copy. These were all the things the experts said we shouldn't do. By tying each product to a story, or as Peterman explains, romantic copy, each product carried a unique value skew. For instance, here are some of the words behind the story of a simple flannel shirt. Symphony, yarn-dyed plaid, cheeky, sumptuous, immensely cozy. All tied together in a cute little narrative. This is how a company can sell a $100 flannel shirt that looks no different from something you find at Kohl's for $15. You cannot underestimate the power of story for creating skew and making people possibly care. With Ptolemying, we've already identified that no one cares. Putting a story to your business can weaken this truth because our egoic selfishness likes having our identity validated while being part of the narrative. I adopted that dog on television. Quite possibly, the most important page on your website isn't what you're selling, it's the story revealing why you are selling it. Studies have proven that the About Us page is one of the most frequently visited pages on a website. I estimate my forum's About Us page has been hit more than 2 million times. Tell the audience why you are in business and give them a story they can identify with. If customers identify with either you or your product, you will sell more and stack your SKU. Key concepts. Attach a powerful story to your company or its products, and you will sell more. Storyification can invalidate Ptolemying and make people care about your business. The About Us page is one of the most frequent visited pages that buyers read. A good backstory for your product or company is a value SKU.
What is seen cannot be unseen. Tuesday, April 3rd, 2018, 12:04 a.m. 2 days later. Samantha didn't quit her job, at least not the next day. Despite her employer, who was about as ruthless as a Scrooge before the undigested bit of beef, Sam did the honorable thing. She gave her 2-week notice and still worked. She wouldn't abandon her patients or coworkers. Once Janice, Sam's "I can't live without my bacon" coworker, found out, she questioned Sam at her locker. "Are you transferring to another hospital after the baby's born? Or moving to a private practice?" "I'm getting out of nursing," Sam quipped. "Remember I said that Jeff and I are starting a business selling plant-based soups?" Janice furrowed her brow and glowered with confusion. Sam read the look and clarified, "Like the soup you asked the recipe for?" "Oh yes," she said, leaning on the locker. "The creamy one with the potatoes and bacon?" "Yes, but there's no bacon in it." Janice shook her head, perplexed. "But how does it taste like bacon?" Sam sighed and then feigned a half smile. "You didn't read the recipe I gave you?" Janice shrugged and smiled sheepishly, a mist of sweat embracing her plump reddish face. Sam guessed her systolic blood pressure was a shade north of 160. Sam raised her index finger and lifted an eyebrow. "Smoked paprika, Janice. Smoked paprika." While Sam soldiered through her Monday at the hospital, Jeff started the week with a failure. 2 weeks ago, he'd paid for a half-page advertisement in the local weekly shopper called Windy City Green Living. As the sales rep said, "Our magazines are distributed for free at all grocery stores countywide." Jeff couldn't refuse the opportunity and promptly charged $1,500 on his credit card. Heroic Kitchens would have a half-page ad in a magazine that focused primarily on green, sustainable living. The ad was beautifully done, in-house by the publisher, complete with a coupon code for tracking. It hit the stands last Tuesday, but by the weekend, Jeff knew it was a failure. Only 7 orders. It reminded him of his t-shirt fiasco. He'd spent $1,500 to make $20. With his wife teetering on exhaustion, he secreted the failure from her. But redemption wasn't far behind. His next gambit was unconventional, crafty, and perhaps a bit devious. It was an ingenious strategy that involved hiring a private investigator. Well, not a traditional PI, but an online records PI, someone who had access to firewalled records and data. Again, all unbeknownst to Sam. Not because he needed her approval, but because he liked surprising his wife, like the time he offered free samples at the craft fair. It rained money then, and he hoped this tactic would cause money to rain as well. He also wasn't sure she'd approve, and frankly, he didn't care. It was time to be bold and intrepid. As her due date approached, she shouldn't have to be working as hard as she was. As for the private investigator Jeff hired, it was about one thing: mailing addresses. Specifically, the physical addresses of social media influencers in the health and fitness space, primarily plant-based. Because this data was mostly withheld or not widely available, a PI legal special access to certain records was needed. After Sam complained about the struggles of reaching influencers, he reasoned he'd hit them with blunt force: a FedEx package containing a soup sampler kit. Jeff speculated that for anyone who received an unexpected FedEx package, the delivery would warrant special attention, even torn open in curiosity and intrigue. For Jeff, the spectacular conversion rate on the free soup samples was too hot to ignore. The more people that tried it, the more sales they got. Or, in the case of influencers, they might plug Heroic Kitchens to their followers. He also knew that people with plant-based interests wouldn't throw away a perfectly good can of soup. The tactic worked brilliantly. Within 10 days, the tactic resulted in 2 shout-outs from influencers on YouTube and Instagram. Analyzing the numbers, Jeff hypothesized that it had a 66% success rate since he had only sent 3 FedEx packages. Combining with nearly 1 million followers, the 2 shout-outs from these 2 channels, which only amounted to about 90 seconds, sold nearly 28 cases, 869 cans to be exact. Jeff had paid $55 for the online investigator and $129 for the FedEx packages. The tactic drummed up nearly $5,000 in new business and 640 new customers, many of which would hopefully reorder, or better, storm into their local Sprouts or Whole Foods, demanding that they supply Heroic Kitchens. After Sam endured her final late shift at Mercy Hospital, Jeff rewarded her with the good news. It took them 3 days to fill the order, and that was with Jeff's niece's help. Once Sam settled into an at-home groove and distanced herself from the hospital drama, her stress slowly faded, despite a baby kicking at the gates. As she typed away at her computer, she commented, "I work almost as much as I did as a nurse, but this doesn't feel like work." She said, "The hours fly by and I know we're making progress on our goals. Every time we sponsor a new animal, I love knowing we're making a difference." She rubbed her belly. And a happy mommy means a happy baby. Their unborn baby was days away, maybe hours. Still, Jeff persevered with his day job. Since starting the business, his view of his job and its work improved, so much so that he was in line for a promotion he didn't want. While his business sucked up his lunch hours and most of his free time, it gave his job meaning, and his life. It impressed him that the trivial matters like baseball games and who won some stupid reality TV show had no place in his life. He had a more important purpose. Not just a common purpose, like taking care of your family, but it was a cause that made a difference in the world. It was a mission that he could see transcending years, if not decades. His job that he once hated played a role in this equation, and it made it tolerable. Thoughts of giving his resignation crossed his mind, but he told himself he needed to win a major store shelf first. Heroic Kitchens was making sales, but they weren't in any big retailers. When Jeff arrived home from work that evening, he found Madison at the kitchen table playing on her iPad. "Hey, sweetie, I have your dinner." Maddie looked up. Her father had 2 bags of Burger King and held out one of them. Since BK started offering the plant-based Impossible Burger, Sam and Maddie found it to be acceptable fast food. Maddie, also a vegan like her mother, stood up and grabbed her bag, the jingles on her iPad still tolling. "Thanks, Dad," she said softly while maintaining focus on her screen. "Where's your mother?" Jeff asked. Maddie gestured to the back of the couch and made a shushing motion to her lips. She whispered, "Mommy cried herself to sleep." "What?" Jeff's eyes burned with concern. "Did she tell you why?" "She was looking at the sick animals who needed help. It made her sad. She said she had to pick 2 tonight but couldn't." Maddie shrugged and then turned heel to go to her bedroom. "Hey," Jeff said before she could leave, flashing her an anticipative simper. Maddie smiled sheepishly and returned to her father. He rustled her hair and kissed her forehead, whispering, "Thanks, Pumpkin. Good night." After Maddie retreated into her bedroom with her dinner, Jeff peered over the mountain of cushions and saw his wife sound asleep, eyes twitching in full REM. Her eyes were red and tissues littered the floor. Nestled between her belly and her chest was a stack of sponsorship applications. Animal rescues around the country were asking Heroic Kitchens to sponsor their animals. Each paper detailed a rescued animal who needed help, complete with their story and a photo. His wife promised she'd pick 2 animals for the next co-packing order. Another thing to do before bed, Jeff thought. He grabbed the applications and walked to the kitchen, putting his wife's burger in the refrigerator. After plating his fries and double bacon cheeseburger, a real one, not that plant-based crap, he sank into his chair behind the kitchen table. He let loose an exasperated sigh. He already had worked 8 hours that day, and another few remained. The co-packer was expecting the order tomorrow morning. With each order they sent to their co-packer, they would change their rescue animal. His wife picked. He wrote the copy. The information would then be sent off to a freelancer in Southeast Asia who would redesign the label. While this was cumbersome, it was one of their SKUs. Each soup label featured a rescue animal complete with a brief introduction and a photo. The animal's full report would be QC coded to their website, which would encourage email acquisition, coupon distribution, and brand loyalty. After a long Monday, he was exhausted like his wife, but 2 animals needed to be selected. He flipped through the pages quickly, looking for any notation that she'd made a sponsor decision before falling asleep. Nothing. He sighed again and then took a bite of his burger, followed by a handful of French fries. The chair creaked as he frustratingly adjusted his seat. He just wanted to relax and shower off the workday, so he considered picking blindly. Before he could just grab any application, a photo caught his attention. At first, he couldn't recognize what he was looking at, so he started to read. It was about a pig named Sniff, who was rescued from a pig farm in North Carolina. Well, not really a pig farm, but on the dirt road leading from the farm. As he started reading, his heart felt mortally wounded. The pig's body was smothered in a dirty pink, a tapestry of open sores, abrasions, and wounds. Found nearly dead and sun-dried in a ditch, Sniff had squirmed off an NFFS truck, a cute acronym that meant not fit for slaughter. The truck transported sick hogs for euthanasia, a death sentence of neglect or lethal injection, a fate no better than the slaughter guillotine that awaited the healthier hogs. But Sniff had other ideas. As the truck left the farm, it was speculated that he managed to get his emaciated body through the truck's fence gates, wriggling himself free of the bed and falling into a roadside culvert. 2 days later, as the vultures circled for the coming feast, an animal activist found Sniff. Presumed dead, the activist noticed the pig's nostrils sniffing when he touched. In that moment, Sniff was born, or one could say, reborn. Now, at Shady Acres Rescue, 40 miles away, Sniff was still struggling to recover from his trauma and the sickness which got him on the NFFS truck. Jeff shook his head and moved on. The next was a meat cow called Spock, but Spock was born deformed and unable to grow into an official meat cow. At just a few months old, Spock was purchased from a cattle farmer. The rescuer reported that the farmer complained, "I got no use for dead stock. You can haul 'em out of here for $10. It took a second for Jeff to make the connection, but dead stock must have been livestock that was worth nothing. In other words, also destined for the NFFS truck. 2 photos were included in the application. One was a full-body picture of Spock, standing awkwardly while eating. His hindquarters appeared to be disproportionate to his front legs, as if afflicted with cerebral palsy. Jeff flipped the page and reviewed the other photo. It was a heads-only portrait. He locked with Spock's eyes in the photo. Spock's almond-shaped eyes were intensely black, but shimmered in a glassy reticence, as if he was still unsure of his fate and the new humans charged with his care. Jeff studied the photo as Spock's eyes continued to bore into him. He laid the application on the table and swallowed hard, turning away. Then he glanced back at Spock's picture, the cow's eyes still locked onto his own. He never gave much thought to cows, or as they call them, cattle. His wife always argued that cows and pigs were just as intelligent as their Bella, that they exhibited emotions, joy and fear. They smell, taste, feel, and that they even mourn for their babies. Worse, they feel pain. He looked away from Spock's picture again, hoping to sever the new neural connection, but it was too late. He heard his wife's voice echoing in his head. There's no way to humanely kill something that doesn't want to be killed. If it's not your life, it's not yours to take. He cursed to himself. Damn it, Samantha, quiet. Next to Sniff and Spock's application sat his dinner, a bacon cheeseburger, a real one. He lifted the bun and glared. Sniff could have been the bacon and Spock the burger, literally. Except whoever sat slaughtered and processed on his bun didn't have the fortunate opportunity to receive a name, or a story, or the luck to have escaped the genocide of their species. Like a dam bursting in his head, he suddenly understood his wife. He wasn't eating meat for a necessity, like an Inuit in the Alaskan tundra. He was eating it for pure flavor, convenience, an entertainment apparatus at a tailgating party. Sweat misted on his forehead as his mind didn't like his dissonance exposed to the light, but his soul knew. Smelling the burger, Bella begged next to his chair, giving her best plead. Her tongue dolloped in drool while her dark almond eyes glared in anticipation. As he gazed into Bella's innocent eyes, he saw no difference from Spock's. Then he thought the unthinkable. Bella's fate in another culture could be the same as those animals he aimed to save, destined to be guillotined so some hurried consumer can have their drive-through dollar meal. How could he participate in this closed-door insanity? He loved animals just as much as his wife. If he couldn't slash, Sniff, or Spock's throat, how could he pay someone to do it for him? His wife's didactic lectures, which always landed on his deaf ears or erupted in a contentious spatter, suddenly made sense. His wife cried herself to sleep, and now Jeff was struggling to hold the tears at bay. To Jeff, veganism was a dogmatic topic they danced around, but reading these stories, looking at the photos, it now meant something else. He gave the rest of his burger to Bella, who gobbled it up in 3 seconds. Picking up the pen, he marked Sniff and Spock's sponsorship applications. They would be Heroic Kitchen's next 2 sponsor animals, and Jeff would become their biggest cheerleader.
The Burnt Bridges Principle. Burnt bridges can't be rebuilt. At some point after your business starts growing, your job will become an impediment, and it will be time to quit. At first, it might seem like a good idea to tell your boss to shove it. It might seem tempting to walk into his office and kick him in the ass with your steel-toed boots, causing a stir. But it isn't. The Burnt Bridges Principle is a reminder that most new business ideas are unearthed from jobs, and it is always best to leave your job on good terms. My first profitable business idea was spawned from my low-wage job. And if you have a job, it's likely your business might be related to your work. If so, you don't want to slam any doors on your future business. Perhaps your current employer will become a customer, or can your coworkers become potential hires? If it's time to quit your job, congratulations. But please, leave the steel-toed boots on the floor. Starting a business after being arrested for assaulting your boss is, well, starting off on the wrong foot. Key concepts. Most new businesses are spawned from jobs or opportunities discovered in a job. Always keep bridges open in case you can leverage your past career contacts. The Going Wide Strategy. Consider going wide to expand your TAM and your profits. Since I adopted a plant-based lifestyle, eating at fast food restaurants has become near impossible. Up until recently, most chains offered few, if any, meat-free options. Then in August of 2019, Burger King started selling Impossible Whoppers, a plant-based hamburger. Suddenly, I found myself rolling to Burger King a few times a month. This itself was rare because when I did eat meat, I rarely ate fast food. The next quarter, Burger King reported record-breaking sales, exceeding expectations, which, according to the CEO, was fueled by the new plant-based burger. Congratulations to Restaurant Brands International, the owner of Burger King, who figured out that going deep wasn't the only way to improve sales. Going deep is an attempt to improve market share by enticing your total addressable market with a new offer or a new product. For example, if Burger King offered a new burger topped with a fried egg, they're trying to get more meat eaters to eat frequently at Burger King. In that equation, I and other vegetarians are not part of the total addressable market. Conversely, going wide isn't about expanding market share, but about expanding the TAM. When Burger King offered their new Impossible Plant-Based Whopper, their total addressable market suddenly blew up to include vegetarians and some vegans. In other words, their available market expanded by millions of people. If 4% of the U.S. population is vegetarian, as some studies claim, that's more than 13 million people who just jumped into their TAM. How would you like to wake up one day and discover that 13 million more people might buy your product? An example closer to home, I've only written books about business and finance. My TAM is limited to individuals with these interests. However, I also plan to write in other genres, from thrillers to general nonfiction. If my publishing company sells in these categories, suddenly my TAM will widen substantially. Going deep would be writing more books about entrepreneurship. Going wide would be writing a murder mystery. Simply put, going wide is like opening a dam and expanding your sales pool. When you're in the trenches of business, going deep is often seen as the only way to improve profits. I need to sell more widgets. I need to sell more widget variations. True, but also look to go wide. Can your business system leverage operations and economies of scale to offer another product that would expand the TAM? If the carrying cost of going wide is financially justified, consider it a smart move. Key concepts. Going deep is tempting your existing TAM with a new offer or a new product. Going wide is expanding your TAM with a complementary product that can leverage your existing business system with economies of scale. Consider going wide once your business system is in place and scaling economies are present. The purpose-driven strategy. Be led by purpose, not passion. By 25, I had 5 business failures banked. 5. Common themes underlaid those failures. I was either chasing money, following passions, or both. As I got lost deep into the desert of desertion, only one thing got me out. I was purpose-driven. Purpose is the primary driver behind motivation and perseverance. Without an intense purpose, a great rat race escape is unlikely. A purpose is the camel that gets you through the desert. A strong purpose, a why, fires motivation, steels determination, and jerks you outside of your comfort zone. When hard, uncomfortable, or thankless work becomes part of the process, and it will, purpose breaks through that muck. Purpose is the engine to persist, and the prevailing emotion is to resist. As for your purpose, it could be anything. From the superficial, I want to prove my parents wrong, to the altruistic, I want to save the whales. Whatever it is, it must be strong enough to compel steady action and get you through the desert of desertion when a severed feedback loop is not firing passion. For me, my ultimate fear in life was waking up at 5:30 in the morning and then having to drive to the train station and waiting in frigid weather. Then I'd ride a crowded commuter train into Chicago, navigate a caffeinated swarm, hitch an elevator to the 57th floor of some obscure skyscraper, and then sit there for the next 8 hours selling insurance. The reward of this mundanity would be to repeat it for the next 4 days, for the next 40 years. Writing it now gives me anxiety. It was that story, that vision, that gave me a purpose, an avoidance purpose that compelled me to work. It forced me to expose my missteps, from ignoring markets to selfish inclinations. It drove me to make the sacrifices that needed to be made. In other words, nothing else mattered. Think of it this way. You're tied to railroad tracks. A train approaches. Each second thunders louder. A violent vibration against your back intensifies as death advances. The ropes binding you to the rails tighten as you struggle to break free. Fear floods your veins with adrenaline. You can now see the locomotive's fog light, brighter and brighter, louder and louder. And in a few moments, the train will strike you dead, unless you find a reason and a purpose to move. At that point, as the train approaches, I'm guessing you won't have a problem with motivation or distractions. Nothing else will matter. Not season 5 of Game of Thrones, not the thankless job, not the unpaid car payment. Why? Because at that moment, your life has clearly identified its purpose: to live, to survive. Or you might think of your family, and your purpose is not to survive for survival's sake, but to spare them the grief. In our story, Sam wants to save animals. Jeff wants freedom from mundane work and fears an empty life. Both are valid. Your purpose doesn't matter, only that it's intense and urgent as the approaching train. With this disposition, it's impossible to dither. If you don't look at life this way, you don't stand a chance. Except it isn't a train that threatens your life, it's time. You're born, and then you die. Unfortunately, most people's life purpose is comfort. They don't seek to break free from the tracks. They want you to give them a pillow and a Netflix subscription. Oh, let me die in comfort. And in today's culture, it is far too easy to be comfortable. It is a rat race construct. If you need help finding a meaningful purpose, try this thought experiment. You win $5 billion. After 5 years, you've traveled the world, you bought everything, you tried everything, and you provided for family and friends. After years of hedonic pleasure, what would be next in your life? What would you do? The answer might shine a light on your purpose. Get a purpose and unscript, or get a job and muddle. Key concepts. A strong purpose, a why, is the only motivational fire you can count on to get through the desert of desertion. A weak purpose compels dithering and makes you bribable to comfort and excuses. The billionaire thought experiment can help you uncover your purpose. The porous beliefs strategy. Carry porous beliefs to expose your poison pens. In 2017, I went vegan. You read that right. Even reading it now has me coiling in disbelief. Had I foreseen the future in 2015 and told myself this, I would have hit the floor laughing. Vegan? As in pita, kale, and tofu? Me balling on an NBA team seemed more likely. But it did happen. How? Porous beliefs. Years prior, my dietary lifestyle was paleo, high protein, meat, and low carb. Still, as I continued to rack up high risk factors for heart disease, as well as an observation of my body's behavior after eating particular foods, it became clear I needed more investigation. What I discovered, both nutritionally and humanely, was so shocking and heart-wrenching that the shift was pretty easy. More concerning was my own hypocrisy. Was I the author and professor of Unscripted, following a script, simply because, well, that's always how it's been done? Beware of what you believe, because it is your flight plan. If your belief is a poison pen, it will write a tale not of your liking. For example, if your poison pen is a belief in Santa Claus, you might embarrassingly divulge to your third-grade classmates that your show-and-tell toy was a gift from Santa. Believe that Jim Jones is the Messiah, and you'll travel to Guyana and drink the Kool-Aid. Poison pens can be, well, poisonous. In all these cases, porous beliefs could have saved you from embarrassment, repeated failures, and death. A porous belief is anything that you believe to be true, but it is open to critique and investigation. Simply put, your beliefs, no matter if they're religious, nutrition-related, or political, are weakly held and unlocked, or porous to new information. And such information leads to new beliefs, canceling the old ones, and eventually, truth. Porous beliefs are the only way to give truth a chance. Everything must be questioned, even your most sacred convictions. If you want the truth of God, you're not going to find it at a Christian church, a Jewish synagogue, a Muslim mosque, a Buddhist temple, or at a particle accelerator. The truth is found at all five. Unfortunately, you aren't conditioned to seek the truth. You're conditioned to confirm your biases. This is why you watch the same news stations, read the same blogs, and attend the same church. You're not seeking the truth. You're seeking to confirm your belief. Known as a confirmation bias in cognitive science, this is why political derision is the worst it has ever been. Today's media no longer reports the truth. They're reporting narratives and confirming biases. For instance, if you believe former President Trump is a racist xenophobe who was a Russian agent, you're tuned into Rachel Maddow. If you think he was the second coming of Ronald Reagan, you're watching Sean Hannity. The problem is you're not going to get the whole truth at either, but likely bits and pieces from both. When your beliefs aren't porous, the truth will bounce off them. A solid belief is immune from new information, no matter how pertinent. Worse, such new information suffers from another failure in cognitive mechanics, the backfire effect. It has been psychologically proven that our convictions actually get stronger when we're presented with conflicting evidence adverse to our beliefs. This is why political arguments on Facebook are pointless, regardless of evidence. Facts bounce with impunity. You could have video proof of a politician slaughtering puppies, but voters would not care. Nope, that's my guy. Unfortunately, truth is not pushed to your iPhone in an alert. It's not found on Yahoo's homepage. It's not that trending news story curated on Facebook or Twitter. In today's culture, the truth is an enemy to the rat race and the ruling elite, which wishes to keep the scam alive. The fact is, if you're not seeking the truth, you're not getting the truth. Your evolution as a human being, not just in business, relies on porous beliefs. If you're not changing every few years, it's because your beliefs are behind concrete. Truth bounces like it fell on a trampoline, and truths are always the best basis for decision-making. If you want to change your life, start auditing your beliefs to expose the poison pens. What beliefs are causing problems in your life? I challenge you to get a notebook and journal every choice you make for the next week, including the belief that compelled it. Then beside each choice, write down its payoff and its short and long-term consequences. Years ago, when I contemplated suicide, a belief audit exposed the poison pen that put me there. Belief audit. Poison pen. Network marketing and business training programs purchased from late-night infomercials can help me succeed. Action? I joined a network marketing company. Payoff? I'm part of a team. I'm the CEO of my business. Short-term consequence? I haven't made any money. Moreover, I've wasted 6 months and alienated a lot of friends. Long-term consequence. I've been doing this business for 2 years and have nothing to show for it. And now I have a closet full of unused products I can't sell. In another example, here's how a thought audit exposing a poor dietary habit that is justified. Belief audit. Poison pen. The food I eat really doesn't impact my health. Action. I ate a pint of ice cream. Payoff. It was delicious. I felt great while eating it. Short-term consequence. Felt some guilt, got really tired and bloated after, and had acid reflux all night. Long-term consequence? Obesity, low self-esteem, unhappiness, low energy, higher medical bills, and diabetes. Believe whatever you want to believe, but please, believe it only after you have investigated all available information and audited your beliefs. Seek the truth, not a confirmation of your biases. As Mark Twain famously said, what gets us into trouble is not what we don't know. It's what we know for sure that just ain't so. Key concepts. A porous belief is anything that you believe to be true but is open to critique and investigation. Most people aren't interested in the truth, rather they're seeking to confirm biases, which is why they watch the same news programs, visit the same websites, and go to the same church. If you're the same person today as you were 5 years ago, it's likely your beliefs are not porous but concrete. The best foundation for decision-making is truth, not belief. Truth isn't curated to mainstream news. If you're not actively seeking the truth, you're not getting the truth.
Bending the knee with glee. Saturday, April 7th, 2018, 7 p.m. 4 days later. The deep-fried Brussels sprouts, the sautéed asparagus, and the teriyaki tofu steak. The waiter wrote the order, nodded, and retrieved the menu from Jeff. He snuck a glance at his wife, who was leaned back in her booth, stunned, eyes wide as limes. Sam giggled. "Tofu steak?" she recited incredulously, face plastered with skepticism. She flicked her head back and forth, channeling her best impersonation of a southern black woman who took shit from no one. "You trying to get something from me later?" Jeff turned and smiled, an expression not of lust or laughs, but of love and adoration. Sam saw his eyes gloss over, and her chuckle faded into a warm smile. She felt Jeff's hand on her knee under the table. This seemed more than a horny husband. "What is it?" she asked. "I'm now plant-based. For good." She laughed and slapped the table. "You? Vegan?" She quickly glanced at the date on her phone and then said, "A late April Fool's joke?" "Don't label me as a vegan," he corrected, eyeballing his wife. "I am a plant-based libertarian who owns guns." A pause, then, "And no," he shook his head, "it's not an April Fool's joke." He stared at her, wondering if she'd believe him. He added, "I wouldn't do that to you." Sam's smile melted into disbelief. Jeff didn't yield into laughter or a devious grin. His face was chiseled in seriousness. After locking eyes in a silence, Sam realized it wasn't a joke. 3 seconds later, her tears erupted. Watching his wife sob, Jeff himself had to hold back his own. 20 minutes later, Sam was told the story and how he'd crossed the chasm. Her veganism was a combative issue in their marriage. Jeff tolerated her shopping list, and Sam tolerated his flesh-eating, as she'd called it. Outside of occasional barbs between each other, they learned to live with it. Neither expected anyone's mind to change. Once her tears abated, Sam placed her palm on his wrist and whispered, "I'm proud of you, Jeff. How you've grown as a man, how you've grown our business, and how—" Before she could finish, the waiter interrupted them with their food. After dinner and the shock of Jeff's dietary announcement, they got down to business. Since Sam had quit the hospital and was now Heroic Kitchen's only full-time employee, Jeff received daily updates in real time via text message as they happened. "We picked up another wholesale account," and "we snagged Derlinger distributors," were the two big messages Sam had sent for the week. The wholesale account was a small chain of plant-based grocery stores in the Northwest. The other, Derlinger's, was a medium-sized distributor that had a small slotting in the health food section at all Kroger stores. It also got them listed on VitaCost, Kroger's online health store. When Jeff got home from work that day, Sam reported the details nonchalantly. He wondered if she knew that Kroger had over 3,000 stores in 200 cities. It was an account that Jeff had been working on for months and during his lunch breaks. When Jeff questioned her lack of enthusiasm on such a big deal, Sam clarified. I read the contract. It says we grant them the option, but not the right to put our brand on their customers' shelves, including Kroger. Meaning they don't have to do anything. They simply carry our brand and can distribute it to their buyers if they're interested. She paused to let him assimilate it. Then, in other words, we ain't gonna wake up next month and find our soup in 3,000 stores. Damn, why you gotta be such a buzzkill? There's more. They also want us to change our labels. They think they're amateur, too earthy and lacking cohesion. They said the smiling cow thing is overdone and that it also implies dairy, something really stupid to do on a plant-based brand. Jeff finger-quoted. They said? You spoke to Dickie, didn't you? Dickie was Derlinger's VP of Sales, a trust fund brat heir to the Derlinger distribution empire, a big fish in Cedar Rapids, Iowa's small pond. Yes, Sam answered. He was really helpful, knows a lot about the industry, what's liked by buyers and what isn't. Said he's been in the business for 20 years. 20 years? Jeff scoffed. He's only 30 years old. Well, this 30-year-old happens to be in charge of $100 million in wholesale volume a year and wants us to make our sponsored animal a larger part of the label. Jeff shook his head. Sam added, and change the entire color scheme of all 3 of our soups. 3? Jeff cursed. We have 2. Sam remarked, smiling. Not if we want Derlinger to carry us.
The 3 strikes strategy. Observe negative echoes, 3 and you're out. 6 months after The Millionaire Fastlane was released, it was painfully clear. The book cover I designed and loved sucked. Countless people in my target audience voiced distaste about the design. Colored in lime green and tangerine orange, countless folks commented. From ignore the cover to hideous, the evidence in my 3A method revealed a big problem. Instead of allowing my ego to justify its desire to be right, these people are wrong and don't know a good design when they see it, I embraced change and swapped the cover for a new one. Nearly 10 years later, I'd never heard another complaint about it. It's inevitable. You can't avoid it and you simply can't stop it. Your product sucks. Your website stinks. You're a scammer. You're this, you're that. While assessing in the 3A model, you'll eventually hear negative feedback about your product or business. Whenever you counter a negative market echo about your product or business, it's either meaningful or trivial invalidation. While cash validation proves you offered perceived value, meaningful and trivial invalidation proves you do not. Money fails to move into your pocket because you either failed in your SKU presentation or failed elsewhere. After encountering a negative echo, your first job in the assess component of the 3A method is to determine what kind of invalidation it is. Meaningful invalidation has actionable intelligence. As the owner of a publishing company with myself as its primary author, a negative echo with actionable intelligence might be, not interested, you lost me at the foul language, or your stuff is too verbose. Whenever identical patterns emerge with negative echoes, it's likely a skewing opportunity to improve your value array. Remember, removing negative skew is value skewing. To determine this potential, I use a 3 strikes scale. 1 meaningful invalidation is a curiosity, 2 is a concern, and 3 is critical. Hit 3 strikes and it's time to reconsider the tactic and adjust. If 3 people withheld their money because of the same gripe, you can bet many others did too. Assessing, then adjusting to meaningful invalidation allows positive skew to accumulate and stack atop your offer. More skew equals more sales. While one opinion isn't a consensus, it can reflect it. In another example, if you're advertising a new party game you invented, a meaningful invalidation could be, that looks boring, or too complicated. Not a fun thing to hear after you spent 6 months and $6,000 from your 401k. Instead of getting angry, probe further. Why did she say it looked boring or complicated? Even if you don't hear back from the negative echo, it could indicate a problem in your packaging, advertising, or presentation. The other type of invalidation is trivial. Trivial invalidation contains 0 actionable intelligence and can be ignored. These negative echoes usually fall into the category of cynics or coffee haters. In one instance, one happy reader recommended my book to his friend who replied, "Meh, millions of people tried that business shit and failed." This ignorant statement harbors nothing actionable other than proving my bias that most people are absolutely beyond saving. And that's great because the rat race needs its rats. In other words, the intelligence cannot be used. For example, over the years, many people professed that they originally passed on reading The Millionaire Fastlane because of the title. This negative echo was something I couldn't fix without losing the central theme of my book. The fact is, you could create the most fantastic product ever invented, and many people in your target audience still won't like it. And many times, those folks tend to be the most vocal. Identify what's actionable and meaningful in your assess routine, then discard the rest. And while the haters are hating Monday through Friday, you'll be unscripting. Key concepts. Whenever you counter negative feedback about your product or business, it's either meaningful or trivial invalidation. Meaningful invalidation is factual and potentially actionable. Trivial is opinion and not. 3 meaningful invalidations are critical and should compel corrective action. Adjusting meaningful invalidation creates more positive skew. The observed modeling strategy. Use observed modeling to expose trade secrets and best practices hiding in plain sight. Most mainstream gurus who have carefully cultivated a public brand are full of shit. At least the shit they sell. If you want to learn from these gurus, stop buying what they sell and start studying what they do. Years ago, when I developed a front-facing user interface for my ground transportation and travel business, I modeled it off the most trafficked travel businesses like Expedia and Travelocity. I knew that these big, well-funded companies tested the best converting UI variations. The winner of these tests was whatever they consistently presented on their website. I simply modeled it. In effect, I was able to reap the rewards of their work on their dime. What works best and what doesn't is right in front of your eyes. Study it, then model it. Take any highly competitive industry with deep-pocketed budgets, and you can easily extract the best practices by observed modeling. Then you can extrapolate those results to your business. Again, want to learn guru secrets? Don't buy their shit, study how they sell their shit. If you see the same ad on your Facebook feed for months, you can bet that variation makes money. Observe the copy, the photo, and the landing page. Assess how you likely fit into their target audience. By reverse engineering every public-facing ad component, you'll unlock the best practices for what is working and what isn't. Likewise, see the same infomercial on television over and over? Again, you can assume it's making money. Observe every nuance, and you'll know it works in the infomercial business. As an author, observed modeling works fantastically. If you search the web for writing's best practices, you'll discover much conflicting information. One writing expert says you should never use adverbs. He haphazardly shuffled the cards. She frantically called the police. Another expert says avoid passive voice and don't swear. Fuck that. Observed modeling reveals the best practices. Anytime you read a best-selling author who has sold millions of books to a prominent New York publishing house, you're getting what works and what's acceptable. When that book hits the shelf, multiple editors have reviewed it. And not just any editor found on Upwork, but the best editors. If John Grisham wrote, he cleverly avoided the question, you can bet for damn sure that using adverbs is acceptable. Winning formulas aren't a secret. They're advertised in broad daylight for all to see. Look at the best, observe, reverse engineer, and model. Assess, adjust, repeat. Key concepts. Best practices and trade secrets often hide in plain sight. Observing and modeling highly successful processes can help you mimic the same success without the trial, error, or cost. The no judgment strategy. Sideline your biases and wipe your tears with millions. Some years ago, I made $1 million discovery on my forum. As the website grew, it eventually became beneficial to monetize that traffic with advertising. Most users didn't care, but others did. One publicly complained about the ads. A few others followed, voicing the same opinion. It was meaningful invalidation that went beyond 3 strikes. Embedded underneath the complaints was an opportunity. Disgruntled users said they'd be happy to pay for an ad-free forum. I thought the suggestion was ridiculous. Why? My personal bias scoffed. Huh? I'd never pay to surf a forum ad-free, so why bother? I don't mind ads. Despite my sentiment, I listened to my users. I offered an ad-free version of the forum for a mere $8 a month for anyone who was interested. On top of ad-free viewing, I also added several other benefits, including what many felt is more important, privacy and less dreampreneur noise. In one decision, merely using the 3A method, I found a 7-figure fortune hiding underneath my forum pages. Had I allowed my bias and my desire to be right, I'd be poorer today. Simply put, it pays to test your wrong-headedness. In another example, observed modeling proved that interruptive pop-up light boxes are more effective than any list-building strategy. Get your free report, join our list, and get a free coupon. After nearly 20 years of web surfing and probably 20,000 pop-ups, I can't recall ever giving my email address to one of these interruptions. They don't work on me, and I hate them. Yet, despite my hatred and disdain for the strategy, the concept is widely used, and still today. The verdict is clear. It works. My opinion, null and void. My ego, bruised. You see, when it comes to execution, your personal biases do more damage than good. In another story found within my forum pages, a young fitness consultant wanted to break free from the time-for-money trade. While she earned a decent income, she was overworked doing email consultations that fell outside of her consultancy scope. She asked the group for suggestions. From automating to scaling to reforming her clients' expectations as a fitness consultant and not as a therapist, dozens of tips poured in, many of them useful. Unfortunately for this woman, her biases ruled her world and she let them dictate her actions, or I should say inactions. She flat out rejected every suggestion, preceded by a personal excuse as to why it wouldn't work. Every recommendation was dismissed, countermanded, or excused away based on her personal worldview and biases. Her conclusion bordered on the ridiculous, tantamount to saying, "Because I don't use supplements, so neither does any woman on the planet." Look, business is hard enough. Don't make it harder by letting your personal tastes and narrow frame of mind corrupt the real world. Your perception is rarely the reality. When it comes to wealth and freedom, a debt-free dream house and a Lamborghini parked in the garage does wonders to assuage a bruised ego. Accept wrongness and get rich, or believe your rightfulness and stay poor. Key concepts. Personal biases can often prevent good ideas and best practices from being executed. Your perception is rarely the reality.
The Rat Race loses its queen. Sunday, April 15th, 2018, 8 p.m. 8 days later. On April 15th, tax day, Samantha would give birth to the family's second child. While they awaited the infant's arrival at the hospital, Jeff was seated at his wife's bedside. Sam gripped Pinky while practicing her breathing. As she huffed, Jeff's phone was blowing up with text messages. She shot Jeff an annoyed look. "Just tell everyone I'm doing fine, and turn that damn thing off." She pointed to the hospital sign admonishing cell phones to be silenced. Jeff shook his head, beaming. Actually, those are orders." He turned his phone around and swiped the list. "See?" After scrolling through several, he put the phone away and added, "No texts from family, at least yet." For the next 2 hours, Jeff would keep an eye on his silenced phone. Their health insurance was a worthless Obamacare bronze plan. Funny how the Affordable Care Act made my health insurance anything but affordable, he thought. Hopefully enough orders would ring through to cover the hospital copay. He hated to divert any attention from his wife and her labor, but Jeff was fascinated. The business had reached a new threshold of activity. Earlier that week, Heroic Kitchens had started sponsoring several plant-based and animal rights podcasts, and before he and his wife left for the hospital that morning, he got word that another campaign went live. Heroic Kitchens would sponsor the Earthy Earthlings Edict, a weekly email newsletter with over 630,000 subscribers interested in sustainable living. His bet was on the podcasts doing better than the newsletter. He couldn't have been more wrong. In a matter of hours, they'd sold over 3,000 cans, mostly tied to the newsletter. The podcast sponsorships also did well, but comparatively speaking, $1 spent in podcast advertising yielded $3.50 in profit, but $1 spent in e-newsletter sponsorship yielded 10 times that, $37. Once Jeff learned that a simple email was generating thousands in business, he sent emails to their homegrown list. Because their rescue animals were QC coded on their soup labels, they would get dozens of subscribers per day. On a whim, Jeff sent their email list a 5% off coupon, and the response amazed him. Dozens of orders poured in, at a mailing cost of nothing. Between the marketing initiatives and their in-house list, the numbers sparkled neon green in Jeff's head. His fascination grew into delight as he marveled at the mathematical power of the system he and his wife created. He pinched himself and nothing changed. It was not a dream. Spend $1 here, earn $3.50. That's a 350% return. Spend $1 there, and it turns into $37 or a 3,700% return. Of course, he could spend $1,500 and only earn $90 as he had with his Windy City Green Living newspaper advertisement. Still, every channel, every medium that reached their audience essentially rolled the dice on creating another money printing press. At that moment, Jeff was hit with resounding clarity. He understood how millionaires and billionaires became millionaires and billionaires. They weren't buying indexed funds and hoping for 8% a year. They were hunting for printing presses that generated asymmetric returns. They would sell products and services and reap a ridiculous ROI, hour by hour, day by day, month after month. Jeff was not used to earning money unless he was at work, and he certainly wasn't used to making 3,700% on a money investment. And now that their business was a legitimate enterprise, he knew it had to be worth a lot of money, the kind of money that would have taken them decades to save. Sam moaned in pain and kicked him out of his mathematical trance. He was in a hospital delivery room. The rhythmic beeping of medical machinery and the odor of hospital sterility jogged his memory. The last time he had been here was with the birth of his 9-year-old daughter, Madison. Back then, their lives were upside down and lifeless, utter distress and bleak futures. While he was proud when Madison was born, the moment suffered in a raw emotional undercurrent. Between the thankless jobs, the rising costs, the foresight of a hopeless future filled with nothing but weekend distractions, the memory felt impure, soured by circumstances. Madison's birth was but an hour old, and there he was, consumed by uneasiness. He snapped out of the memory, but couldn't help but feel a flit of sadness and regret, a heartache that he didn't give his precious newborn daughter the moment, and the guilt that he'd allowed it to happen. 9 years ago, the rat race had stolen this moment from him. Now, the rat race was on its heels, retreating. If the rat race was a game of chess, he felt like he'd just taken its queen. He returned his attention to Sam and scooted closer, grinning. He reached for her hand and began to slowly caress her fingers. Her pain-filled face cracked with a smile, and she pantomimed him a kiss. Her face was drawn and pale, her long blonde hair wiry and scattered, but her eyes were twinkling with joy and anticipation, a luminescence that Jeff had seen more frequently since she left nursing. Jeff hoped she was feeling the joy he was. It was profoundly different. It had depth, velocity, and longevity. He knew his children would have parents who wouldn't miss a moment, and that he was the author of his family's story. Not a job, not Wall Street, not some economic forecast from some central banker. Jeff would not think about business for the rest of the night. He'd absorb the moment, the hour, the evening with his wife, and anxiously await the second time he would become a father. When his son Micah was born, no words could describe his elation. It was an emotion he never knew existed.
The Choosing Happiness Strategy. The 5 levers of joy make happiness an easy choice. One of the happier moments in my life continues today. No, it wasn't a marriage or the birth of a child. It was self-sufficiency. I remember the day like it was yesterday. I recently moved from Chicago to Phoenix, and it was a beautiful sunny day in January. Meanwhile, in Chicago, it was cold and snowing. After I left the bank after making a deposit, it hit me that I had acquired the skills and wherewithal to never need a job again. In hindsight, this was the moment my happy switch flipped on. And get this, I was still relatively broke. 20 plus years later, and that happiness still remains. And now today it has luminescence and is more impervious to externalities like politics, one-star book reviews, and social media loudmouths. This might be hard to believe, but you too have a happy switch, and at any moment you can turn it on. The problem is most people need an external stimulus to move this switch. For example, your happiness switch might flip on when you get a job promotion or win some money at the casino. But shortly after that, it flips off again, only to wait until the next external provocation. This dance between happiness and the external environment is the wrong way to live. Ultimately, happiness is a choice. It evolves from the inside, not the outside. I realize this is easy for me to say when my stomach is satiated, my bank account is full, and my bills are paid. But the truth is, I've made happiness an easy choice. How? I focused on what makes happiness likely. Specifically, you can make happiness such an easy choice that your happy switch has no choice but to be on. There are 5 research-supported levers of joy and a fulcrum to target if you want happiness to be your new normal. The fulcrum is a present moment awareness. It is understanding that both past and future thoughts are mind fragments, and that the only time that really exists is now. Eckhart Tolle, the author of The New Earth, A Guide to Spiritual Enlightenment, calls this the now. If you lived to 65 years old and each second represented a now, you would have enjoyed over 2 billion nows. The question is, how many of those moments were spent dwelling on the past or hoping for a future? How many nows were enjoyed in pure happiness? Probably not many. For example, ever been to your kid's recital or baseball game, but your mind is at next week's meeting? Have you ever cursed a sunset as it blinded your drive home from work? Have you ever relived an old sightseeing video on your smartphone while realizing you don't even remember being there? Life is chaotic, and amid all that chaos, living in the now is nearly impossible. As such, happiness becomes a moving target in the future, fleeting and all too often rare. Our brain makes happiness a tough cat to catch because we're always thinking fractally. If you're not familiar with fractals, they're recursively chaotic systems driven by an infinite feedback loop. Think of it this way. If you multiply any number by half, you'd never get to 0. Each outcome just becomes smaller and closer to 0, but 0 numerically always remains unreachable. In life, a fractal thought is a future precondition that must occur before you grant yourself happiness, usually starting with a when. When I get my dream job, when I get out of debt, or when I get married. Someday is a fractal thought. As a result, anxiety and unhappiness are the distance between now and what you want in the future. Namely, you rob the present. The chasm between these two states is the ever-moving fractal, like a Mandelbrot set. The problem is fractal thinking makes happiness conditional to a variety of prerequisites. You haven't given yourself the right to choose happiness. Because the fractal is recursive and driven by a feedback loop, your new car, new gadget, or whatever else sparked joy, it perpetuates itself in a Pavlovian response. The fleeting moments of joy we experience in our consumption and vanity goals are transient happiness, the cheese, the impetus for our rat race existence. Ever feel invigorated buying a new car, and then just weeks later the joy fades, but the 5 years of payments remain? Sadly, the permissive moment of transient happiness only temporarily stops the fractal from moving deeper into the rabbit hole. And after the faux happiness fades, the anxiety returns, because now we're on the hunt for the next happiness condition. You got the Mercedes C-Class, but now you're gunning for the S-Class. Furthermore, fractal anxiety-producing thinking doesn't end with just a when. For instance, how much money is enough? When the answer is more, it's a fractal mind fragment because more is unattainably infinite. When you're always moving the goalposts, the search for fulfillment never ends. The end result is your life punctuates with fleeting moments of transient happiness, while pure happiness peaks over a distant horizon. You're working hard for milestones and goals, but misery bridges the chasm between the achievements. The truth is, most people are imprisoned in a time machine, dreaming of a future that may never come. Others are stuck in the past, reliving old wounds that steal the seconds, the extinguishing moments of now. Whenever your mind dwells on the past or future, the joy of now is lost. Anxiety, fear, or impatience becomes the baseline, or moments are hollowed out while we're smothered in our smartphones. Ever go to a concert and everyone is watching and recording it through their smartphone? Instead of enjoying the moment's full sensory experience, absorbing the sights, sounds, and smells, the moment is cheapened when viewed through a two-dimensional facsimile that can only be marginally experienced in the future. It is the ultimate waste of the moment. Sacrifice 100% of the now to enjoy 25% of it later. Life's past anxieties and future chaos can only be tamed with moments of appreciation in the now. Pure, lasting happiness occurs in the present, when transient happiness is not present. Even if you're focused on a happy memory, the thought of that memory happens now. You're thinking about a dreamy future, the same thing. The idea occurs in the now. Now is the only place where pure happiness can switch on, and any thought that takes you away from the now is a rain check on joy. That said, the first happiness lever is gratitude. Embrace the process and your current station in life. No matter what it is, feel it, live it, and don't let it pass without your appreciation. Anytime I walk into a grocery store and see aisle after aisle of food choices, I'm smacked senseless with gratitude. Be happy about the awesomeness surrounding you. A warm bed, a hot shower, a house that gets you out of the stormy weather with food on the table. You can do all of that and still be excited about the future. Yes, stop and smell the coffee, but also the dirty mop water. The second lever is family and friends, specifically positive relationships with people who support your goals. Show me someone rich in good relationships, and I'll show you someone who is pretty darn happy. Please don't mistake, quote, family to automatically mean blood relatives. In many cases, as reported on my forum, some family members can be toxic to happiness. Some are even abusive. You can't choose your blood in such cases, but you can choose what you do about it. All relationships are a choice that impacts your story. Your, quote, family is your support network, not necessarily your stepbrother who called you a loser for 25 years. The third lever is freedom, or autonomy, the ability to feel in control of your life, to stockpile options, mobility, and whatever else you want to do. This is what caused my happiness switch to permanently flip. And scientists agree where evidence now supports autonomy's significance in its happiness role. The Journal of Personality and Social Psychology cited autonomy as the #1 contributor to happiness. When you're flipping off strangers from your car because another commuter cut you off in rush hour traffic, you have no autonomy. According to data from the U.S. Census Bureau and the Centers for Disease Control, New York City was ranked as the unhappiest American city. Yes, the home of Broadway, Central Park, and Times Square isn't fostering happiness. Could a lack of autonomy be inflaming the misery? The fourth lever comes from fulfillment or purpose. Broadly speaking, fulfillment is contribution and self-development. It's the feedback loop and knowing that you're making a difference and doing meaningful work. It's having an active dream and the autonomy to pursue it. It knows that you today are better than you yesterday. It's when the whens are not flashes of happiness, but times of euphoric elation layered atop existing joy. And finally, the fifth lever is your health, physical well-being. Neglect your health and the other levels become severely marginalized or worse, disappear. If you're sick or bedridden, nothing else tends to matter. Don't make a fortune only to lose your health. To live unbalanced for short periods is expected. Living unbalanced for 40 years is not. While it isn't within the scope of this book, significant research proves these dimensions of happiness. The psychological self-determination theory, or SDT, supports autonomy, freedom, as well as connectedness, family, as a critical factor in happiness. Studied by researchers Richard Ryan and Edward Deci from Rochester University, SDT posits that the best forms of motivation and engagement, including persistence and creativity, come from our experience of autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Specifically, Deci and Ryan postulated that these needs, when satisfied, enhance self-motivation and mental health, well-being, and when thwarted, do the opposite. Basically, intrinsic improvement, growth, fulfillment, autonomy, freedom, and relatedness, family, are core constituents of happiness. Moreover, research also shows that freedom has a significant impact on health and morale. In one study, Yale psychologist Judith Rodin encouraged nursing home patients to exercise more control over their choices, from the environment to facility policies. As a result, 93% became more alert, active, and happier. Some lived longer. Another researcher, Angus Campbell, author of Sense of Well-Being in America, concurs with autonomy's significance and perhaps knew before all of us. Commenting on a University of Michigan study, he stated, "Having a strong sense of controlling one's life is a more dependable predictor of positive feelings of well-being than any other objective conditions of life we have considered." Much of this research also explains why specific jobs are incredibly fulfilling and why everyone doesn't need to be entrepreneurs. If your job provides autonomy, connectedness, and a feeling of competence, you've made your happy switch an easy flip. Happiness is a choice, but let's be honest. Not all of us have the mental fortitude of the Dalai Lama, Gandhi, or Buddha. When your low-paying, low-fulfillment job feels like a mandatory prison sentence, the happy switch becomes a difficult flip. For the rest of us who want better odds at happiness, make a commitment to your now, while targeting the 5 levers to flip on your happy switch: gratitude, autonomy, purpose, self-development, relationships, and health. The seconds are dripping away. You likely have millions, if not billions, of nows remaining. Don't wait to be happy. Choose to be happy. Key concepts. Happiness is a choice, a switch in your head that can be flipped on at any time. Fractal thinking is a rain check on happiness based on when something happens, like when I get my dream job, I will be happy. Transient happiness is the temporary joy felt from an external stimulus, buying a new car or accomplishing a goal. Pure happiness occurs in moments of present moment awareness, or the now. The 5 levers that influence happiness are gratitude, autonomy, purpose and improvement, supportive relationships, and health. Pure happiness, which is transcendent and lasting, can only happen in the now. The Wealth Acceleration Principle. Accelerate wealth. Grow your net worth by the business multiple. Here's an interesting fact. If you invented a household product, your net worth would increase by a factor of 16 for each dollar of profit you earned, or 1,600%. If you earned $200,000 a year in profit, you'd be a multimillionaire. How? The average multiple for businesses in the household goods industry sells at a multiple of 16. In other words, for every dollar you profited, your net worth would go up by a factor of 1,600%. The truth is, the rich don't get rich because they save nickels and dimes from their Starbucks celibacy. They don't get rich because they're paid well from their cushy job. They get rich because they enjoy recurring asymmetric returns, 300%, 500%, 1,600%, sometimes every month. They get rich because they tap into the wealth acceleration principle, an economic reality called the valuation multiple, which gives business owners the power to explode wealth. In public finance, it's called a PE, or a price-to-earnings ratio. I call it a wealth acceleration factor. As I write this, Netflix's PE is 87. That means that Netflix, as a business, is worth 87 times its profits or earnings. Doing that math, that's about $230 billion. If you want to own a piece of Netflix through shareholder ownership, that share price you'll pay is 87 times earnings. If a billionaire wanted to buy Netflix, they'd need to start their bid at around $230 billion, as it's the asset's market value. Likewise, any small business you own will also be subject to a PE valuation, often called the multiple. Multiples in private enterprises range from 1.5 to as high as 30 or more. For example, the first time I sold my business, I sold it at a multiple of about 4.5. The second time was about 3. This means that anytime I grew my company's bottom line, profits, my net worth accelerated by a factor of 300 to 450%. As a business owner, anytime you grow your business, you receive a net worth gain equivalent to the industry's average multiple. Here's a sample of average industry multiples. Advanced medical equipment and technology, 24.8. Advertising and marketing, 11.1. Apparel and accessories, 12.5. Brewers, 15.5. Legal services, 9.7. Maintenance and repair services, 9.7. Management consulting services, 9.7. Commercial printing services, 10. Computer hardware, 11.7. Construction and engineering, 10.7. Consumer publishing, 10. Corporate financial services, 20. Department stores, 11.2. Distillers and wineries, 15.5. Employment services, 9.7. Vegetable, fruit, and nut farming, 13.8. Food retail and distribution, 9.75. Other food retail and distribution, 9.4. Healthcare facilities and services, 12. Household products, 16.1. IT services and consulting, 11.8. Medical equipment, supplies, and distribution, 21.3. Non-alcoholic beverages, 17.5. Personal products, 21.3. Recreational products, 13.4. Software, 24.4. While smaller companies have much smaller multiples, these figures represent how large and outrageous some multiples can get. Still, the numbers are impressive. Moreover, the more significant the impact your company makes, the larger the multiple becomes. For example, if you start a business in the personal products industry, say deodorant or facial cream, and your business succeeds, expect your net worth to grow at a substantial rate. According to the chart, a large personal products business sells at a 21 multiple, or a wealth acceleration factor of 2,100%. Of course, a smaller company with a few million in revenue likely won't sell at 21 times profit, but perhaps 5 or 10. Still, where can you get 500 or 1,000% returns? Don't believe me? Native Deodorant, a small startup with just a few employees, was recently bought by Procter & Gamble for $100 million in all cash. Native didn't disclose profits before the acquisition, but if its earnings were a mere $5 million a year, the multiple would be 20. For online businesses, the average multiple tends to be in the 2 to 5 range. Assuming an average multiple of 3, it means your net worth will rise by 300% anytime you improve your enterprise's profitability. It means your net worth will rise by 300% anytime you improve your enterprise's profitability. Yes, a whopping 300%. Know any investments that have the opportunity to grow 300% in 1 month, 1 year? A business can, and it's the same mathematical magic that powers a strong, unscripted offense and asymmetric returns. Once you wield this power, saving $10 a week and hoping for 8% a year just seems awfully ridiculous, about as absurd as marathoning across Canada. Key concepts. The rich get rich because they enjoy asymmetric returns, 300%, 500%, sometimes 1,000% every month on their marketing initiatives. Spend $1, earn 10. The valuation multiple is a business metric which prices business assets. Depending on your business and your industry, the valuation multiple also is your wealth acceleration factor and can be as low as 150% or as high as 10,000% or more for public enterprises. Smaller companies start with smaller valuation multiples. Anytime you grow your company, your net worth increases by a factor of the multiple, sometimes more. The reverse applies as well. The Big List Strategy. Grow your list, grow your profit, grow your valuation. In late 2020, Insider Inc., parent of Business Insider, announced it was buying a controlling stake in digital media startup Morning Brew for a whopping $75 million. The interesting thing about this story is Morning Brew is just a list of email addresses. Specifically, it's a newsletter with 2.5 million readers and over 20 million in revenue spread out across 3 different industries. No matter what your business, from an internet software service to a new Asian restaurant, the bigger list you have, the bigger your paycheck will be. A list is a big part of your asset's valuation. In digital marketing, the old adage, 10 being old, is tell me how big your list is and I'll tell you how well you're doing. Any business, from a global operation to the local coffee shop, absolutely must have a website. While sales are its primary goal, your secondary goal for your website must be list building. If you haven't yet, start immediately capturing email addresses or phone numbers. How? The same unscripted logic applies to list building. Offer value. In direct marketing circles, a free value offering is often called a lead magnet. It could be a newsletter, a free resource, an extended trial, a discount, or a contest entry. And yeah, compelling copy is critical. Because consumers covet their phone numbers, much less their email addresses, asking them to relinquish their personal contact info is a skill in itself and worthy of your next best book to read. While some consumers might see email text marketing as intrusive or annoying, make no mistake, it's the fastest and easiest way to generate a lot of money fast. My friend owns a personal grooming company that employs various tactics to capture email addresses, from spin-to-win pop-ups to exit coupons. His favorite capture magnet is a $10 gift card pop-up on exit, which in his words, astonishingly has converted as high as 70%. When explaining the conversion rate, he divulged that a gift card frames perceived value much better than a standard $10 coupon. Both are the same, but their perceived values are not. In another example, a forum user once reported that his text messaging conversion rate on his abandoned shopping cart was a staggering 43%. Yes, you read that right, 43%. My lists total over 100,000 email addresses. If I hit that audience with a relative value offer, I'm guaranteed to convert those email addresses into cold, hard cash. For instance, let's say I host a 2-day seminar for $1,000 and blast my list with a date, time, and price. I'm guaranteed to generate $100,000 in a matter of days, assuming I limit my seminar to just 100 people. While I have no plans on hosting a seminar while joining the ranks of a guru hustler, can you see why coaching workshops and secret seminars are such a big hit in the internet marketing racket? Professional list builders are monetizing their list. In the end, your lists are a big part of the asset you're building. They can be monetized, sold, and receive a valuation. You own them like you would a money printing press in your basement. If or when you ever sell your business, the size of your list can dramatically impact your top-line offer. That said, don't confuse list building with growing your social media account. The Millionaire Fastlane's Facebook page has approximately 160,000 likes. In 2013, a post on this page would reach 30,000 people within a day. In a blatant money grab to force me to advertise, the mobsters at Facebook now show that same post to 300 people. Gee, thanks. In short, a list owned by Facebook and a list owned by you are two different things. Remember, if one megalithic corporate entity can squash your business in a matter of minutes, you're job proxying. Yes, a big social media presence has value, but they're not as important as what you own, monetize, and can sell. A bigger list draws bigger profits, which draws a bigger valuation. Key concepts. No matter what your business is, collect email addresses as they are a valuable asset. Email marketing has been a fruit tree marketing tactic since the internet was invented and continues to offer the best bang for your marketing buck. Don't confuse your private email list with social media followers. You own the list or you own nothing.
Viva Las Vegas. Saturday, June 16th, 2018, 11:42 a.m. 62 days later. Becky just graduated. We can hire her, Sam said, cradling Micah while nursing him with a bottle. With 2 months of full-time work under Sam's belt, Heroic Kitchens had grown beyond a 2-person operation. Let's not, Jeff bounced back, too fast for Sam's comfort. Why not? You have an issue with your niece? She does a good job at the fairs, and she needs a job. Because, Jeff stated, finger quoting the air, needing a job and being my niece does not qualify her for the position, and neither does her status as a vegan. Again, she's a pescatarian, Sam corrected. Look, Samantha, our first employee is a pretty big deal, and we've built us a business that is really starting to take off. He turned into the table and flipped through Nev, the raggedy notepad he'd used for his entire life. Our revenue this month is on pace to be over $28,000. At a 37% net margin, that's over $10,000 in profit. Throw in my salary at my job, and we'll make almost $15,000 this month. He swiveled, facing his wife. We've never made that much before. Ever. He flipped to the next page, holding up a hefty $510,000 written in black marker and underlined. At our current sales, profit, growth rate, toss in your salary, our business is already worth over $500,000. Sam flashed disbelief. "Excuse me? How do you figure?" She walked to the crib and laid Micah under a blanket, glaring back. "I do this stuff all day at work. Valuations, audits, numbers, and I'm telling you, our business is already worth $500,000. He shook his head. "The point is, we can't hire my niece, at least not as our operations manager. We're not running a hobby or a charity. We're onto something big here, and we shouldn't treat it like a lemonade stand." He paused, then gestured to the crib. "We now have 2 children to care for. Didn't you say our margin last month was 43%? Why did it go down to 37? "Nothing to worry about. As we continue to add wholesale accounts, it will continue to go down. The margin on wholesale is half that of retail." Jeff then added, "Plus your salary." He tossed his notebook back on the counter and then lamented, "But we still can't afford the trade show." Sam flashed a mercurial smile. He noticed. "Please tell me you didn't already hire Becky." No. She grabbed a seat next to him. "But I do have a surprise." Jeff didn't like surprises and preferred to be the one giving them. He led in with an, "And? We're going to the trade show. I got us a space." Jeff gawked, ready to blurt something, but Sam muzzled his mouth with her finger. "And it'll only cost us $3,000, not $30,000. Jeff lurched his head back, unable to disguise his shock. "What? How? There are no spaces for $3,000. I checked, and double-checked." "What on earth did you do?" Sam laughed. "I picked up the damn phone. You forget we have a full-time employee now." She gave her husband a crafty wink. "Anyhow, I called Tottingham's Tofu. They have a booth. You know we use them in our udon soup for one of our ingredients? I phoned Shirley, their sales manager, and asked if they could rent us a space. Within their space. Like a sublease." Jeff shot his wife a sly look, impressed with her creativity. It was a formidable match to his private investigator/FedEx gambit that had yielded dozens of influencer shoutouts. "Holy hell, you subleased a trade show booth? I never thought of something like that." "Yes, and they agreed, especially since we use their tofu in our soups. They saw it as a win-win. When we succeed, they succeed, and they get $3,000. She paused and then added, "And get this, they gave us enough room so we can set up a sampling station." Sam whacked him on his thigh, but unavailable since it was seated. "So get ready to saddle up and go to Las Vegas. You're going to be a busy boy." Jeff smiled and licked his lips like a salivating dog. Sam stood and glared him down. "Sure you don't want to hire your niece?"
The phone and FedEx strategy. Pick up the damn phone. The Undercover Billionaire on CNBC chronicles a successful entrepreneur who was dropped in a small town with no resources and tasked with creating $1 million business in 90 days. The billionaire who accepted the challenge was Glenn Stearns, the founder of a national mortgage company. While the billionaire came up short on the challenge, he created a barbecue restaurant with a $750,000 valuation. It was enlightening for culture to see that no money and no skills isn't truly a barrier to success. The only barrier is the crap in your head. That said, the show was a big topic on my forum. Every episode was discussed. One forum user, Kyle Keegan, the host of the Kill Bigger podcast, was so impressed by the show that he sought to meet the billionaire at the restaurant he created. When he made the suggestion to the forum community, mostly everyone dismissed the idea, including myself. A few weeks later, the meeting would happen. Kyle and several other Fastlane forum members would meet the billionaire in Erie, Pennsylvania. How does an average Joe hook up with a billionaire for lunch and talk shop? Quite simply, he didn't do what was conventional. Conventional would have entailed sending an email, which Kyle did, but a day later, Kyle did what most would not. He picked up the phone and started dialing. In today's technology chaos, sometimes going old-fashioned is how you get above the noise. Sadly, too many young people nowadays don't know how to use the phone. Worse, it is feared as if it were a bloodthirsty demon. Fact is, a phone call is always treated more urgently than an email, as is an in-person visit. Also, sending a FedEx to reach a prospect is another method of contacting the right people free of noise. And if your competition isn't using these tactics, it might give you an advantage. Sometimes if you want unconventional results, you have to do what is unconventional, or what might be considered old school. Key concepts. Don't be afraid to pick up the phone when appropriate. Your competition likely isn't using the phone. Why shouldn't you? A phone call, a handwritten postal letter or courier packages, and other old-school tactics have more urgency and sometimes work better for getting above the noise. The win-win strategy. Use win-win analysis to solve seemingly unsolvable problems. Years ago, when I owned a B2B business-to-business service for ground transportation companies, I wanted to place a full-page advertisement in a trade magazine. I don't remember the exact amount, but it was expensive. Too expensive for a small company that was yet to eclipse $1 million in revenue. To solve my problem, I deployed a win-win analysis. A win-win analysis is simply one question. Is there a third-party agreement, a joint venture, or an unconventional deal that could solve this problem and be a win-win for the partner? Oftentimes, there is. To solve my problem, I can't afford a full-page advertisement. I had a talk with the managing editor for the magazine. Instead of an ad, I offered to write for the trade magazine on various internet topics. In those articles, I was able to mention my company several times, using examples and results. It was a win because I didn't have to pay for advertising, but my company also got full-page exposure. The trade magazine won because now they had valuable, publishable content free of charge. Win-win. The next time you encounter a problem, ask the win-win question. That $30,000 trade show booth you can't afford, you might be able to get it done with just a few thousand. Key concepts. Use win-win analysis to solve seemingly unsolvable problems. For a win-win analysis to succeed, you might need to involve a third party. The apologize later strategy. Stop asking for permission and give gatekeepers the bird. I was in second grade. I don't remember the exact circumstances, but the class was on a field trip. Before returning to school, we ate lunch at a Mexican restaurant. Later that day, the stomach pains hit. If I didn't act fast, I'd shit my pants at my desk. Worse, if my classmates discovered my bowel blooper, my childhood would be ruined. Without thinking, I jumped up from my seat and bolted to the bathroom. When you want something bad enough, you don't ask for permission. You don't raise your hand and patiently wait to get called on. You get up and do it. From toilets to dreams, life is the same way. No matter what your dream is, put your damn hand down. You don't need permission to live it from anyone. Act now, apologize later. After I sold my ground transportation business, I was discussing a new competitor with a colleague. This new competitor put a spin on the industry and had just launched in New York. We unanimously speculated that the business would not survive due to numerous regulatory hurdles. That new competitor was Uber. Our opinions didn't reflect the market and proved us horribly wrong. Uber shockingly didn't wait for regulatory approval. They acted and apologized later. Closer to home, I had a neighbor who dreamed of being an author, but instead, she was a mailbox watcher. She spent her time sending query letters to publishers and literary agents. Her action wasn't needled action or focused experiments thrust into the marketplace. Her action was about asking for permission and a yes from an esteemed gatekeeper. By doing so, she denied herself agency, the power to act and live her dream. She's been on the ask train waiting for years, praying for a blessed reply from a stranger who holds the keys to everything she wants. In other words, she's still dreaming. Had I waited for a publisher's permission to write my book, I would have never made it to market. I didn't let a stranger perched in a Manhattan skyscraper stop me. Remember, one rejection doesn't make a market consensus. When Lindsay Sterling tried out for America's Got Talent, she was chastised by Piers Morgan. "You're not good enough to get away with flying through the air and trying to play the violin at the same time." Sharon Osbourne piled on. "What you're doing is not enough to fill a theater in Vegas." Sterling ignored the gatekeepers and instead was led by the market mind, proving a productocracy, a decision that made her millions. Folks, we live in a fantastic time. The internet has given you, the ordinary citizen, profound upward mobility. The internet has democratized agency for the world, neutering once powerful gatekeepers and returning it to the people. Yes, St. Peter is asleep and the pearly gates are open. Thanks to the web, the ivory towers which once courted the exalted granters of permission are crumbling. If you have the talent and the desire, approval or consent is no longer needed. The keys to your dream await in open pastures, your website, YouTube, Instagram, Amazon, and any other medium with an audience. There's only one gatekeeper to target: the market mind. Fear, not gatekeepers, is the only thing that conceals talent. If you sing to the market mind and see if it claps. If you tell jokes and see if it laughs. Throw yourself overboard into the market mind and let them react to your value. Gatekeepers can suppress talent like cork in a bottle, but talent always pressurizes in the market mind, eventually bursting. Millions of adults live their life like they're stuck in grade school, raising their hand, waiting to be called upon to go to the bathroom. Instead of asking for bathroom permission, they're asking for permission to live their dream. They're waiting for someone to pick them out of a hat and say, "Yes!" Don't crap your pants with your dead dreams. Stand the hell up and get moving. Key concepts. You don't need anyone's permission to live your dream. The internet has democratized talent and value, giving anyone the ability to go from zero to hero. Target the market mind and let it tell you how good or bad you are. Great talent or value pressurizes in the market mind and eventually blows up. The weakness and tripwire strategy. Hire weaknesses while laying tripwires to foretell incompetence. Whenever Van Halen, the legendary rock band, went on tour, they were known to give their tour promoters high-maintenance contracts with many specific requirements and stipulations. The most infamous request is known as the Brown M&M Clause. Each promoter at any venue was instructed to remove all brown M&Ms from the backstage candy dish. Failing to do so gave Van Halen the right to cancel the concert while still receiving the full tour price. When this story first surfaced, it was instantly presumed to be a case of celebrity rock star divas. Until this day, that rumor still persists. The truth is, Van Halen was serving up a tripwire, a method that detects potential incompetence and oversights. If you're tech savvy, think of it as a honeypot. As David Lee Roth said, when this minor stipulation was ignored, they knew they could expect other problems in more critical areas like sound, lighting, and visuals. A brown M&M meant, oh shit, better check every instrument, every connection, and every detail. Like a touring rock band, business is a team sport, even if you're the only employee. At some point, you'll need to hire or contract outside help from people who are more skilled than you. And when you do, a tripwire is necessary to determine if you're hiring someone with an attention to detail or an attention to just getting by. For instance, whenever I post a job on a freelancing website, I always include a tripwire in my project description. For example, with your bid, please include in all caps if you prefer Star Trek or Star Wars or neither and why. When a bid is submitted and this information is missing, the application is immediately denied. If this person cannot follow your simple instructions in the project brief, how will they perform with the actual project? When deciding when and who to hire, optimally, you should focus on your strengths and hire out the weaknesses. If you can code but can't sell, hire someone who has the gift of sales. If you have a growth mandate and the resources created by it, you should always hire your weaknesses away. And by hire, I don't mean employees. It could be contracted freelancers or companies found around the world. My publishing company does not print books. It outsources the job to publishers in Michigan and Wisconsin. My editors are all freelancers. While I never ran a business with many employees, I regularly leverage more talented people than I. From cartoonists to voice actors to designers, I've hired them all. And in each instance, it's always the better alternative than doing it myself. While I believe you can learn anything, weaknesses take longer to hone. Had I tried to learn how to draw cartoons, my timetable would have tripled, or the final product would have been diminished. Accept your role as a problemologist who project manages solutions. As the famous UK entrepreneur Felix Dennis once alluded, his job as an entrepreneur wasn't to do spectacular things, it was to hire those who can do spectacular things for him. Key concepts. A tripwire is a hiring tactic that can help detect incompetence or a lack of attention to detail, saving you a hiring mistake. Hire your weaknesses, work your strengths. The Great Dishwasher Principle. How you do what's meaningless is how you do what's meaningful. As a young man, I had some cruel jobs. By cruel, I meant as if God kept playing a joke on me. There was the job in the frozen floral warehouse where I would learn all about daisies, orchids, and astral lemurias. Then I worked at Sears as a stock clerk for a good 5 years, not in the hardware or electronics department, but the linen and drape center. That's when I learned about valances, tiebacks, pleats, and Priscillas. I won't go on, but I hope you get my point. In each case, I hated these jobs, but I made damn sure I would try my best and then do my best. Looking back, I realized this mentality is what prepared me for more tremendous success. At Sears, I was the best stock clerk in towel folder, nicely squared, tight corners, and the linen lines perfectly aligned in unison. When I worked among the roses and carnations, I did the best at what the job demanded. But wait, there's more. I was even a great dishwasher, like the Michael Jordan of dishwashers. While Jordan drained jump shots, I was draining sinks with not a smidgen of streaks or residue. There's an old saying behind the dishwasher principle. It goes like this: how you do anything is how you do everything. Particularly, how you do what is meaningless is how you will do what is meaningful. If you're taking shortcuts and cheating your way to a law degree, that's how you will practice law, with shortcuts and cheats. And when you discover that it doesn't work in successful law practices, you'll be disadvantaged and unprepared. Wherever you are today, you're never too good to do the grind. Nowadays, there are too many small people with big egos. Social media and the culture of likes and upvotes have inflicted many people, mostly young people, with a warped sense of superiority and an unhealthy aversion to character-building work. All that can be wrapped up in a tight little bow called entitlement. When the sheltered college world is left behind, they enter the real world, expecting an entry-level job with a penthouse office and a penthouse paycheck. This attitude works at one thing only: keeping you enslaved to the scripted rat race of economic slavery. Let's be honest, the ideas in this book and their application won't be easy, and much of it you will hate. On your unscripted journey, how you do the meaningless things, stuff you likely don't want to do, is how you will do what you want. Even today, a decade beyond my official unscripted liberation, I still do things I hate. As a publishing company owner, I hate dealing with shipping and logistics. While these duties might only take a few hours a week, I still do them because they support my purpose. More importantly, doing what I hate allows me to do what I love, to write with creative freedom, to live passionately without restriction or reason, and to contribute in ways I could never imagine. Once you outline your halfway vision from your 1-5-10 planacy, everything you do, even the unsexy jobs, brings you closer to your goal. Don't just do the work, kill the work. Remember, strive for excellence and give good a great chance. Confront the work as a personal challenge and a litmus test for advancement toward better outcomes and better pay. Take pride that you're writing the chapters of your life. Whatever you're doing, approach it with these 3 things in mind. 1, effort. 2, pride. And 3, optimism. Do it as if it were your own. I don't care if you're driving for Lyft, waiting tables, or shoveling horse manure. Give it the best you have, do it well, and know you're grinding coal to make a diamond. What you do does not make you, but how you do it. If you're a great dishwasher now, I'll bet you'll be a great surgeon later. Key concepts. How you do the meaningless is how you will do the meaningful. If you cheat your way into an opportunity, you will likely cheat your way managing the opportunity. Give your best effort in all you do with pride and optimism, even work that is boring or tedious.
New Money, Old Habits. Wednesday, July 25th, 2018, 7:15 p.m. 39 days later. Since when does a flight for 2 to Las Vegas cost $1,200? Sam was standing at the foot of the kitchen sink, grimacing at her phone. Visa had texted her about an airline purchase. Jeff was at the kitchen table, back to the wall, the light of his desktop computer glaring in his face. He looked up, gloating. First class, baby. He gestured to the luggage on the seat next to him. And a new trifold for my new suit. I can't style in 1D wearing some crap from Walmart. Sam furrowed her brow and pouted. First class. Jeff paid her no mind, not even a glance. She pirouetted and stormed off into the bedroom. A commotion ensued as if she were rifling through a magazine. A moment later, Sam emerged and marched back to the table, dropping a pile of papers in front of Jeff. It shocked him from his computer trance. He glared at the documents and shot his wife disgust. What the hell? She grabbed the top sheet. This is our credit card statement. See that? That shows we owe $13,200. She slammed it down and picked up another. See this one? It says we owe $4,931. Why are you going through our bill pile? I'm in charge of the money. She responded with another slam, the thuds getting louder. This one from the hospital for having a baby, $3,900. Another thud. This is our business insurance due next month, $1,935. It doubled because our revenue doubled, as did our employees. Slam. These are health insurance quotes for a family of 4. Every one is like a fucking mortgage, Jeff. She crossed her arms. Need I go on? Jeff sat startled and frozen. He let the moment marinate and then slowly, deliberately turned his computer towards Sam and pointed. On the screen was a banking page, open to their business checking account. He pointed and said, $81,000. He smiled as if he'd just checkmated a Russian grandmaster. That's more money than we've ever had since we've been married. Hell, when we lost most of our 401ks in 2008, that was only $3,000. Expecting Sam to dance about the news, Jeff waited, but only stern dissatisfaction steamed from his wife. The silence lingered. Back in the day, Jeff always had an impulsive taste for haughtiness. The Lincoln Navigator, the Louis Vuitton purse, his BMW. Any reason to celebrate was always a reason to spend. It's why they would never save or cheapskate their way to millions. Unless, that is, they lived until the year 2190. He waited until her scowl melted, but it only dissolved into an empty glare. Finally, tone softer, Sam said, Jeffrey, I appreciate the update on our money situation, but $81,000 isn't enough to ride off into the sunset in a Rolls Royce. So why are you flying across the country like it is? He raised an eyebrow as if she'd just uttered a numerical falsehood, like 1 + 1 = 5. But she hadn't. She was right. The large number dazzled Jeff, as did the valuation numbers he knew. While the figures were promising, it wasn't near their escape number, which accounted for the real numbers, like the cost of living, the cost of expensive woodworking tools, and the cost to retire 30 years early without starving yourself. Why was he acting like he was a millionaire? He scoffed, turning the computer back around. He started clicking away and then muttered, Fine, I'll get them refunded and go coach. Sam didn't move, but her eyes did a blinking glance at the chair with the suitcase. He nodded at it, including the suit. Sam, now with a self-satisfied smile, dug in gloatingly. Go ahead, you can say it. Say what? That we're not rich? You know. Jeff sighed exasperatedly and then shook his head. Then, tone slow and deliberate, he said in a sing-songy voice, Samantha, thank you for reminding me that you're always right. She smiled, enjoying the banter. Well, Jeff, if that was true, we wouldn't have $81,000 in the bank and a business worth $500,000. She slapped his shoulder playfully. It could be worse. You could be in the garage sharpening knives. She winked and trotted away, throwing him an air kiss.
The Diderot Principle. Consumption is viral. Stuff begets more stuff. The first extravagant gift I bought myself to celebrate a net worth milestone was a metallic silver 1990 Lamborghini Diablo. Even 20 years later, this car still turns heads and sells for hundreds of thousands of dollars. While I was proud of my achievement, I knew I was opening a Pandora's box of new spending. The Diderot principle asserts that the more stuff you have, the more stuff or carry cost your stuff needs, and stuff costs money. Here is also what came with my new Lamborghini. $250 oil changes every few months, $2,500 in tires every few years, $5,000 in miscellaneous maintenance per year, $20 to $50 every time I valet parked, $250 for every wash, wax, and detail, $100 in fuel on every fueling, $4,000 a year in state license registrations, $2,000 to $4,000 a year in insurance, $12,000 for the dreaded clutch every 10 to 20,000 miles. Stylish stuff often has a stylish price, both in purchase and use. Moreover, such garishness also demands equal garishness. Going back to my new Lamborghini, I remember having to upgrade my clothes because it felt a bit odd showing up to the club style challenged. People expected Supreme and Prada, not Sears and Payless. In a more realistic example, if you upsize to a bigger house, you also upsize your expenses. More rooms, more furniture, more space, more air to heat and cool, more home, more taxes. Consumption spirals into more consumption and often continuous, repeat consumption. While I learned this concept years ago and thought it was something alone I recognized, it turns out it's been known for centuries. Stuff causing more stuff was first observed by Denis Diderot, a mid-16th century French philosopher who penned an essay on the regrets of parting with an exquisite gift. The luxurious gift caused Diderot to evaluate the rest of his possessions, which suddenly seemed tawdry and out of place. Long story short, Diderot went into debt trying to upgrade the rest of his possessions, his desk, chair, art, with equally adulated items. Centuries later, this behavioral phenomena is known as the Diderot principle. The likelihood that new stuff, especially stuff that exceeds our current complement of possessions, can spark a fire of spiraling consumption. The Diderot principle also posits that we tend to identify with our possessions and strive to keep those relationships cohesive. Namely, people who drive Lamborghinis likely won't be comfortable driving in jeans from Walmart. It doesn't matter what it is, a new puppy, a new computer, or a new pair of shoes. All consumption begets more diodetic consumption, and consumption creates expenditures, which likely conjures the ultimate thief of freedom, debt. In short, consumption grows the rat race walls taller and more inescapable. While there's nothing wrong with rewarding yourself for a job well done, even a Lamborghini, just know you're buying more than just the car. You're buying the car and all the stuff that comes with it. Key concepts. Consumption is viral, creating more consumption. Consumption, especially from affluence, will spawn more consumption, either in maintenance or complementary items. Known as the Diderot effect, consumption increases as it aims to match equal affluence. Consumption requires production and can steal freedom. The cornbread strategy. Invest in cornbread before splurging on champagne. In 2007, after I sold my company for the second time, the new owners moved the business from Phoenix, Arizona to a hot tech district in San Francisco. I'm sure the rent increased by $30,000 a month, not to mention labor costs and everything else from coffee to cubicles. Since I knew my old company's inner workings, I never understood the reasoning other than wanting to look the part of a technology company. Phoenix is not devoid of IT talent or office space. Anyhow, it felt like deja vu. You see, the first time I sold the company nearly 6 years earlier, the exact same thing happened. A fast move to San Francisco increased costs and increased things that didn't seem to matter. I know foosball tables and unlimited Pringles in the lunchroom are good for employee morale, but you know what isn't good for employee morale? Layoffs, pink slips, and bankruptcy. Sadly, years later, despite a different economy, a different team, and a different vision, the outcome would be indifferently the same: bankruptcy. When starting and growing your company, cornbread must come before champagne. Cornbread is any expense that can positively impact your bottom line, directly or indirectly. A new software program, a new advertising expense, a new employee. Any expenditure that has no meaningful or measurable effect on the bottom line is a champagne expenditure. Every dollar you earn or invest in your company should go into cornbread. Until you reach the business maturation stage, it shouldn't be spent if you cannot grow the bottom line. Extra expenditures such as marble doors, custom branded mouse pads, and that fancy neon light of your logo can wait. Preservation of cash and its ultimate redirection into market validation and then growth are the only things that matter. But when cash flow ramps up, so do the temptations. Stuff begets stuff, and the Diderot effect can inflict businesses just as it does people. Corporations are owned by people, so the same behavior travels downstream. If your business card says CEO, but you haven't made a dime in profit yet, does your new CEO identity demand a TAG Heuer watch and a red pin cushion mahogany chair? Are you flying from New York to Los Angeles in business class because that's what CEOs do? It's champagne and a threat to your growth. When cash is tight, growing a company is impossible. More sales, traffic, and users demand more resources. Every dime of revenue and profits should be reinvested into the company to fund whatever growth challenges await. There's a time and place for champagne. It just isn't at the third mile of a marathon. Key concepts. Champagne expenses are unnecessary business expenditures, while cornbread is necessary and usually directly attributed to revenue-generating activities. Newly growing businesses are susceptible to champagne, creating a similar Diderot effect. Growing a company is nearly impossible when cash flow is tight. All profit should be invested in cornbread, making champagne expenditures a reward for milestones.
Loading bullets in the barrel. Saturday, October 20th, 2018, 11:15 p.m. 87 days later. Girls, girls, girls. As Motley Crue blasted their ears, the air was thick with doused cigarettes and stale beer. A young woman, not much older than 21, was parading her hips in front of Jeff, mostly skin, aside from red lace panties about as thick as his pinky finger. He was drinking at a back table at some nondescript strip club in a not-so-nondescript neighborhood. If Las Vegas had a manufacturing district, he was in it. Seated next to Jeff was Dale, one of Tottenham Tofu's sales managers, his trade booth partner that weekend. Per Dale's recommendation, they were there to celebrate a successful trade show, with his wife managing the business at home and Becky partying on the strip with some old college friends. Jeff was planning on dinner alone. Dale had suggested a night out. Jeff obliged, not knowing a night out meant a sordid strip club. He feared upsetting his joint venture partner, who was the means and the method behind their unlikely trade show appearance. Dale remarked, "We've never done this well at the VeggieCon." He held up his Heineken to toast. Jeff clinked Dale's bottle and took a sip of his whiskey, his third of the night. Dale continued, "The soup sampling station really attracted him like flies." He gestured to his cell phone on the table. "My assistant messaged me and said we generated nearly 100 more leads, double last year's count." Dale's phone lit up with a call, brightly displayed the phrase, "the wifey," on the screen. He pressed decline and sipped his drink once more, his eye crinkled in deviousness. Dale continued, "I'm on commission, so your company's presence really helped." Jeff nodded and smiled weakly. "Yeah, we did great too. Secured 6 new distributors and sold a boatload. My wife's gonna be ecstatic when I give her the news." Dale sold him an appraising look, lifting his head and narrowing his eyes. Jeff took another nervous drink of his whiskey. His attendance at a strip club wouldn't bother his wife. What bothered him was the crapshoot of alcohol. His drinking history suggested a fine line between harmless giddiness and demolished inhibitions, taking with it all critical thinking. He looked around the interior of the gentlemen's club and realized a gentleman wasn't in sight. He remembered his wife's rant about gentleman being code for douche. Most of the post-dinner crowd looked like they'd just finished mowing lawns or digging ditches. He and Dale were the only men dressed business casual. The rest were dressed slob casual. He refluxed the cheap whiskey, the bile/acid combo burning his throat. "Why here?" Jeff said. "A strip club next to an abandoned factory? Surely there's got to be some nicer places in Vegas." The dancing blonde in front of him winked as she continued her suggestive gyrations. Dale angled into Jeff's ear and whispered, "I've hooked you up." He grinned, eyes glimmering with wit. Then, "Prostitution is illegal in Clark County, but I hear this place is geographically challenged." Dale coughed a laugh, then nudged Jeff under the table. "If you know what I mean." Before Jeff could react, the blonde sat next to him. She reached under the table and began stroking his inner thigh. A skinny brunette with mustardy meth teeth and a corpse-like body strutted from around the corner. She nuzzled herself next to Dale, who promptly gave her a kiss on the forehead. The blonde whispered in Jeff's ear, "My name's Jade." She motioned to Dale and said, "Your friend here just paid us quite handsomely to give y'all a very special dance." She nodded to the back of the bar where a sizable blood-red curtain concealed an archway. "Let's go, cutie," Jade tittered while caressing the corner of Jeff's ear. Jeff quickly shot his trade show partner a confused grimace. "Go ahead," Dale said, snickering. Take a load off." He slapped his left hand on the table, snickering, while the other hand fondled the brunette's waist-long hair. Jade's hand meandered from Jeff's thigh to his groin, her caress intensifying. She winked him a come-hither look, and for a moment he considered it. Her lavender perfume assaulted his senses in what should have been a welcome scent in the club's stink of mop water and cigarettes. As Jeff grappled with the situation, Jade suddenly stood and grabbed his hand. After pulling him up, she escorted him toward the red curtain to the great unknown beyond. The bass thumped "I Wanna Rock Right Now" by Rob Bass as Jeff's heart sped. After a few steps, Jeff stopped, despite the tug on his arm. Jade abruptly halted as if she'd walked into a wall, nearly falling off her high heels. The sensual, seductive smile on her face evaporated. She sneered, "What the fuck? You coming or not?" Jeff unhooked from Jade's hand. He said, "No, but thank you. You can go." She shrugged. The sneer morphed to a smile when she realized she'd just gotten paid for a dance she didn't need to perform. She spun and quickly shuffled off. Jeff returned to the table and opened his wallet. After he flipped a $100 bill onto the table, he stated, "I appreciate the dance and drinks, Dale, but I have work to do." He grabbed his whiskey and took one last sip, lifting his head to the grimy ceiling tile. It was browned by cigarette tar as old as the Reagan administration, and caked with some unknown black goo that was probably syphilis incarnate. He faced Dale and his brunette friend, who were both painted with confusion. Jeff thought about saying, "Tell the wife I said hello," or something to that effect, but instead he stood silently zipped. After a moment of awkwardness, he then said flatly, "See you tomorrow at the booth." He turned and left the building.
The DARE strategy. Identify risks that create dares. After 3 vodka tonics, I felt light and free. I just met a woman on an internet date, and the meeting went fantastic. Eye contact, engaged conversation, a few hair flips. My ego was surging with confidence. I hopped into my 850 horsepower Viper and started the drive home. 5 minutes later, my car was wrapped around a 20-foot date palm, destroyed. But my life, luckily, was not. What happened? With a hot ego and lowered inhibitions, I thought I'd street race a throaty Mustang. I throttled hard, spun out, and crossed into oncoming traffic, broadsiding a tree. In hindsight, I failed to recognize a DARE, or a downside asymmetric risk event. If you haven't noticed, asymmetry is a big theme behind a great rat race escape. A downside asymmetric risk event is when your choices have best and worst case consequences that are unevenly skewed negatively. Minimal upside, colossal downside. It is a failure at consequential thinking. When I'm street racing on a crowded city street and a car sauced with nitrous, my upside is a fleeting burst of adrenaline and a superficial ego boost. 10 seconds of fun, huh? The downside is I crash and kill myself, or someone else. The downside is catastrophic and lasting, perhaps eternal. The risk of this action, street racing, and its outcomes are disastrously asymmetrical. Remember, one poor decision can invalidate thousands of good ones. Whenever you fail to identify a dare, which could be a literal dare, I dare you to jump off the cliff, I dare you to eat the whole bag of marijuana gummies, you're playing Russian roulette. Your lousy decision loads the gun. While there's a decent chance you can escape the consequences of your poor choice, there's also a chance you'll blow your head off. While none of us would willingly play Russian roulette with a loaded gun, you are whenever you make poor choices. A dare becomes a bullet. Remember that medical device CFO who thought he would video himself chiding a Chick-fil-A employee at a drive-thru window? A dare loaded the gun. His upside was some likes and comments from anonymous strangers on YouTube. His downside was losing his career and life savings. He spun the barrel and lost. Remember, as unscripted entrepreneurs, we're trying to manipulate probability and have asymmetry work for us, not against us. However, the real danger of dares are risks that are hidden or not easily forecasted, or asymptomatic risk. For instance, if you're speeding on the interstate from Colorado into Kansas with a broken taillight and a pound of weed in your trunk, the dare is asymptomatic and very asymmetrical. As I write, marijuana has not been decriminalized in Kansas. The catastrophe is not easily seen, getting stopped by police and thrown into jail for months, perhaps years. Similarly, the new buzzword worthy of clickbait headlines on financial websites nowadays is this concept called FIRE, or financial independence, retire early. With a 10-year bull market behind us, this movement is based on the compound interest scam, living frugally during your youthful working years while saving and investing most of it in the stock market. The hope is to retire early and continue living the same frugal existence based on presumed growth rates and systematic withdrawals. Participants call this financial independence. I call it financial dependence. Why? The risk is asymptomatic and asymmetric. If the stock market crashes or goes into a 3 or 5 year recession, retirement turns into a reckoning. Oh my God, my life savings are gone. Oh my God, my withdrawal calculations didn't account for 3 years of negative returns. While I respect the movement's central tenet, which is time freedom, denial of reality is best served asymmetrically. There is 100% certainty that the stock market will eventually crash, and with it, life savings will too. While most markets eventually recover, most people can't survive the duration. Freedom is the right neighborhood. Relying on the stock market for that freedom is the wrong house. Newsflash: changing the prison warden doesn't change the prison. Swapping your slave owner from a corporate job to Wall Street doesn't change the slavery. In other words, fire is a dare. Bullet, meet barrel. As an unscripted entrepreneur, stock market crashes or economic recessions are not dares. If the stock market crashed tomorrow by 50% or didn't earn positively for the next 30 years, my lifestyle wouldn't change. I don't have to update the resume or hunt for a job. There is no dare. In fact, during the COVID-19 pandemic, my income didn't drop, it went up. Bet on it. The better you manage, or preferably eliminate, asymmetric and asymptomatic dares, the better life you will have. Life as an entrepreneur is filled with risk. The question is, are the chances you're taking worth the best and worst case outcomes? Are you risking everything for 20 minutes behind a red curtain at the back of a sleazy strip club? What kind of probabilities and expected values are you dealing with? Think consequentially for a few seconds and you will expose the dares and avoid the stupid games that have stupid prizes. Key concepts. A downside asymmetric risk event is when your choices have consequences with a minimal upside but a colossal downside. Dares often involve literal dares. I dare you to jump off the cliff. Dare risks are usually asymptomatic. They are hidden or not easily forecasted. Consequential thinking can help expose dares. Financial independence, retire early, or FIRE is a dare with asymptomatic risks. Don't risk everything for 20 minutes of pleasure behind a red curtain. The backseat principle. Bad people open troublesome roads. When I was 16 years old, I had an odd friend named Dave. Dave scared the crap out of me because he was unpredictable. One minute he'd seem friendly and supportive, and the next he'd look at you with a homicidal scowl. One day while I was at his house, he cursed at his mother, calling her names I would not repeat here. His mother didn't discipline him, she simply shook her head and walked away. My eyes gaped like saucers. Later that same day, Dave caught a rat in the backyard and burned it alive on a leaf pyre. I objected in spirit but kept quiet, not wanting to be Dave's next victim. After the sick deed, I gave an excuse and I left. It was the last time I saw Dave, because I decided it would be the last time. Even in my youth, I sensed something was off, disastrous. My intuition knew I didn't want to hitch a friendship with this guy, and sure enough, I was right. I read about Dave in the newspaper some years later. He murdered a police officer. The backseat principle asserts that every person who is in or enters your social circle puts you 1 degree away from their consequences. The question is, can you identify and remove people who are liabilities to your goals? Will you allow the negative inertia of someone to carry you to dark places? Or will you be a proactive CEO of your choices? Be wary of anyone you invite into your life. Start looking at people as if you were a backseat passenger in their car. Get into the wrong car and once in a while, you'll find yourself on their detours and united to their second-order consequences. What if I remained friends with Dave and happened to be with him when he killed a cop? You can't escape the rat race and unscript from the world's economic religion tethered to human liabilities who insist on keeping you in it. Are the people in your life driving you to mediocrity, or worse, exposing you to dares? Or are they driving a route to growth and winning? Don't let one sordid transgression at a seedy strip club in Vegas destroy your business or your marriage. Likewise, don't let one poorly placed comment with a joint venture partner endanger the relationship. While Jeff might not have approved of Dale's behavior, he wasn't privy to Dale's marriage arrangement. Perhaps they had an open relationship. The fact is, it was none of Jeff's business. Still, Dale opened a green-lighted road that Jeff wouldn't willingly drive. People, both good and bad, pave the streets on our map. If your map is tarred with many troubled roads because of the people you're hanging with, eventually you'll find yourself stuck on one of them. And troublesome roads only lead to one place: trouble. Key concepts. Every person in your social circle puts you 1 degree away from their consequences. Look at new friends and or business associates as you would being a passenger in a car they drive. If they crash, you might go with them. Bad people inflict second-order consequences into your life. The low expectations strategy. Carry low expectations to provoke high satisfaction. Confession. I've been on hundreds, perhaps thousands of internet blind dates. Yes, I was a serial dater years ago in the pre-Tinder era when it wasn't so mainstream. On each date, my expectations for the meeting were simple: meet another human being and have a good conversation. This standard of expectation made all my dates and meetings enjoyable, if not interesting. When pictures didn't match reality, I didn't get angry. If 20 seconds revealed that this woman was not the woman of my dreams, but likely the woman of nightmares, I made the most of it, laughed, drank, tried to learn something. Expectations were always exceeded. Heck, a man in a pink dress could have shown up and I still would have had a good time. Not because I like being misled, but because my expectations were set so low. I made satisfaction the probable, likely outcome. I was there to meet another human being, and the violation of that expectation is only to be stood up. The chasm between expectation and reality is a disappointment. If you want less disappointment and more satisfaction in your life, lower your expectations. While you might not be able to control reality, you can control your expectations. It's a potent weapon in your arsenal of brain tricks, and another influencer within the happiness levers. For much of my life, I've held low expectations, for myself, for friends, and for any future outcome. While some might mistake low expectations for pessimism, it is about maximizing satisfaction while minimizing disappointment. Lowered expectations do 2 things. First, it mentally prepares you for it if it does happen. And second, it makes satisfaction more likely. More satisfaction equals more happiness. Think about the last time something happened and exceeded your expectations. How did you feel? Overjoyed? Excited? Surprised? Conversely, how about the last time you felt disappointed? What was your expectation versus the outcome? The difference between all results and your feelings about those outcomes is a matter of expectation. Change your expectation and you can change satisfaction. And keep that happiness switch on. Key concepts. MJ was an online serial dater back when it was for nerds and losers. Low expectations, which you can control, ensures high satisfaction while preparing you for the worst. The gap between expectation and reality is disappointment. Exceeded expectations creates transient happiness.
Fear betrays the past. Tuesday, July 30th, 2019, 2:15 p.m. 283 days later. Jeff stood at a towering glass window overlooking Woodfield Mall, the late afternoon sun beating down on his face. He was on the 17th floor of the Schaumburg Tower in an unfinished office suite. Bare metal girders shelled various cubes and walls, but mostly the floor was empty. With no tenant to pay for utilities, the air was oppressively humid. His wife had texted that she would be 10 minutes late, but it was now looking like 20. Earlier that day, Jeff had scheduled a 5 p.m. meeting with his wife, telling her it was about a big business deal. He stressed her attendance was imperative. She must have thought it was about a new distributor or joint venture partner based on her giddy reaction. Across the empty floor, Jeff heard the elevator ding open. He glanced but couldn't see inside. Keys jingled, but no one exited. As the door started to close, he shouted, "Sam, back here." The door reversed back open, and Sam peered out, dumbfounded. Jeff tried to rein in his glare. He hated tardiness. She drifted out cautiously, She was dressed business casual in a maroon sport jacket with a black satin undershirt and a matching mid-length skirt. Scanning the barren floor, she asked, "I thought we had a meeting here. Something about a big deal." Jeff faced her from across the room and spread his arms outward as if he was showcasing a prize on The Price is Right. "This is the big deal." She strolled cautiously closer, her eyes narrowing. "Come again? We've outgrown our townhouse." He grinned and then fanned out his hand again. "Say hello to the new corporate office for Heroic Kitchens." She surveyed the floor and then frowned. "I see an empty room with no offices or desks. You rented this place without asking me?" "Leased." He strolled to the corner of the window. "This can be your office. You get a view of the mall, and in the other corner we'll put my office." He faced his wife, her expression still hard as granite. He continued, "This place can handle a total of 10 employees, and with Monica, we're now at 5. Monica, who had been hired the week before, would be their 4th full-time employee. She was a recent college graduate with a degree in marketing and a passion for Heroic's mission. Better, Monica was a vegan and owned a YouTube channel with over 250,000 subscribers. She had experience as a vlogger, influencer, and marketer. Her channel already was responsible for thousands of dollars in sales, and it was how she'd gotten on Jeff's radar. They'd interviewed more than a dozen candidates, but Monica was a lion among kittens. Charged with taking Jeff's job, marketing and operations, the move allowed Jeff to focus on scaling challenges. Commercial office space was the first of such challenges. 10 months ago, when Micah was born, Heroic Kitchens had been in a few dozen stores nationwide, and most of their sales were direct-to-consumer via their website and Amazon. After Micah's birth, Jeff cashed in all of his vacation hours and exercised the company's paternity leave. It gave him a full month to work on the business, while Sam dove in as a full-time mommy. It was her life's dream. The dream she'd mapped out in the 1-5-10 Planacy she'd drafted 3 years before. While his wife still worked part-time, it was on her terms. Better, she was making more than her old salary at the hospital for a quarter of the work. Sam trusted him with the finances, and Jeff trusted her on everything else. When Jeff returned to his job, he gave his resignation and quit 2 weeks later. Initially, he'd wanted to quit once their revenue reached $2 million, but that would have to wait for the other $300,000 to catch up. Surprisingly, that would only take a few more months to happen. Once the Trotmans found their optimum operational groove, the results were astonishing. Sam went back into the commercial kitchen to experiment, and experiment she did, coming out with a new flavor, a plant-based clam chowder. Once it was lined, engineered, and co-packed, ready for sale, they messaged their customer list, now over 100,000 strong, about the new flavor. The email generated over $80,000 in sales in one day. More than a year after they signed with Derlinger Distributors, they were finally shelved in all Kroger stores. That blew things up. Big. Jeff found himself working every day, from order fulfillment to customer service to managing retail and wholesale accounts. There simply weren't enough hours in the day, and they needed to hire. The problem was, it wasn't going to happen from a 1,200 square foot townhouse. Sam glared at her husband, standing in front of the large office window. From the 17th floor, she could indeed see Woodfield Mall and its empty parking lot. Like many malls around the world, it was dying a slow death. Her chest felt queasy as she thought again of her husband's impetuousness, a trait which she both loved and hated. In this case, she wasn't sure which. Sam faced the window, happy to know her husband couldn't see her antipathy. She spoke sternly at Jeff's windowed reflection, as if it would soften the blow. "We can't afford this. This is going to cost us thousands." "Yes, $6,000 a month, but the landlord gave us a great deal. It's a 3-year lease, and they'll help us with the build-out. We can have it done in just a few weeks. They also—" Sam interrupted, quickly turning from the window. $6,000 every month? Are you fucking insane? That's 4 times the rent at our townhouse." Her face seethed red. "No, it's not nuts. That's the going rate for offices of this size and in this area," Jeff said flatly. "And to your point, yes, we can afford it." His face stiffened as he didn't appreciate her aloof tardiness, and now the cursing attitude. He'd managed millions at the job he'd just quit. She carried on, scoffing. "Like we could afford those first-class tickets you bought for the trade show in Vegas? How about the Lincoln Navigator we had repossessed? Or that t-shirt business you bombed on?" Sam shook her head, eyes unsettled and now teary. But Jeff didn't bite, as he would have 2 years ago. He veered over and grasped her shoulders. "Hey, what's wrong? You should be happy." She took a deep breath and then stewed for a minute, her face trembling as if she faced a demon. As the tears welled, she turned back to the window again, choosing to look at her husband through its reflection. Tone bitter and brooding, she said, "I am happy. That's just it. I've never been happier in my life. I'm with my kids all day, even if I'm working. I get quality time with my husband. And geez, you don't even complain about money anymore. I'm helping animals. I have a worldly mission. Everything is just fucking awesome," she sniffed. "And my husband is vegan." She shook her head in disbelief and then sighed a whirlwind. "Oh yes, I'm living the dream I've always wanted." Jeff stood back and shook his head, puzzled. She'd spoken 2 fucks in the last 2 minutes. Something deeply emotional was stirring. He asked, "Then why the crying and acting like you just got put back on the graveyard shift?" She sniffled and then raised her hands as if she gave up. "This," she said, focusing on the empty, unfinished concrete floor. "I mean, this isn't cheap." She shook her head disgustedly. "I'm just afraid of you, or us," she corrected, "making a wrong decision and having to go back to the way things were." "So you don't trust me?" "Jeff, I've always trusted you, and that's the point. This isn't about some pricey plane tickets that can be refunded. This isn't about making a mistake on some dumb t-shirt business. This is big, and you know how you like to act first and ask questions later. If we screw this up, it could send us right back where we started." Jeff was speechless as he stood in front of his wife, dumbfounded. Scarcity mindset? He wondered quietly. Sam didn't wait for his retort and lingered to the window again, continuing her avoidance. The silence lasted for an eternity, except for a police siren which passed on the road below, followed by 2 more. Finally, Sam turned and faced him, her eyes blood red and lips trembling. I... But she didn't finish and turned around again. Now getting impatient, Jeff asked, "What on earth is going on, Sam?" Another silence. He prodded. "Samantha." In the eerie quiet, she mumbled, "Pinky." Unsure if he heard her, he repeated, "Pinky? Your old stuffed animal?" She didn't answer and stood motionless, her back still to her husband. Jeff strode over to her and tapped her on the shoulder, his impatience turning to disorientation. He said softly, "Hey, Pinky's at home exactly where you left her." She quickly turned to face him, and what Jeff saw frightened him. Gone were his wife's tears. Her jaw was clenched and her cheeks were flushed a blood red. Her bright blue eyes were now a shadowy green. She vigorously shook her head, seething in anger. Her voice thick and petulant, as if she was a teenager. She said, "No, she's not." Jeff shrugged, bewildered. Sam resumed. "When I was 10 years old, we had a lamb at our ranch named Pinky. My father came home with her one summer and I instantly fell in love with her." She gazed vacantly at the floor. "She was this cute little fluffy furball, and I spent most of the summer with her. One of her eyes was bright pink, which is why we called her Pinky. We weren't sure if she was blind in that eye or if it was just some genetic defect." She paused to sigh, her face maintaining its hardness. "I remember she had these long and curly eyelashes, almost cartoonish. She used to fall over and wriggle on her back like she was dancing to La Cucaracha. Her little legs would flop around like she was playing the air drums. She loved getting her belly rubbed, and it was her way of asking for one." Jeff let her talk, but he wasn't sure where she was going or how this had anything to do with renting an office. Sam carried on, simmering in the thought. "When Pinky was hungry, she'd give you this tiny, adorable squeal, and her lips wouldn't even move. I remember thinking that she sounded like a dolphin." She paused and bit her tongue, face tightening. "Anyhow, I guess it was my fault. When my father brought her home, he said not to get my hopes up, that Pinky would only be visiting for the summer. So I spent every day with her, knowing that my pops was probably just doing another trucker or a rancher a favor. A 10-year-old doesn't think about the reasons. I just saw that I finally had a pet." She finally looked up at her husband, her anger morphing into revulsion. "My parents wouldn't let me have any pets, not even a cat." Jeff felt his eyes start to well when he realized his wife was sharing something she'd never shared. Sam continued, the horror in her eyes losing its battle with remorse and sorrow. "For 3 months I nursed Pinky with bottles of fresh milk. The Alstons up the road had dairy cows." She looked oddly at Jeff, as if this fact was common knowledge. "Pinky and we'd play hide and seek in the haystacks, fetch. We'd even nap together whenever my father was on the road." She paused, 2 tears escaping both eyes. It was one of the happier summers I could remember, at least until Pinky disappeared. Jeff finally spoke. Your father made good on his promise and returned her? Sam didn't move, but her face dropped, her eyes glazing over vacantly, as if she'd just aged 10 years. She continued. That's what my mom said, yes. She wiped a tear on her blouse. I cried myself to sleep for days. I wouldn't eat. After 3 days locked in my room, my pop ordered me to the supper table because it was Thanksgiving. After finishing the meal, I asked to be excused so I could go back to my room. When my father gave me a stern no, I blew up. I told him I hated him and I wished him dead. I yelled and yelled, demanding to know where he took Pinky. Sam shook her head, hatred now burning out her tears. She looked at Jeff and said, "And you know what that bastard said?" He just looked at me with this sick expression. I can see it as clearly as if it were today. With this self-satisfied grin, this gleam in his eye as if he got some type of joy from teaching his daughter a lesson, he said, "Samantha, you just ate Pinky. That's life, and life don't give 2 cents about your feelings." And then he snickered and smiled while forking another slab of Pinky into his mouth, chewing obnoxiously and sucking gravy off his fingers as if it was his last meal before a death sentence. Jeff's eyes flared, his heart feeling like a cinder block just dropped on his chest. After that, I vomited all over the dinner table. I remember seeing bits of partly digested meat and green beans splattered all over the dinner table. The odor was horrible, and I wondered, what part of my best friend did I puke on the table? Her belly I rubbed so many times? She shook her head, the anger returning. My mother just sat there like an obedient shrew while my father continued eating and slurping. He made me clean it up before I could go back to my room. Jeff tried to hold back his sobs, but couldn't. He drifted to his wife and embraced her, causing her to erupt in tears. He whispered, "I'm so sorry, sweetie. I never knew." After a tearful silence, she pulled back. My relationship with my parents was never the same. Then they dragged me into church a week later where the priest gave a sermon on love and compassion. She scoffed sarcastically. My motherfucking father had as much compassion as a starving wolf in a henhouse. His workshop was wall-to-wall bucks and antelope that he killed sport hunting. Jeff thought about Sam's earlier rants about hunters and gentlemen. The hypocrisy pissed me off so bad I glared at him the whole time. She fled from the memory and looked up at her husband. When I didn't go to his funeral, my mom disowned me, which is why she wasn't at our wedding. Stuck up for that asshole till his last breath. She's a wretch who married a wretched excuse for a man. Sam stepped back and collected herself. The weight of the heavy memory lightened. Wet mascara shaded her with a black pallor. She pulled a tissue from her purse and wiped her face. She spoke plainly. "I'm sorry, but whenever I'm happy, I expect to have my heart broken. I wake up every morning waiting for someone to wake me from this dream, waiting for someone to shake me into reality, waiting for someone to drop the bomb and say that none of this is real and it will all disappear. I'll go back to the hospital, you'll go back to your job, and we'll see each other for a few hours a week. And the kids get their part-time parents." She paused and then confessed, "I'm sorry. I've just got this bad sense that the summer is ending and my heart is about to be broken again." The sun was now setting, her husband standing in a blinding sunbeam. He took a deep breath and moved back into her space. It took Jeff a moment to figure it out, but Samantha was terrified of having her happiness disappear in the dark of night, like Pinky did those many years ago. From childhood trauma to early relationships, she was used to having her joy stolen, interrupted, snatched away like an insect in a Venus flytrap. When her mother no-showed their wedding, it soured the event. For her, the bigger financial burden of commercial office space must have jolted her fear into overdrive. Jeff studied her and then put a finger to her chin. "Sweetheart, our summer can last the rest of our lives. This life we've created isn't going to be Pinky." Sam wiped a new tear away from her cheek and looked up at her husband, sniffling, the setting sun drowning out his face. "Hey, I got this. This office is the right decision, both financially and for our business." He paused, then he said, "I know how busy you've been with Micah, but I've been busy too. I don't think you understand how much our business has grown since our little boy was born." He took a step back, smiling. "Do you know why I don't talk about our money problems anymore?" She shook her head weakly. Jeff continued, loud enough that his voice echoed on the empty floor. "Because we have no money problems. We're out of debt. Everything is paid. Your student loans, my loans, all the startup costs for the business, everything is paid for. Even with all the investment into the business, I'm still able to save tens of thousands of dollars a month." He paused, waiting for her to react, but her face was still traumatized from the tears. He knocked playfully on his skull and gave her a dumbfounded look. "Are you listening to what I'm saying? You've trusted me to handle the money, and I have. Not only is our business worth several million, I've saved close to $500,000. At the rate we're saving and the value of the business, we're nearly at our escape number and could technically retire in a few years." He threw her a pointed look. "So, Mrs. Cleaver, the dream that you're living right now ain't going nowhere, and it soon will be in our own home. Summer will continue until we're old and with grandkids." She blushed and wiped more of the blackness that drizzled her face. Apologetically, she said, "I just get scared anytime I see you spending money on things I don't understand. After we got married, you spent money like we were rich." Her face finally broke a weak smile. "Girls from Idaho generally don't need Louis Vuitton purses. I'd rather have an ATV." Jeff chuckled, then nodded. "I get it, but I've also learned a ton about myself in this process." He lost himself in a moment, then continued. "I realized that all my impulsive spending, the Navigator, that purse, I bought all that stuff to medicate my own unhappiness, a bribe, so to speak. But now," he hesitated and walked toward the window, "it's different because we can afford these things, and we aren't medicating our boring lives. We're celebrating how great it has become." He appraised the view out the window over the freeway. "Sometimes I wonder where we would be if we'd just accepted the inertia of our lives. Micah probably wouldn't even be here. We'd both be miserable. Or divorced," Sam added quickly. "We never saw each other." He turned back to his wife, conviction in his voice. "Our business can afford this, but more importantly, we must afford it if we want to keep growing. Our mission for our family and our mission for the animals depends on it. We can't take our foot off the pedal now." She nodded, her worry relinquishing the fight. After they faced each other in silence, Sam nestled up to her husband, embracing him tightly as if he was the only thing between her and life itself. As they hugged, Jeff heard her crying again, but this time her tears had a different resonance. It wasn't tears of stolen dreams or slaughtered play friends. It was joy. She kissed him on the temple and then whispered into his ear, "I love you."
The Perseverance Strategy. Believe it, define it, set the goal, shift the identity, and forge a new you. In a 1995 interview, Steve Jobs said, "I'm convinced that about half of what separates the successful entrepreneurs from the non-successful ones is pure perseverance." I agree, but like many short platitudes extracted from billionaire interviews, the statement speaks of an effect, not a cause. It's like saying, "I'm convinced that about half of what separates the successful chefs from the non-successful ones is a wood-fired oven." Insightful, but not very helpful if you don't have access to the oven. In other words, what exactly causes perseverance and the motivation to carry forward when things get tough? Expectancy theory suggests that we're motivated to act and make decisions based on the expected result of our behavior. For example, if you know washing the dishes might get you a back rub from your wife, you'll likely be motivated to act. While this theory might have relevance in simple matters of cause and effect, it doesn't when it involves audacious goals in the future. Namely, when a process is required, the expectancy theory won't help you lose weight, start a business, hit your escape number, or achieve your 1-5-10 planacy. Kinda hard to eat celery over donuts when your decision packs no immediate visible outcome. Eating donuts, on the other hand, has immediate gratification. Without a positive feedback loop to fire passion, perseverance, and willpower will simply wither away. Unlimited motivation and perseverance for transformative goals is more like a recipe rather than a simplistic concept. Like yeast is needed for dough and dough is needed for pizza, each ingredient in the motivation recipe works synergistically to create the result. And that result is a new you, someone who is strikingly different from the day you started. Looking back at my own unscripted journey, the perseverance strategy is what got me through the desert. The good news is, if you follow the principles and strategies in this book, you already have most of the recipe. Belief is the first ingredient, and it's the launch pad. Fix your poison pens so you truly believe you can escape the rat race. There's a reason why this book is somewhat mathematical. I don't need to convince you that 100,000 units is larger than 40 years or 40 hours. I don't need to convince you that it's impossible to work 6,000 years. Of course, belief is more than simple math. Ultimately, your inside game determines the outside game. Examine these divergent thought forms ahead. Which mindsets will help you hit your escape number? 99% thought form versus 1% thought form. Someday versus today. Wage your salary locus versus a profit locus. A net consumer or rat versus a net producer, scientist. Freedom old versus freedom young. Defense or expenses versus offense, income plus asset. Specialized skill versus a specialized unit. Better skills equals more money versus better product equals more money. More time equals more money versus more units equal more money. Optimize salary and wages versus optimize relative value. Money is king versus time is king. Time builds wealth versus income and assets build wealth. Symmetric monomorphic pay versus asymmetric polymorphic pay. Positively charged to money versus negatively charged to money. Selfish inward thinking versus selfless outward thinking. Resisting change versus embracing change. Luck versus probability. Ideas have value versus execution has value. The process should be fun versus the process should be challenging. Event short game focus versus process long game focus. Balance versus commitment. After I spoke with that young man who owned a Lamborghini Countach, my belief shifted from resigned mediocrity to committed advancement. I didn't know it, but I had the first ingredient to perseverance: belief. The second ingredient in perseverance recipe is purpose. Without a strong purpose, a driving why behind your behavior, you'll be at the mercy of fleeting willpower. And willpower is a horrible motivator. In my case, my purpose was fear-driven. I knew I'd rather die than suffer in a meaningless job for 60% of my life. With a powerful purpose, I had perseverance, second ingredient. The third ingredient is a strong goal that stretches your comfort zones, expands your skills, and hones you into a new person. Your goals set the pace, and it is why we established your 1-5-10 Planacy and its escape number many pages ago. It is your GPS and your lighthouse in a barren sea. Thanks to my new beliefs, I always had goals, and later the 1-5-10 Planacy that stretched my limits. The final ingredient is your identity, a critical piece of the puzzle that we haven't discussed. If your identity isn't aligned with who you need to become, you will likely struggle. If you have a challenge ahead of you, whether it's starting a business or hitting an escape number, your identity must shift to who you want to be. Old you isn't good enough to reach your goals. New beliefs, a strong purpose, and a big goal must create a new identity and driving transformation toward a new you. For most people, identity is a construct based on the past experiences, past traumas, and past careers. Instead, fabricate your identity based on the future. For example, I've always loved a good steak and a meat-packed pizza. As such, going plant-based in 2017 was the hardest thing I ever did in my life. To accomplish my drastic dietary shift, I immediately knew that I needed to do two things. 1, shift to a future growth identity, and 2, build effective anchors. The first step is to shift from an old you status quo identity to a new you growth identity. An old you identity is something based on the past, while the future is regarded as an optimistic construct. I enjoy meat, but I'm trying to eat plant-based. Or perhaps more suitably, I'm an engineer at Intel, and someday I'd like to quit and start my own business. Conversely, a new you identity is future-based, what you will become, with the old you regarded as a negative figment of the past. I'm a vegan who once ate meat, or I'm an entrepreneur who is temporarily working at Intel as an underpaid engineer. Whenever you swap a past identity for one that is future-based, you lay the groundwork for change. Because our identity seeks harmony with reality, a growth identity adjusts your thoughts and actions toward the desired change. Our identity abhors incongruence, and you will likely keep your actions aligned with it. If you identify as a financial expert, you might avoid credit card debt and other money mistakes not congruent with financial expertise. Conversely, if the identity already matches with reality, then change becomes a matter of convenience or circumstance. Excuses easily made. The process never builds, and talent is never driven. You will always be an underpaid engineer at Intel who someday would like to start a business. Your identity asserts there is no urgency to change. Someday becomes never. For my dietary change, the first thing I did was identify as vegan. While I ate meat merely days earlier, it didn't matter because at that moment I shifted to a new me identity. Moving forward, if someone offered me pizza, I refused because I identified as vegan, not a pizza lover striving to go vegan. The second tactic that made this happen was effective anchors. An anchor is something traumatically associative with old you. For me, I heartbreakingly watched factory farming atrocities and how animals are kept inhumanely caged and then slaughtered. After watching a pig fight for its life before meeting its butchery, the anchor was seared into my brain. Add a lingering threat from my doctor who wanted to put me on a lifetime prescription for cholesterol pills, and my identity shifted. Effective anchors, and boom, I'm plant-based for life. My shift was hard until it wasn't. Identify who you want to be and how it relates to the big goals you cited in your 1-5-10 Planacy. Drastic changes in your life start subtly with a shift from a status quo identity to one of growth. And please, avoid the word aspiring. Don't be an aspiring screenwriter. You are a screenwriter. Don't be an aspiring comedian. You are a comedian. Don't be an aspiring unscripted entrepreneur. You are one. After my short encounter with my stranger in a Lamborghini, my identity instantly changed to an entrepreneur. And it took a whopping 10 years for that identity to match with reality. Unlimited motivation and perseverance is not a concept, it's a recipe. Believe you can escape the rat race. Define a compelling purpose. Set a goal that stretches comfort zones. Shift your old you identity into a transformative new you identity, and you'll persevere through anything. Key concepts. Expectancy theory, which proposes that you act based on the expected result of your behavior, doesn't work for distant goals that involve a process. Perseverance has a recipe which combines multiple principles and strategies and is responsible for goal achievement, the process behind the transformation from old you to new you. Beliefs that foster an unscripted 1% existence is the first step to perseverance. The second ingredient to perseverance is a strong purpose that supplants fleeting willpower. Perseverance' third ingredient is an audacious goal, like a 1-5-10 plan or an escape number. A strong goal acts like a GPS or a lighthouse for behavior. The fourth ingredient for perseverance is an identity shift from who you are to who you will be, with effective anchors to bolster the change. Your identity seeks congruence. A growth identity puts forth effort for congruence. A status quo identity does not. Don't be an aspiring anything, be it. The power of perseverance happens with a solid belief, definitive purpose, a big goal, and a growth identity. The Financial Army Strategy. Raise a financial army. Start saving for your lifetime paycheck. Creating a specialized unit of relative value isn't easy. Building a business system to sell thousands, perhaps millions of those units is even harder. Even startup entrepreneurs with prior success and endless streams of venture capital financing are not guaranteed to succeed. Again, entrepreneurship is like baseball, and you'll likely need to strike out a few times before getting a hit. While you wait for your business to hit that asymmetrical growth curve, you can still progress on your rat race escape. How? Start building your money system today. If you have $50, you can be the proud owner of a third-party business system by the end of the week, perhaps as soon as tomorrow. Instead of blowing $50 on some trendy shirt that will be out of style next spring, you could buy a money system investment, say a dividend-paying company. Your $50, no matter how you acquired it, suddenly becomes polymorphic pay. And as long as that company remains profitable and outlives you, you get a lifetime paycheck. Think how powerful that is. You can wear a $50 shirt a few times or get an income for the rest of your life. Moreover, your investment doesn't require you to punch in for work, submit reports, fix toilets, or contribute to the company or investment in any way. Returns are paid regardless of your status. You're only limited by what you can afford. The problem is your lonely $50 investment might only pay 4% annually or $2 a year. That won't move the meter. Worse, this instant business system requires something many people lack: the discipline for saving massive amounts of money. If you bought 50,000 shares instead of just one, suddenly a measly $2 return turns into $100,000 a year, completely passive. Unfortunately, 50,000 shares could cost millions. Like our business, this third-party business system isn't effective unless it obtains leverage from scalable mathematics. Pounding the pavement for hours or salaries isn't going to cut it. Our business must be the leverage, which in turn can fund a money system and get us going toward our escape number. Once I escaped my expensive sports car blunder, I started saving money from the standpoint of raising a financial army. I knew that every dollar I saved was another soldier fighting for my freedom. Even in today's low-interest economy, every 100 pennies saved to your financial battalion, 3 to 6, procreate yearly. Accumulate enough soldiers and the compounding weapon ignites. Instead of enjoying 6 cents per year, it's 60,000. And finally, $1 saved today is one you won't need to earn tomorrow. Indentured time lost fighting the enemy, shifts to free time. As for raising your financial army, it begins like everything else, a belief shift. First, make every dollar spent fall into one of 4 categories. Number 1, basic living expenses. Food, shelter, transportation, insurance. In the early stages of business, your household should run lean, like a fine-tuned infantry. And basic living expenses should mean the used Honda, not the new Tesla. Number 2, debt reduction. If you're towing a lot of debt, don't worry. Anytime you reduce your debt, you're making progress on your escape number. While raising a financial army is offense, defense is protecting it. When you carry debt you can't afford, you create traitors. Your soldiers defect to the enemy and then fight to enslave you. And then they procreate, unleashing new insurgents. The net effect is a triple negative. 1, you lose a soldier. 2, the enemy gains one. And 3, the enemy creates more in the future. If excess money isn't needed for living expenses or can't be reinvested in your business, pay off high-rate credit cards or loans. Start stealing soldiers from your foe. If your bank charges 20% interest on your credit cards, you automatically earn 20% by eliminating the debt. Killing debt pays immediate interest. The debt is no longer giving birth to new soldiers. Treat debt you can't afford like a zombie virus. Number 3, cornbread business expenses. It can't be said enough. Your business anchors net worth acceleration through asymmetric returns, not pennies pinched from canceled cable TV subscriptions or Starbucks celibacy. If $1 invested in your business yields $10 tomorrow, why bother with rat race investments? Massive wealth doesn't come from 8% annual stock market returns. It comes from annual 800% returns from your business. If your business is a productocracy, it will always be the best bet for surplus money. Number 4, your money system and its escape number. After these 3 categories have been addressed, save the remaining funds into your money system. As your business grows, so will your savings rate. If you're making $80,000 a month, saving 80% of it isn't unusual, nor is it difficult. When your income blows up like Heroic Kitchens, debt can be paid in broad, swift strokes. It might take you 10 years to pay off your debt in a job, whereas in a growing sense-based business, it might take you 10 weeks. The final step for raising your army is to make it bigger every week, even just a few dollars. Every month gets you closer to your escape number. If you're struggling with debt, now is the time to penny pinch and cut comforting expenses from your life. Things that not only waste your time, but imbue procrastination. Is that pile of smutty gossip magazines necessary? Cancel them. Is the Beamer too diodetic with insurance, repairs, and gas? Maybe it's time for a used Prius, or take the bus, ride your bike, or walk. Yeah, I know it's not cool, but neither is working until your 80th birthday. When I started my army, I created a makeshift wall counter, which broadly displayed my net savings. Every day it reminded me of my purpose and my escape number. It weakened temptation. I could dismiss thoughts of fancy cars, second homes, boats, and other flashy expenditures, at least until I could pay cash for them. While this might seem neurotic, I was neurotically opposed to slaving at a job for 50 years in a stiff polyester suit. I made darn sure I got closer to my escape number a few bucks every day. Altogether, your end game is to create your business system and funnel excess profits into a money system, which ironically consists of many third-party business systems. A business system you own funds business systems you do not. The short and long-term goal is identical: lifetime financial freedom. When your business kills it for the month and you have an extra $10,000 flashing green on your debit card, ask yourself this: whose army are you funding? Yours, the one working to liberate you from the world's economic religion, or the one working to keep you need at its altar? Saving slow for retirement is a dumb idea. Saving fast to win your freedom is not. Key concepts. Every saved dollar should earn you 3 to 6 cents in polymorphic income for life without ownership hassles. Outside of your unscripted business, look at saving money as if you were raising a financial army. Debt payment earns you an instant yield on the interest charged. A debt payment costing 10% in interest is like earning 10%. Your business is for asymmetrical returns and creating wealth. The capital markets are for renting your wealth, which pays you polymorphically. Every dollar earned should be directed into 1. Basic living expenses, 2. Debt reduction, 3. Cornbread business expenditures, or 4. A money system. Once your business starts to grow, savings rates can jump to 50% or more while debt can be paid fast, often in large, bulk payments. Your end game is to create your business system and funnel excess profits into a money system, a diversified basket of third-party business systems.
COVID 190 million. Wednesday, April 2nd, 2020, 2:45 p.m. 247 days later. From his 17th floor office, Jeff stared at the threatening sky overshadowing his desk. The television hung on the wall aired CNBC, volume muted. Jeff didn't need to hear the commentators. As the tickers flashed red across the screen, the financial punditry was warning of a recession. COVID-19, a worldwide virus, was shutting down much of the world economy. He tried to temper a smile. People in poor health would die. Businesses would go bankrupt. Savings would evaporate. Jobs lost or furloughed. But none of it would be the fate for his family or his company. When the economy crashed in 2008, his family took a beating as if Mike Tyson delivered the blows. Now he was the one landing the blows, and some pandemic wasn't going to stop the fury. Thunder rattled the steel-encased windows as the sky swirled in a dark steel gray. His door was open, and he could hear that the corporate office for Heroic Kitchens buzzed with activity. The business was booming. Moreover, Jeff now understood the power of real financial freedom. With their sales exploding as retail shelves were stocked with their soup, they were financially independent and leading life as fast-lane unscriptees. Jeff would remind his wife practically daily about the déjà vu their life would have endured had they not changed their strategy and started a business. With the pandemic showing no signs of slowing, unemployment would rise to 12%. Bankruptcies would skyrocket, as would suicides. Jeff learned his old employer would merge with a new company and lay half the workforce off. There was blood in the streets, except this time that blood wouldn't be his family's. The stock market also crashed, but this time it had no impact on their finances. They not only held onto their investments, they added to them. Once their debt disappeared, they started saving their excess earnings, a habit learned from their days as saving rats. But instead of saving $100 a month from their paycheck, they were saving tens of thousands. Better, they weren't suffocating under frugality's yoke and what they couldn't do. Their favorite restaurant was the Garden Buffet. Before COVID, they would eat dinner there sometimes 3 or 4 days a week. It was fast, convenient, healthy, and money didn't matter. They could eat there or anywhere, every day of the year. From the day they conceived their business nearly 4 years ago, it would take them 13 months to match their job salaries, and only 4 months from there to double it. 7 months later, they would be millionaires based on the asset valuation of their company. Today, they were multi-millionaires many times over. And now, Jeff didn't need to finance his dream car. He could waltz in and pay cash. While they still lived in their rented townhouse, Jeff and his wife were officially shopping to become homeowners again. But not just any home. Their dream home. Better, they agreed to put 50% down so their mortgage would be easily manageable, while also taking advantage of low interest rates and mortgage interest deductions. He glanced outside his office and saw Monica leave her desk to sidle up to the exterior window. As she admired the overcast kaleidoscope churning in the sky, Jeff thought how valuable she was. Hiring Monica had instigated a quantum leap for their business. She shared marketing operations with his wife, saturating social media influencers with Jeff's blunt force FedEx strategy. She managed newsletter and podcast sponsorships as well as their public relations outreach. According to their accountant, Monica's public relations efforts created over $15 million in free advertising. With an impressive environmental and humane mission combined with great soup, Heroic Kitchens received countless magazine, newspaper, and website features. With marketing out of the way, Jeff was able to pound the phones and LinkedIn, calling on distributors and grocery C-suitors from the big guys, Whole Foods, Target, Sprouts, and other national chains. He was amazed at what he could do once his attention turned to scale. He added retail and wholesale accounts nearly weekly. Reorder percentages on individuals skyrocketed from 19% to 24% to 31%, as soup stored on store shelves or in pantries were finally consumed. Reorders at the wholesale level were a whopping 96%. As more retail and wholesale accounts jumped to put Heroic on their shelves, their net margin continued its slow decline into the low teens, but Jeff expected it. There were 6 employees now, many wholesale low-margin accounts, and a lot more expenses, and new competitors and copycats. Their brand was now nationally known, and their soup was in over 5,000 stores, including many of those big chains Jeff courted. With brand recognition, it became easier to push new products into the system. They didn't have to convince anyone. Their reputation was known. Hard work done years ago was still paying today. With this new power, revenues soared past 10 million, then 25 million, and then 50 million. They now had a chickpea snack line and were soft testing a new type of plant-based pizza, another product line ripe for innovation. Costs were climbing, but so were revenue, profits, and momentum. The decision to rent office space was the right one. It gave Heroic legitimacy and gave its employees a focus with a crystallized mission. Large 6-foot photos of every animal they'd saved decorated the office walls. A great idea, but within a year the walls were full. As more animals were saved, their photos were pinned to the wall outside the elevator landing. Called the Wall of the Saved, the collage featured hundreds of animals and would be the first thing visitors saw when they exited the elevator. Jeff snapped out of his nostalgia when the elevator dinged. His wife exited with the day's mail in one hand and an open letter in the other. With her eyes fixated on whatever she was reading, she drifted towards Jeff's office, almost knocking over a flower arrangement. As her eyes lapped left to right, her face went rigid. Jeff knew the look. Whatever she was reading wasn't good news. Once in Jeff's office, she closed the door. Holding up the document like a dirty sock, she said to Jeff seated at his desk, "Please tell me this is a mistake." Jeff shrugged and scrambled to find his glasses. When he didn't see them, his wife walked to his desk and laid the document in front of him. "The IRS?" she said flatly, crossing her arms. She gestured to the paper. "Says we owe $220,000. Jeff picked up the document and examined it. Sam continued, "When I saw a letter from the IRS, I got scared and tore it open. I know you take care of all the money, but nothing good ever comes from those bureaucratic assholes." "You're right," Jeff said calmly. His wife raised her eyebrow. "About them being bureaucratic assholes, or that this is a mistake?" Jeff laughed. "About them being assholes." He tossed the paper aside on his desk. "Unfortunately, this is correct. This is the quarterly taxes we owe." She frowned and then confiscated the tax bill from his desk. She recited, $220,521? What are we, Fort fucking Knox? "Sam, don't worry about it. The baddies in D.C. aren't coming to throw you in jail." He shuffled through the rest of the mail and continued. "I've been expecting this and prepared for it. We have more than enough money. When you owe this much, that means..." He stopped abruptly and stared at a legal-sized envelope that had come with the day's mail. Without finishing his thought or paying mind to his wife, he ripped it open like he was a 10-year-old at Christmas. Inside was a stack of clipped documents, at least a half-inch thick, peppered with signature stickies. He gazed at them hypnotically. He flipped a page, then another. His heart raced. After scanning several pages, he fell back in his chair, mouth agape, papers still in his lap. He sat silent, his face painted in shock as if he'd just exited the best roller coaster ride of his life. Sam cocked her head and eyed him suspiciously. "Okay, let's hear it. You just got a love letter from the IRS saying we owe them a fortune. You're ripping open mail like it was season tickets to the Cubs. Are you going to tell me what planet I'm on?" He ambled back behind his desk and pointed to the couch. "Samantha, you should sit down." She narrowed her eyes and sat down cautiously, as if a bomb was strapped to her waist. Once she settled in, Jeff spoke measuredly. "In the last few weeks, I've been busy trying to get this business to the next level and seeing what we needed to do to get there. Part of that involves some forecasting, predicting things in the future, and how it fits in our overall mission." He swallowed hard. "We have to look at things not only in terms of our products and the animals we save, but our family." Sam nodded and gave a weak smile, unsure where he was heading. Jeff offered his palm in the air and continued. "This office, for example. This was a big financial decision, but we decided it was needed to move forward. Hiring our 4th, 5th, and 6th employees, again, big decisions. Adding more product lines, moving into snack food, again, more big decisions." He scratched his head as if he was struggling to explain. Sam laced a long strand of hair behind her ear. "You're talking about a leap of zeros again?" He gave her a quizzical look and then snapped his fingers. "Sorry, it's been years since I've read those DeMarco books, but yes." He stood up and walked to the filing cabinet and opened a drawer. After rifling through it, he removed a file and held it up. "This right here should be our next leap for the business." She raised her brow. "And?" "It's a proposal to build a manufacturing facility. It's going to cost tens of millions." He retreated to his desk and dropped it topside. "Millions?" Sam swallowed hard, her face flashing fear. "Why can't we just continue like we've been doing? Our sales keep going up, we're in thousands of stores, things are going great." "It's not that simple. Our margin is starting to get squeezed. We have new competitors entering the space, some of them large companies. We use a third-party co-packer, which adds to our cost. A lot of these companies don't. They own the manufacturing, and because they're completely vertical, they can crush us on price. Remember, Sam, when we started this, there were virtually no vegan soups on the market. But our SKU isn't pricing, Jeff. It's quality ingredients, great soup, and saving animals. I don't want to be the cheapest soup on the shelf." "You're right, and neither do I. But this isn't about price. It's about cost. Walmart won't even shelve us because our wholesale price is way too high. If our vendors think our wholesale price is too costly and the rest of the space starts to price down, it could put some significant headwinds in our way. Nothing is stopping these big corporations from copying our recipes, and it's already happened twice. Shelves are getting crowded, and the grocers watch their margins like we watch ours." She folded her arms. "Walmart is not exactly the target market for our brand." "Everyone deserves healthy food options, Sam, so I'd argue it is. And that doesn't count what we're doing to bring awareness to the animal trade." Sam reluctantly nodded and then stood up. She paced in front of the window. After a few laps, she stopped and groaned, throwing her husband a perplexed look. "So we owe the IRS a ton of money, and now you're saying that we need to spend a ton of money on a factory?" She shook her head and then gestured to the envelope Jeff had gleefully torn open. "I'm gonna guess that envelope is news about some mega loan we just got approved for, because everything I'm hearing right now is not good news, and I'm not sure a huge loan is either." She started to fidget and get nervous, her fists clenched as she looked around wildly. Jeff sighed and then pointed back to the couch. "Relax. Can you please sit back down?" "Is it that bad?" She fell back to the couch and started teething her lips, sensing that summer was about to end. "No, it's good." She gave him a wanting look. "Well, I'm sitting and waiting." He held up the stack of papers, grinning. "This in my hand is a letter of intent from Universal Foods. They're a big food conglomerate out of Connecticut." He waited for her reaction, but none followed. She shrugged. "New distributor?" Her husband threw another devious grin and conspicuously hesitated. After a lingering silence, Sam gave him an impatient glare as if waiting for a punchline. "No. They want to buy our company." "Sell our business?" She abandoned her lounge and firmed up. "I didn't know it was for sale. Is this what you've been doing locked up here in your office?" "No, not at all. I've actually had multiple conversations with companies who are interested in buying our company, and they've all been unsolicited. However, when I started reviewing our numbers and the next steps for growth, both for our business and our family, I figured it would be reasonable to listen." Sam sat motionless, her face signaling betrayal. Jeff continued, his tone softening. "When we started this business, it was to set ourselves free. It was to control our destiny. It was to do something meaningful instead of just being good little rats who work all week while waiting for some godforsaken retirement 40 years later. You wanted out of nursing and to be a full-time mother. I wanted out of audits. And by all measures, we've accomplished that." She interjected, voice stern. "But now you want to sell and throw it all away?" He cracked a smile and stood up, grabbing the clipped documents which had arrived by mail. Looming over his wife, still seated at the couch, she said, "We won't be throwing it away. We'll be pushing it into overdrive. Take a look." He handed her the papers, which she promptly snatched. He watched her narrowed eyes shuffle left to right as she read. He waited a moment for her to hit the words, for her to process what was happening, and for her to make the connection on what it meant. And then, as he expected, her mouth dropped open and her eyes popped. She leaped to her feet and whacked the papers on Jeff's shoulders. "Are you freaking kidding me? $190 million? Please tell me this isn't one of your jokes." Jeff took her hand. "No joke. It's real. The offer is $95 million in cash and $95 million in shares of their company. They're publicly traded, so that is real money." He paused, allowing her to comment, but she just stood, face still painted in shock. "I've negotiated terms that our company and its mission stay the same. Same quality ingredients, same animal sponsorships every month, and the same mission." Sam gave a worried glance outside the office onto the floor with their employees. Jeff noticed and said, "No one loses their job. I've stipulated that this office remains open, complete with relocation options if anyone's looking for a life change." Another pause. "This option is the best for both our family and the company. Because, like you, I really don't want to sign my name to a $30 million loan for a manufacturing facility." He reclaimed the documents from her hands and flipped through them. He stopped at one page and pointed. "And here, it says they'll hire you as a part-time consultant so you can continue to manage the animal sponsorships." He paused. "The salary is $120,000 a year. I negotiated that for you because I know how important the animal mission is to you. It's a total win-win." She rubbed her neck, eyes still wide with shock. Unable to process the new reality, she asked, "But what'll you do without this company?" He laughed. "We'll net over $150 million. Not only did we hit our escape number, we blew it out of the water. That means I'll do whatever I want. Who knows, maybe I'll get a band together and play small jazz clubs. I've always wanted to write fantasy fiction novels. Maybe I'll start another company or invest in several. But I do know I will be getting my dream workshop with all the best woodworking tools." He winked at her. "And you, darling, you'll be getting whatever your little heart desires. That is, assuming we agree to do this." Sam turned from Jeff and strode back to the couch as if she was drunk and blind, carefully taking a seat. She sat there frozen, staring at the carpet. It wasn't the reaction Jeff had thought his wife would have. Did she not want to sell? Did she want to continue the status quo? Worry welled up in his throat. He took a seat on the couch next to her and put his hand on her knee. "Well, what do you think? This is our decision, not mine." After a moment, she finally looked up, her eyes swimming in tears. "I think I have the most awesome husband that ever lived. When and where do we sign?"
The cost of money strategy. Make debt a function of cost, not affordability. In an early version of the Millionaire Fastlane, I mentioned that the only debt burden I carried was a mortgage. That admission caused me to get some reader hate mail. Some readers argued that if I were truly financially independent, I wouldn't need a mortgage. To some degree, that's correct, but only when judged from a rat race perspective. All debt decisions should be based on the cost of money, not as a tool for affordability. You see, for the 99% stuck in the rat race, debt is a tool for affordability. Namely, if you can't afford something, get a loan. For the unscripted, debt is a function of the cost of money or the interest rate. If I can take a 30-year loan at a 2.5% interest rate and earn more on that money elsewhere in business or investments, I'm going to do it. Then if I don't have a fair use for the surplus cash, I'll pay extra on the mortgage and earn the guaranteed rate on debt reduction. Debt is not a function of, oh my God, I can't afford this BMW unless I get a loan. It's a function of, oh my God, the money is nearly free. When I bought my first dream home, I put 20% down. My second dream home, I paid 100% cash. My third home, I put 50% down. In every case, I could have paid cash for the house, which is how I gauge affordability. My financial decisions regarding debt aren't based on, gee, what can I afford with the largest loan? It's how cheap is the loan and can I better reinvest that money instead of paying cash? When you know how to create asymmetrical returns, often taking debt is the better decision. Debt is a tool, and sometimes that tool goes on sale. Unfortunately, rat racers use debt as a tool to increase access to more expensive goods they usually couldn't afford. Bottom line, if you need a loan to afford it, you can't afford it. Key concepts. Rat racers use debt as a tool for affordability, whereas it should be used as a tool based on its cost or interest rate. Face debt decisions based on the cost of money, not on the largest payment you can afford. If you can earn asymmetrical returns on cash, taking low-interest debt often makes sense. The New Horse Strategy. Be true to your 1-5-10 planacy. Know when it's time for a new horse. About 6 months before I sold my company, I faced a difficult decision. As technology improved and consumer expectations changed, I knew my business had to change. In short, I estimated that my business, if it went unchanged, had a lifespan of about 3 more years. The changes required to keep it growing would have required several additional employees, more capital, and more risks. Moreover, I no longer was challenged by the industry and felt I had accomplished all I wanted to do. I also knew that selling my ground transportation company near an apex would supply me with enough money that I never needed to work again. It was at that point I made the decision to sell. Turns out the decision was correct. A few years later, the industry I exited would be disrupted by Uber, and the company I sold would go bankrupt, preceding a slew of customer complaints about poor customer service, a new standard that replaced the excellent customer service I'd provided. Those who managed the company were too slow to adapt, and with new priority stakeholders, investors, some of the value SKUs I offered disappeared. Ultimately, the company had to be sold at a fire sale price. The point is, there might be a time when your personal and business goals no longer match. Specifically, the 1-5-10 planacy you designed many years ago has mostly come true, or it is within your grasp. Your business might be screaming to grow, but such growth no longer coincides with your 1-5-10 vision. You either need a new plan or you need a new direction. Don't fear closing one part of your life to start a new one. Key concepts. Your business will have a growth inertia that must be gauged with your own personal goals and visions as designed in the 1-5-10 planacy. Don't fear getting off a horse, only to learn to ride a new one. The 3T Financial Strategy. Evaluate financial decisions through the prism of time, trouble, and taxes. As I mentioned in the prior strategy before I sold my company, I recognized that my existing business model was not sustainable as technology and consumer expectations changed. The adjust in my 3A method revealed that a new business model was likely required, which itself required more capital and employees. While this was a secondary reason for selling, there was a more obvious, pressing reason. I knew that money earned and taxed at a lower rate today is worth far more than money earned and taxed at a higher rate later. If that doesn't make sense, it will. Whenever you're making financial decisions, you have to look at your money options beyond simple numbers, namely through the prism of time, trouble, and taxes. For example, let's say you enjoy $2 million a year in net profit. Life is great, business is good, the bills are paid, and you're stockpiling cash for your financial army. And then suddenly you're offered $20 million for your business. At first you dismiss the offer because you're making $2 million a year and you can earn $20 million in a short 10 years, assuming things stay the same. True, but these numbers don't tell the whole story. The first problem is time. Remember, time favors now over later, just like money. Money and free time enjoyed today is far better than 10 years from now. $20 million today is worth just that. $20 million earned over 10 years, discounted for time, using a 5% discount rate, is only worth $12,143,000 today. So waiting 10 years to earn $20 million will cost you nearly $8 million. And that doesn't account for trouble or second variable. Who knows if your profits will be sustainable at $2 million a year? I'm sure at the beginning of 2020, millions of businesses had a rude awakening when COVID-19 paralyzed their business and their profits. Waiting 10 years to accumulate your $20 million is subject to trouble, whether it's from the industry or just the grind to earn it. And the final consideration is taxes. In the United States, the sale of business assets, as of this writing, is taxed at a capital gains rate at 15 or 20%. This tax rate is far lower than earned income taxes. If you're profiting $2 million a year, your marginal tax rate for state and federal taxes will be near or at 50%. In short, you will need more time to actually clear $20 million in after-tax money. With that in mind, let's go back to our example. If you accept the $20 million offer for your company, not only do you get the cash now, you only get taxed 20% on it. You will clear $16 million. Wait 10 years for your $20 million, and you'll pay 40 to 50% in earned income tax rates. In 10 years, $20 million after taxing will only be worth $8,895,000 in today's dollar. Not accepting the offer will cost you $11 million and 10 years of life, assuming all things hold equal. In other words, you'll need close to 20 years to get the same after-tax benefit of a net $16 million. Here's the math. Take offer, $20 million today, taxed at 20% equals $16 million. Take profits over 10 years. $2 million taxed at 45% equals a $1.1 million annual net. $1.1 million earned for 10 years, discounted at a 5% interest rate, equals $8.9 million. As you can see, it's almost foolish not to take the offer if money and freedom is your primary concern. Of course, this answer is different for everyone. You could also grow the company by another 25% in 2 years, and your company might be worth $30 million instead of $20 million. The sell or keep question is highly personal and dependent on your 1-5-10 planacy. Just don't make the decision on numbers alone. Consider time, trouble, and taxes. Key concepts. Always make big financial decisions through the prism of time, trouble, and taxes. A liquidation event forces accelerated wealth due to time and taxes. Passing on a liquidation event could cost you millions, assuming conditions that stagnate or deteriorate. Consider your 1-5-10 planacy when making financial decisions. The monogamy strategy. Stay monogamous if you want a happy business marriage. A common confession from young entrepreneurs I hear from my forum is, none of my businesses are successful. To which I reply, businesses? You mean like none of my wives are happy? Why do you think there are no professional golfers who also play professional tennis? Anytime someone reports 6 businesses, that's code for, I have 6 businesses that suck and make no money. I'm just throwing shit against the wall and hoping for something to stick. When you own a productocracy that prints money, side businesses and other distractions cannot tempt you. If they are tempting, your business isn't profitable or your passion for the process has faded. For new entrepreneurs, trying to grow multiple companies is like trying to become a world-class violinist with one hand tied behind your back. Remember, your unscripted pursuit will meander into the realm of the obsessive with periodic sessions of imbalance. If that commitment is scattered among several interests, you won't end with one great result, but many mediocre ones. 10 ventures cumulatively earning $10,000 are not better than one that does it single-handedly. When you split your effort among assets, you're going to build weak assets. And weak assets don't scale into multi-million-dollar valuations with leverage potential, and they don't change lives. Monogamy seals a great marriage, both in business and in relationships. If your time and emotional support are shared with 6 other partners, can you expect a good marriage? Will this type of relationship thrive, survive, or die? Do not be influenced by these high-profile entrepreneurs who have 20 projects going on. You haven't sold a company for millions, and you aren't a Shark Tank investor. Every investor who appears on these business shows like Dragon's Den got there because of faithful monogamy. Years before, they committed to one business and one only. Only after striking it big, polygamy happens. Diversification into multiple ventures where passions are explored and capital allocated. Don't be a dumbass. Think about it. The world's most renowned entrepreneurs become known because they killed it with one project, not many. They first worked in their business, then they worked on it. If you're new to entrepreneurship, monogamy must precede polygamy. You have one business or none. Be loyal to one business, skew multiple value attributes, act, assess, and adjust on it, validate a productocracy, and that business will be loyal to changing your life. Change your life first, then you can focus on changing the world. Key concepts. Multiple business ventures is code for all my businesses suck and make little money. Monogamy is focusing on one business only, like a world-class athlete would train for one sport only. Monogamy should be a natural instinct, like finding the partner of your dreams. A productocracy evolves from monogamy, like a good marriage. Once you sell your first company for millions, polygamy can be a consideration as you move from entrepreneur to investor. The Living the Dream Principle. Get busy living or get busy dying. The Shawshank Redemption and The Count of Monte Cristo, two of my favorite movies, share a common theme. Men who had a dream for freedom, a freedom that would need to be painstakingly earned with time, courage, cunning, and a lot of hard work. In both stories, their dream of escape kept their souls alive and driven to do the work. Without a dream, both men would have been dead, their souls waiting for time to revert them to their maker. Many people caught in today's modern economic religion are faced with the same reality. They're empty souls on a treadmill of time, aging in indifference, consuming in hope, saving in anticipation, and dying in regret. No hope, no future, and no chance of anything changing but years on a calendar. The thread that binds them all is a dead dream. Dead dreams are why everyone is miserable and counting down the seconds to the weekend. Dead dreams are how people stay miserably stuck in the same dismal pattern: work, pay bills, consume, and then repeat. In fact, addiction has been weaponized to medicate misery, from the smartphone glued to our faces, to the junk food spiked with sugar, to the dopamine-manipulating video games packed with reinforcement heuristics, to the TV programs and sporting events that fill our empty lives with meaning. Unhappiness, dead dreams, is the business model of the modern world. Like Andy Dufresne or Edmond Dantes did in the depths of despair, it only took them one split second to change the paradigm they faced. They made a decision to dream an escape or die trying. Once these men decided, their life suddenly took on new meaning, filled with hope, purpose, and yes, even a little joy amidst prison squalor. As Andy said, get busy living or get busy dying. The Living the Dream principle affirms that you are just a split second away from living the dream. Resurrect the dream from dead, give it a vision and a probability, and then relentlessly pursue it. If you didn't frame your 1-5-10 planacy and your escape number, go back and do it. As soon as you establish the decision framework and a goal, congratulations, you're now living the dream. Yes, it is actually that simple. When your dream is alive and pursued, profound stuff happens. Actions are given purpose, goals are created, plans and decisions are made, visions updated. And yeah, food tastes better, jobs become intentioned and easier, and life feels more meaningful. Surely you've heard the old saying, it's not the destination, but the journey. The journey of a dream pursuit is the dream. It only needs to be alive, pursued, and made a poignant piece of your now. If that seems counterintuitive, trust me, it isn't. When I reflect on the era I spent building my business, I feel great reverence and joy. I was living the dream then, and I'm living it now. It took me some age and gray hair to understand this, but the only moment that exists is now, today, this second and this word. You can only appreciate the now while having optimism for the future. And even if you don't reach your dream, well, the regret won't haunt you. The regret of failure is transient. The regret of never trying is transcendent. Every strategy and principle in this book are designed to improve your probabilities for unscripted success, not just as a far-fetched dream, but an absolute reality free from the rat race. The right mental roadmap backed by the correct mathematics can make it happen. Yes, this game is challenging, but you can make it easier by focusing on the right things. Put all 120 strategies and principles into place, and you will move the needle on probability, expected values, and better life outcomes. Enjoy the ride, my friend. Accept the process and let the passion flow from your effort and the unfolding dream it creates. Embrace your new role as a scientist, and you will discover that this thing called entrepreneurship goes beyond business. It is the discovery of soulful freedom, of your true purpose, and of yourself. These are the things money cannot buy. Thank you for reading. I wish you good probability and much happiness. Now is the time for it to happen. Key concepts. Unhappiness, or a dead dream, is the business model of the modern world. You live the dream whenever you have a dream that is alive and pursued. The regret of failure is temporary. The regret of never trying is permanent. Entrepreneurship is more than a career, it's a revolution for your life and family.
Epilogue. Later in 2022. "Goddamn Austin, they're bleeding into everything," Charlie scoffed from his trailer at his dairy farm in Henley, Texas, just outside of Austin. He had heard the news from his bookkeeper, Martha. "Says here they're not from Austin, but from Chicago." She pointed to the community newspaper, her voice strident above the window air conditioner behind her. "Give me that." He snatched the newspaper from Martha and gave it a scowling look. With a cigarette perilously hanging from his lip, Charlie lifted the newspaper to his face and brokenly recited the article from the neighborhood news. 42 acres in Henley were recently purchased by Jeff and Samantha Trotman, entrepreneurs from the Midwest who founded the worldwide brand Heroic Kitchens. Capitalizing on the sweeping consumer shift to more plant-based foods, their company was acquired for $190 million in early 2021 by Universal Foods. The two vegan entrepreneurs have relocated to the Austin area. He dropped the newspaper from his face and glared at Martha. "Damn vegans. What do they want with 40 acres next to my ranch?" "Keep reading," Martha said flatly. Charlie put the newspaper back to his face and continued reading silently. He stopped and questioned, "They also bought the Hustle Jazz Club in Austin? What's that got to do with anything?" Martha sighed and gestured to the newspaper, signaling Charlie to keep reading. She watched as his eyes rolled side to side for another minute. Suddenly, his pale face flushed red. He lowered the paper and grimaced, shaking his head. He jeered, stumbling on his words. "Pinkest Animal Sanctuary? They're launching an animal rescue next to my ranch? For what do they call it?" He put the newspaper back to his face and recited dumbfoundedly, "For rescued pets, livestock, and other victims of the meat trade?" Martha merely nodded and threw Charlie a sympathetic look, as if he were a child who dropped his juice box. Because of milk alternatives, Charlie's dairy farm had been dying for the last decade. Without government subsidies and high-powered lobbyists, it would have died years ago. "Said they're planning to do all kinds of events, awareness projects, and social media stuff." He shook his head again. "This can't be good for business." Martha laughed. "No, generally vegans aren't." Charlie flicked her a cocked eye and headed to the coffee maker, tossing the paper in the trash. "Coffee hot?" Before Martha could answer, there were 3 firm knocks on the trailer door. Martha swiveled her chair toward the door and ballyhooed a, "Come on in." Her tone was curiously jovial, and it left Charlie concerned. In walked a young couple, perhaps late 30s, and attired casually, but not dairy farm casual. The man wiped his shoes on the doormat and introduced himself. "Charlie? Hello, I'm Jeff Trotman." He gestured to the woman at his side. "This is my wife, Samantha." Charlie simpered an expression that one would associate with the boogeyman. not an attractive couple from the Midwest. Jeff continued, "We're your new neighbors." Martha was grinning from ear to ear, relishing the scene. Charlie didn't move or extend a hand for a shake. After inhaling a drag of his cigarette, he eyed them with suspicion. His first inclination was to throw them out. Instead, he nodded and said, "Ah, yes, I just read you bought the jazz club in town. Congrats." Jeff spoke flatly. "Yes, thank you, but that's not why we're here." He walked forward and offered Charlie a large manila envelope, unsealed. Charlie snatched it standoffishly while eyeing Jeff up and down skeptically, as if he had been served a lawsuit. Charlie removed a bundle of clipped documents from the envelope and read. As Charlie scanned the paper, Jeff said, "That's an offer to buy your ranch. As you probably noticed, it's about twice the market value for it. And from what we're hearing about good old milk production, things aren't going to get much better." Charlie lifted his head from the paper, expressionless, and sized them up. Then he glanced at Martha, who was still beaming, wondering if she had her meat hooks in this. He continued to read and then finally broke his silence in a deep southern drawl, more representative of a southern Mississippian than a Texas cowboy. "Well, that's a mighty fine offer you got here, but I'm afraid I'll need some time to think about it." He took one last drag of his Marlboro and then skillfully flicked it out an open soffit window. After a silence, Martha stood up. She held up an envelope and stated, "This is my 2-week notice. The Trotmans hired me to join their team at an animal sanctuary." The red in Charlie's face drained white. His mouth gaped wide. Jeff added, "Hendrickson's dairy farm up Highway 5, just like yours but slightly smaller, just sold for 1/3 of our offer. It is more than generous, and next year at this time, your farm will be worth far less, especially short-staffed. This is your once-in-a-lifetime chance to get out of the business that, He paused carefully, selecting his words. "Well, a business that needs government subsidies and deceptive advertising to stay alive. This is your opportunity to ride off into the sunset." Charlie narrowed his eyes at Martha in disappointment, and then nodded back to Jeff. "I like your bravado, son, but like I said, I'll need some time to think about it. How about you give me a few weeks and I'll get back to you?" Jeff shook his head exaggeratedly. He then smiled and said with reserved courteousness, "I'm sorry, but this is an hour-never deal. I'll even throw in 2 season tickets to the jazz club." Charlie's smirk faded. He asked, "I'm sorry, but how long is now? A day or 2? 11 minutes, Jeff exclaimed. Charlie jerked back, astounded. Sam flared her husband a quick glance, not expecting the salvo. "Pardon me?" Charlie said. "You want me to make a decision to sell my farm in 11 minutes?" "Yes," Jeff said, breathing through his mouth. The air stunk of cigarettes and noxious ammonia. Everyone but Jeff froze wide-eyed, including his wife. After an uncomfortable silence, Charlie put the documents back to his face and scanned them. The tension in the office was palpable. Martha, his chatty bookkeeper, was struggling to maintain a flat effect and looked like she wanted to bust out laughing. Charlie broke the silence, urging, "This is a big decision. Why only 11 minutes?" Jeff answered firmly, "Because you never know when a short 11 minutes can change your life forever." He smiled. "And now, you only have 10 left." This has been Unscripted, The Great Rat Race Escape. Written by M.J. DeMarco. Narrated by Scott Thomas and M.J. DeMarco. Copyright 2021 by M.J. DeMarco. Production copyright 2021 by Viperian Corporation.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed.